Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After speaking, Yuan Xing couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Not only is this man's cultivation talent exceptionally rare in this world, but his willpower and courage in cultivation are also seldom seen in our time. Those 17 mechanical puppets are strong enough to make ordinary cultivators flee in terror. Yet Zhang Haobo uses them to test his swordsmanship. Tisk TSK. If this man doesn't fall prematurely, he's certainly destined for the great Tao. Li Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, fellow Taoist Yuan. For a long while, no further messages came from the other side. Clearly, Yuan Xing had gone off to spread this tale to even more people. Coalescing 24C calming swords is typically only possible at the Tao establishment realm, yet Zhang Haobo managed to form them shortly after reaching Qi refinement. Is he particularly suited to this technique? Or is there some other reason? Interesting. Suddenly intrigued, Li Fan immediately set out for Tianyang's cave dwelling to see for himself. The cave dwelling was located within a dormant underwater volcano in the western waters of the Tsongyun Sea. Since the previous volcanic eruption had revealed the cave dwelling, the earth-fire veins in the nearby seabed had grown increasingly active. Along the way, Li Fan occasionally spotted small groups of Qi refinement cultivators traveling together. Their faces were excited, and their conversations revolved around Zhang Haobo. From their discussions, it seemed Zhang Haobo could now hold out against those 17 mechanical puppets for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Whenever Zhang Haobo occupied the puppets, numerous others would seize the chance to sneak into the cave dwelling, attempting to seek opportunities. But a single cup of tea's time was too short. Before they could discover anything, Zhang Haobo would exhaust his strength and withdraw from the cave dwelling. These opportunists would then become targets for the puppet's wrath, meeting gruesome deaths. However, rumors suggested that through these repeated sword training sessions, Zhang Haobo was improving at an astonishing rate. Perhaps he would soon break through to the mid-stage Qi refinement realm. When that happened, his strength would surely undergo a huge leap, allowing him to restrain the puppets for even longer. Those nearby would then be able to fish in troubled waters, entering the cave dwelling to search for opportunities. As for Zhang Haobo, he seemed largely indifferent to this behavior, showing no particular dissatisfaction. He merely repeated the tedious cycle of rest, training, and rest again. Thus, the number of cultivators harboring such cunning intentions grew steadily. Of course, some were purely here to witness Zhang Haobo's prowess, awestruck by his feat of single-handedly battling 17 puppets. Before long, Li Fan arrived at the waters where Tianyang's cave dwelling was located. Due to the active earth-fire veins, the seawater here was noticeably warmer than elsewhere. Numerous dead fish floated on the surface, and this was after cleanup efforts had already been made. Fortunately, Li Fan had come prepared. Activating both his form-concealing talisman and fire-bathing talisman, he dove into the seawater. The deeper he went, the hotter the water became. By the time he neared the seabed, the water was nearly boiling. Scorching lava erupted continuously from an underwater volcanic vent alongside billowing white smoke. When the lava hit the seawater, it cooled instantly, hardening into black rock that piled up and spread outward. Numerous cultivators gathered around the volcanic vent. They paid no mind to the boiling water or the spectacular sight of the underwater volcanic eruptions. Their attention was entirely focused on Zhang Haobo, who sat with his eyes closed in meditation not far away. As Li Fan drew closer, he caught snippets of their hushed discussions. That was his first attempt after reaching the mid-stage Qi refinement realm. It doesn't seem like he lasted much longer than before. What do you know? Can you see that the force behind his moves is about the same as when he was in the early-stage Qi refinement realm? He's clearly still adjusting to his newfound power. Exactly. I bet this round he'll last for the time it takes 2 cups of tea to cool. Amid the chatter, Zhang Haobo's eyes snapped open, his expression as unreadable as still water. He rose abruptly and charged straight into the volcano's mouth. The onlookers didn't follow him in. Instead, a watery screen flickered to life at the center, displaying the scene inside the cave dwelling. The 17 mechanical puppets were clearly not mindless constructs. After Zhang Haobua's repeated provocations, they had anticipated his return and lay in ambush right at the entrance. The moment he entered, they launched their assault. Zhang Haobua remained unflustered. 24 shimmering blue water swords arrayed themselves around him, deflecting the puppets' attacks one by one. Meanwhile, he leapt and darted through the gaps between the mechanical puppets, and in the blink of an eye, he had broken through their encirclement, emerging on the other side. He then soared upward, hovering midair. Eh? What's he planning? He's not just defending? Is he switching to offense instead? Amid the crowd's astonished cries, Zhang Haobua fixed his sharp gaze on the puppets below, forming a swift hand seal. In that instant, the 24 water swords accelerated dramatically, moving several times faster than before. They rained down upon the mechanical puppets like a sudden, violent storm. The swords danced like spirits, creating countless afterimages and turning the area into a crisscrossing web of blue silhouettes. It gave the illusion of hundreds or even thousands of water swords striking simultaneously. The mechanical puppets had incredibly resilient bodies. The water swords couldn't leave a scratch on their surfaces, only managing to briefly halt their movements with each impact. But the moment they recovered from the slight pause, another barrage of attacks would already be upon them, locking them in a cycle of perpetual interruption. The relentless, waterfall-like assault forced the puppets into a purely defensive stance. Zhang Haobua, alone, was suppressing all 17 mechanical puppets. Outside the cave dwelling, every cultivator watching the scene was struck dumb, and their hearts raced with awe. Is Zhang Haobua truly only at the mid-stage qi refinement realm? What technique is he cultivating? He's unbelievably strong. They say he only began cultivating a little over a year ago. This is a true once-in-a-generation talent. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Fellow Taoists, let's charge in now. Look, those puppets are completely pinned down. This is our chance to explore the cave dwelling's opportunities." The rest were immediately stirred into a restless, eager mood. Just then, a burly man shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Brother Zhang's move is undoubtedly fearsome, but it must consume a tremendous amount of vital essence. It can't last long. I fear he won't even hold out as long as he did last time." The crowd paused at his words, pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded in agreement. Li Fan, however, kept his eyes fixed on Zhang Haobua's image in the watery screen, his brow slightly furrowed. He recognized the move Zhang Haobua had just used. It was a killing technique from the sea-calming sword art, Water Dragon's Roar. His sword danced like a dragon, wild and untamed, sweeping across the battlefield with devastating range, blinding speed, and brutal force. It was an extraordinarily powerful technique. But it demanded a tremendous expenditure of spiritual power to sustain, one typically only achievable by those at the Tao establishment realm. Bailey Chan from before, though also at the mid-stage qi refinement realm and a practitioner of the complete sea-calming sword art, had been incapable of executing this move. What puzzled Li Fan was this: while it was true that Zhang Haobua's talent far surpassed Bailey Chen's, he was still only at the mid-stage qi refinement realm. This particular technique, Water Dragon's Roar, simply couldn't be maintained for long. Yet, Zhang Haobua wore an expression of utter confidence, as though not the slightest bit concerned that he would deplete his spiritual power. Why was that? Just as Li Fan was puzzling over the situation, he suddenly sensed something. His expression shifted slightly as he scanned his surroundings. In the deep sea, tiny points of blue light converged from all directions, flying toward Tianyang's cave dwelling. Li Fan reached out, intercepting one of the blue specks and examining it in his palm. Pure water attributes spiritual qi. In that instant, understanding dawned upon him. He immediately made the most prudent decision. Activating the shadow stock art, his figure blurred like a phantom as he shot into the volcanic vent. The others were still marveling at the increasing number of blue specks. Water spirit body. That Zhang Haobua actually possesses a water spirit body. Someone finally grasped the situation, exclaiming in astonishment. "I understand now. Those with a water spirit body have an innate affinity with spiritual qi. As long as he's above this vast sea, he never needs to worry about spiritual qi depletion. No matter how quickly he expends it, the plentiful water attributes spiritual chi surrounding us will rapidly replenish his reserves. Then that means, damn it, someone beat us to it. Charge, fellow Taoists. The chi refinement cultivators who had come to their senses scrambled after Li Fan, rushing headlong into the volcanic vent in their desperate bid to seize whatever opportunities lay within. Li Fan, who was one step ahead of them, had already passed through the lava and entered Tianyang's cave dwelling. Weaving past the battling mechanical puppets and Zhang Haobua, Li Fan swept the area with his divine sense, searching for any trace of He Zhenghao's remains. But having been through several intense battles, the place was a wreckage-strewn mess. The full-powered onslaught of 17 nascent soul mechanical puppets was truly terrifying. It looked as if some monstrous force had sheared away a layer from the hardened floor of the cave dwelling. There was no sign of an intact body, not even a storage ring could be seen. There was only some barely identifiable debris scattered on the ground. Li Fan's eyelids twitched at the sight. Hearing the other cultivators closing in from behind, he didn't hesitate. He swiftly gathered all the debris he could find. Then he too charged deeper into the cave dwelling, hoping to find anything else of value. It was at that moment that he heard an ancient, mechanical voice suddenly resonate within the cavern. Tian. Li Fan froze, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. He looked toward the source of the voice. It was one of the mechanical puppets. While suppressed by Zhang Haobua's water dragon's roar, these dark red mechanical puppets seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. Rage accumulated within their cores. Like a volcano abruptly awakening after slumbering for a millennium, cracks began to appear across the puppets' bodies, revealing a faintly sinister darkness within. Yang. Seeing this, Zhang Haobua increased the ferocity of his attacks with the sea-calming swords. It appeared that he had been holding back his strength even during the previous intense battle. The puppets were still at a disadvantage, but the unease in Li Fan's heart grew stronger. So he decisively turned against the flow of cultivators, attempting to retreat. The cracks on the puppets multiplied, like porcelain on the verge of shattering into pieces. Not. Boom. Under the water dragon's roar, the mechanical puppets that reportedly possessed nascent soul realm strength shattered one after another. Like vases dashed against the ground, they instantly fractured into countless tiny fragments. The countless water swords flying everywhere suddenly stilled. Zhang Haobua stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. How is this possible? It wasn't just Zhang Haobua. Every cultivator present was shocked by what they had just witnessed. Their eyes darted back and forth between Zhang Haobua and the countless fragments littering the ground, minds swirling with confusion. Were these mechanical puppets just hollow shells, all show and no substance? Or was this Zhang Haobua, who appeared to be a mere chi refinement cultivator, actually a mighty expert concealing his true power? Li Fan was equally stunned by this unforeseen turn of events, halting in his tracks. He stared at the shattered puppet remains, his thoughts racing. Amid the dead silence, every single fragment began to vibrate. Weak. A mechanical voice emerged once more. This time, it came from all the fragments simultaneously. Tens of thousands of voices spoke as one, their combined roar echoing throughout Tianyang's cave dwelling. Amid this chilling chorus, the black and red fragments trembled, moving and gathering together as if they were alive. Amid a cacophony of grinding and crunching, the pieces slowly fused into a single mass. Then, a powerful sense of crisis screamed within Li Fan's heart. He abruptly accelerated, shooting toward the cave dwelling's exit. As he passed the still-stunned Zhang Haobua, he altered his course slightly, grabbing him. Fellow Taoist Zhang, we must flee. To prevent any struggle, Li Fan instantly activated his insect-binding divine ability, immobilizing him. Zhang Haobua, who had still been gaping at the bizarre state of the puppet fragments, suddenly heard a voice and then found his body completely paralyzed. Terror gripped him, but hearing the other's words, he felt a sliver of reassurance. He looked toward his captor, but the figure had concealed their appearance, and their form was indistinct. Yet, the fact that they could restrain him so effortlessly with a single gesture, leaving him no chance to resist, meant their strength was likely unfathomable. A chill ran down Zhang Haobua's spine, and he allowed this mysterious figure to pull him along, through the lava, out of the volcanic crater, and back to the depths of the sea. Others. As the puppet fragments finished reassembling, a massive, black hand crisscrossed with cracks manifested before the crowd. A dazzling, sinister crimson light swirled within the fissures of the gigantic hand. A mechanical yet furious roar erupted from it. Tian Yang is not weaker than others. Like the roar of a vicious primordial beast, the giant hand clenched its 5 fingers into a fist. It swung forward. Li Fan, who was fleeing at top speed with Zhang Haobua, grimaced and pushed his speed even further. A thunderous explosion erupted from the volcano. Amid the violent blast, billowing thick smoke shot upward from the seabed, breaking through the sea's surface and soaring into the high heavens. After a moment of silence, an even more violent roar erupted from the sea's depths. Rolling black clouds surged from the seabed, churning as they spread in all directions. Waves crashed forward with frantic, wild momentum, like a stampeding horde of beasts. Explosions rang out incessantly. With every blast, the expanse of black clouds visibly doubled in size. Within the immense pillar of smoke connecting sea and sky, crimson streaks shot outward, arcing across the chaos. Li Fan fled desperately, finally bringing Zhang Haobua to a safe location. He looked back at the raging earth fire, a lingering fear gripping his heart. Yet, this seemed to be only the beginning. Heaven and earth shook, and the entire Tsongyan Sea trembled as if convulsing. Starting from Tianyang's cave dwelling, plumes of volcanic ash erupted in a chain reaction, igniting one after another like signal fires. Amid this apocalyptic scene, the mechanical puppet's furious roars somehow managed to drown out the eruptions of underwater volcanoes. Tianyang is not weaker than others. A mechanical puppet, buried deep within the Earth's veins for thousands of years, ceaselessly absorbed Earth fire energy, tempering itself. It tore through the layers of underwater mountains and rose from the Tsongyan Sea. Towering between heaven and earth, it roared with defiant pride. Black plumes of ashes from the underwater volcano's eruption surged into the sky. Countless crimson flying stones streaked fiery trails across the heavens, scattering in all directions. The Tianyang puppet turned its head slightly after stabilizing its footing in the sea, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. It then took large strides toward Myriad Immortal's island. Boom! Each step sent 100-meter-high waves crashing outward. Amidst the shaking earth and churning sea, the Tianyang puppet marched forward at a deceptively slow pace. In no time at all, it drew close to Myriad Immortal's island. The great waves stirred by its powerful strides obliterated countless islands in its path. Suddenly, the sky abruptly darkened. The colossal form of the Tianyang puppet jerked to a halt, then lifted its head to look. Out of nowhere, an inverted mountain, dozens of times larger than itself, had appeared directly above it. The mountain nearly occupied its entire field of vision. Beasts and trees were faintly visible on its surface. Simultaneously, a cold voice laced with a thread of killing intent echoed across the sky. "Fellow Taoist, please halt." The mountain's peak, sharp as a drill, descended straight toward the puppet. With a look of defiance on its face, the Tianyang puppet roared, thrusting both arms upward. It met the descending inverted mountain in a violent collision. A shockwave exploded outward from the point of impact. Li Fan and Zhang Haobua, observing from a distance, were suddenly caught by this shockwave. They nearly lost their footing like duckweed in the wind, struggling to maintain their stance. Involuntary looks of shock flashed across their faces. Only a few moments later did the chain of explosions finally reach their ears. Boom, boom, boom. When they focused their gazes again, they saw the inverted mountain continuing its relentless descent. The Tianyang puppet was forced to bend at the knees as its feet sank deep into the seabed. Tian. Dark red light swirled across its body, growing increasingly bright and piercing, outshining even the sun in the sky. Yang. The Tianyang puppet glared up at the inverted mountain it held aloft, a torrent of madness and defiance raging in its eyes. Amidst constant groaning and creaking, its hunched form slowly straightened. Bit by bit, the massive mountain began to inch back toward the sky. Humph. Seeing the Tianyang puppet's unyielding resistance, a cold snort resonated between heaven and earth. On the surface of the inverted mountain, the faint silhouettes of several additional peaks of varying shapes materialized. Together, They formed a profound array, and an immense, majestic aura instantly manifested. The weight of the inverted mountain suddenly seemed to multiply several times over. Everything below the Tianyang puppet's head was abruptly slammed beneath the sea. The surrounding water was violently forced outward, forming a massive ring of waves that radiated in all directions. It revealed the cracked seabed below, now exposed and strewn with molten rock. Under the immense pressure of the collision, the very earth was continuously scraped away. The puppet's lower limbs were slowly being pulverized under this colossal force. Soon, only the Tianyang puppet's upper torso remained, straining desperately against the weight. Total defeat seemed imminent. Not weaker than others. Yet it still repeated that phrase over and over. After several repetitions, only its head remained. Pressed against the base of the inverted mountain, its eyes blazed with fury. Not weaker than others. Its head exploded violently, transforming into crimson molten rock. Deep within the Tsongun Sea, the earth fire veins erupted once more with a thunderous roar. The molten rock that once formed the Tianyang puppet coalesced into a single entity, a figure wreathed in fire. This newly reformed Tianyang puppet seethed with boiling, rolling flames. Like a fiery dragon, it charged headlong toward the inverted mountain. Boom! It drilled into the mountain from the inverted peak, piercing straight through the massive rock. Amidst a non-stop series of explosive roars, countless fissures spiderwebbed across the surface of the inverted mountain. Finally, the fire dragon burst out from the base of the mountain, shattering it from within. It soared into the sky, roaring in defiance. A moment later, it shifted form again, reshaping itself into a humanoid figure. It stared coldly down at the inverted mountain beneath it. Boom! 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 The enormous inverted mountain exploded violently into fragments. Countless pieces fell like meteors, crashing down onto the black seabed of cooled magma. With the destruction of the inverted mountain, that mysterious voice sounded once more. Interesting. Truly worthy of being the inheritor of the embodiment transformation Tao sect from ancient times. It held none of the expected fury, instead brimming with keen interest. To have attained such power after several thousand years despite having only golden core potential. Above the Tianyang puppet's head, the illusory mountain peaks grew increasingly solid and real. Seemingly provoked by the words, only golden core potential, the Tianyang puppet issued another roar of defiance, a direct challenge to the spectral mountains. If you are going to fight, let's change the venue. Just then, a languid female voice cut through the air. Heaven and earth abruptly dimmed. Li Fan and Zhang Haobua looked up. The sun had vanished from the sky, replaced by what seemed like a massive hole torn in the celestial canopy. Inside, starlight glittered, resembling a night sky. Gossamer strands of starlight drifted down, falling upon the Tianyang puppet. Roar! It managed only a single furious bellow before its massive form vanished. Excellent. We can now have a proper fight. The mountain projections also disappeared. The torn sky slowly knitted itself back together, the stars winking out one by one. The sun shone brightly once more. The world was quiet, serene, as if nothing had happened. Only the nearly shattered Tsongun Sea surrounding them bore silent witness to the cataclysmic battle that had just transpired. Those two who just appeared must have been spirit transformation cultivators from Myriad Immortal's island. Such magnificent power is truly awe-inspiring. This was the first time Li Fan had seen spirit transformation powerhouses take action personally. He felt his pulse hammering with excitement. Coming back to his senses, he turned to look beside him. Zhang Haobua was still staring blankly at the sky, the shock on his face slow to fade. It seems the illusions conjured by the Cloudwater Dream illusion art still can't compare to the real experience. Otherwise, having truly witnessed crimson flames scorching the sea, I definitely wouldn't be so overwhelmed by a mere clash of spirit transformation cultivators. Li Fan mused to himself. Releasing his insect-binding divine ability, Li Fan asked, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, how do you feel?" Zhang Haobua started, jolted from his reverie. The spiritual chi within him flared instantly, and 24 blue sea-calming swords materialized around him in the blink of an eye. Li Fan tilted his head, looking at him. Remembering something, Zhang Haobua's aura hitched. He recalled the blue water swords. He scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, then bowed deeply toward Li Fan, speaking with grave sincerity. "Thank you for saving my life, fellow Taoist." Li Fan laughed heartily and waved his hand dismissively. "A trivial matter. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you are a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, yet you fought 17 puppets alone." The sight of those countless water swords filling the sky, completely suppressing every last puppet, was truly impressive. Zhang Haobua quickly shook his head. "It pales in comparison to your abilities, fellow Taoist." Then, he lifted his gaze to the sky, his expression turning wistful. "Originally, I felt rather pleased with myself for advancing from immortal to the mid-stage qi refinement realm in just over a year. But today, witnessing true super powerhouses, I finally understand. In their eyes, a qi refinement cultivator is truly no different from an ant." Li Fan spoke to comfort him. "There's no need for dismay, fellow Taoist Zheng. With your talent, given time, it is not impossible for you to become such a super powerhouse yourself." Zhang Haobua gave a bitter smile and was about to speak when he suddenly stopped. After a moment, he finally spoke. "I still don't know your name, fellow Taoist. You have saved my life today. I will surely repay you handsomely in the future." Instead of replying, Li Fan smiled and cupped his hands. "If fate wills it, you will know in time. Until we meet again." Before he finished speaking, his form transformed into a thin streak of light, fleeing into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Zhang Haobua's sight. Zhang Haobua narrowed his eyes. Incredible speed. And that unknown divine ability was fearsomely powerful, rendering me utterly helpless. So secretive. I truly wonder what his identity is. After a while, he sighed again, thinking to himself. A pity. No matter how many secrets he holds, it makes no difference. Zhang Haobua lifted his head to gaze at the sky. Heaven and earth have long laid their killing mechanisms. Every living soul in the Tsongan Sea, regardless of cultivation level, regardless of triumph or despair, is already destined to find escape from death impossible. That crimson figure who scorched the sea. If a spirit transformation powerhouse is already this formidable, can we truly defeat him? Zhang Haobua sank into a daze. Yet, moments later, his eyes gradually grew resolute. No matter what, I must do everything in my power to stop him. His aura solidified once more. He took one last look at this ruined place and flew away. Not long after Zhang Haobua left, Li Fan's concealed figure abruptly reappeared. It seems he hasn't lost his fighting spirit because of this. I was overconcerned. Li Fan nodded. After some thought, he cautiously returned to the original site of Tianyang's cave dwelling, hoping to see if any treasures had survived the recent great battle. However, after searching for a long time, only flowing lava remained. Muttering what a shame to himself, Li Fan did not linger further and set off for Myriad Immortal's island. I wonder where that Tianyang puppet and that spirit transformation powerhouse held their fight and who ultimately won. I suppose this event in my previous life played out just like today. The Tianyang puppet emerged, attracted spirit transformation powerhouses, and after a great battle, only ruins were left behind. This matter is too high level. Even in my next life, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to profit from it. Best to lay low for now. The ancient embodiment transformation Dao sect. I wonder what sect that was. I can investigate after returning. Fortunately, this trip wasn't completely wasted. Thinking of the residue of the remains within his storage ring, Li Fan found some small comfort. I just don't know if I can truly reconstruct the mountain-sitting art from it. Li Fan returned to Myriad Immortal's island, his thoughts in turmoil along the journey. News of the earth-shattering battle at the site of Tianyang's cave dwelling had already spread, and nearly all cultivators were discussing the event. But as for what had actually happened, and how that towering puppet had appeared, theories abounded, but no one knew for sure. Li Fan naturally would not volunteer the information. But as he brushed past these cultivators, he suddenly thought of something and stopped in his tracks. Judging by today's commotion, battles between powerhouses are incredibly destructive. They can obliterate an entire sea region in an instant. Once a battle breaks out, it inevitably draws attention. Afterwards, people should logically talk about it with relish, bringing it up casually in conversation. Furthermore, this world holds constant malice toward cultivators. Before crimson flames scorched the sea, numerous calamities must have occurred. But in both my previous life and this one, cultivators almost never voluntarily bring up such events in their conversations. During his years of cultivation in his past life, Li Fan had interacted with many qi refinement cultivators. Yet, they had never once mentioned any major disaster that had previously occurred in the Tsongyun Sea. This had created a certain flaw in Li Fan's thinking. So much so that when Zhang Haobo had mentioned the possibility of an impending catastrophe, Li Fan hadn't paid it much mind. In Li Fan's understanding, if a place was frequently struck by disasters, its residents would, at the very least, occasionally mention it in conversation. When outsiders arrived, they would surely offer warnings. Since none of the cultivators had ever spoken of any calamity requiring special attention, then surely, even if disasters did occur, they couldn't be anything particularly significant. Therefore, in his previous life, he had only inquired with the Tianjian mirror, received a negative response, and thought little more of it. But now, thinking back, was crimson flame scorching the sea truly the first time that Songyun Sea had faced killing mechanisms laid by heaven and earth? Probably not. Everything followed a gradual process. Heaven and earth held malice toward cultivators. As the number of cultivators within the Tsongyun Sea gradually increased and their cultivation levels grew higher and higher, killing mechanisms would be activated, initiating a purge. At first, there would only be minor calamities. But when the number of cultivators reached a certain limit, the final purge would be launched. A sole arbiter of heaven and earth would appear, exterminating all living things. The reason Li Fan inferred this was because the myriad immortals alliance of the Tsongyun Sea had managed to develop to such a massive scale. Would the killing intent of heaven and earth specifically bide its time, sitting back and waiting for the cultivators to grow stronger, only launching a thunderous strike when it absolutely couldn't tolerate them any longer? Based on Li Fan's understanding of heaven and earth's killing mechanisms, it clearly didn't work that way. Heaven and earth's killing mechanisms had always existed for as long as there had been cultivators. Which was to say, throughout the ages, calamities must have occurred periodically, one after another. So then, what was it that caused all cultivators to keep their mouths shut about these various calamities? Are they actively avoiding mentioning them, or have they been forgotten? Li Fan immediately returned to the Tianjian mirror and searched for keywords regarding historical calamitous events where cultivators suffered heavy casualties. The results made cold sweat trickle down Li Fan's spine. None. 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 No matter how long Li Fan spent searching, the Tianjian mirror consistently returned no results. After a while, Li Fan calmed himself, took out his spirit talisman, and contacted Yuan Xing. The results sent a chill through Li Fan's heart. Yuan Xing first flatly denied it. Then, under Li Fan's repeated questioning, he grew confused, saying it seemed like something might have happened. But it wasn't important anyway, and he couldn't remember clearly. Li Fan went out and asked several other older cultivators. They were very surprised by Li Fan's questions, but their final answers were all the same as Yuan Xing's, something like that might have happened. But they couldn't remember clearly. Li Fan fell silent. Couldn't remember? Since when were Foundation establishment cultivators so forgetful? Li Fan remembered the first time he encountered a storm flood on Lioli Island. The mortals on the island had spoken to him vividly about the scenes from that greater storm flood over a decade ago. Were cultivators inferior to mortals? Remembering disasters served as a warning, making it easier to survive future calamities. That was only logical. But now, that logic had completely turned upside down. Defy the principles of heaven and earth. Li Fan murmured slowly, speaking only half the sentence aloud while finishing it silently in his mind. To attain eternal life. Since entering the cultivation world, Li Fan had witnessed spirit transformation cultivators uprooting mountains in battle and seen crimson flame at the Tao unity level scorch the seas. Yet none of those compared to the shock of glimpsing just a fraction of an eternal heavenly venerable's power through these reality-defying signs. This formless, imperceptible power that influenced and altered every cultivator in the world was far more terrifying than simple destruction. I can remain unaffected only because the memory of crimson flame scorching the seas belongs to a catastrophe that has yet to occur. He realized. That's why I can perceive the influence this eternal heavenly venerable has imposed upon the world by comparing the past and present. It took Li Fan considerable time to dispel the dread that came with suddenly discovering he'd been living constantly in the shadow of a titanic entity. In this cultivation world, golden core cultivators were generally honored as reverends, nascent soul cultivators as eminences, spirit transformation cultivators as immortal eminences, and Tao unity cultivators as immortal venerables. The ultimate, supreme powerhouses were called eternal heavenly venerables. Most eternal heavenly venerables were like dragons, seen only in glimpses, never in full. Even their exact numbers and individual names remained unknown to ordinary cultivators. Under this eternal heavenly venerable's influence, all cultivators in the world gradually forget past catastrophes. Or rather, it seems any collective memory that brings pain falls under the dominion of their power. Li Fan analyzed. As if this cultivation world were truly a carefree paradise. As he pondered, another realization dawned. This world held immense malice toward cultivators, and its conflicts with heavenly venerables were particularly sharp. Yet the cultivators he'd encountered, Ko Hong, Dao Xuanzi, He Jinghao, Yuan Xing, and others, were almost never the type burdened by deep hatred, constantly seeking to defy the heavens. Consciously or not, all of them overlooked the world's malice. At most, they lamented the difficulties of immortal cultivation, and some even went about their days cheerfully. This was undoubtedly the work of that eternal, heavenly venerable. Was it to help all cultivators practice better? Or did it serve some other purpose? Li Fan never shied from assuming the worst in others. Eternal life was Li Fan's ultimate goal throughout his numerous lifetimes. But for now, that goal remained distant. Keeping his feet on the ground and cultivating step by step was what he needed to do at present. Shaking off the awe inspired by the eternal heavenly venerable, Li Fan began searching for information about the ancient embodiment transformation Dao sect. It wasn't classified, and he found relevant details easily. The embodiment transformation Dao sect wasn't a sect specializing in mechanical construct techniques. Instead, its disciples practiced a unique technique, the embodiment transformation technique. This allowed them to anchor their mind, soul, and consciousness into external objects. After anchoring, they could not only manipulate these objects, but also fully synchronize their sensations with the anchored item. At the highest levels of mastery, they could even abandon their physical bodies and become the anchored object. The reason this information was so readily available wasn't because the embodiment transformation technique was particularly powerful. Rather, there were quite a few exquisite writings that described male and female cultivators using the embodiment transformation Dao to inhabit all sorts of bizarre objects and engage in acts of yin-yang union. The sheer variety of methods made even Li Fan click his tongue in amazement. After browsing for a while, Li Fan shook his head and closed the screen. So it appears that Tianyang buried his puppet within the undersea earth fire veins. Then, he placed his soul's consciousness into the puppet itself before his death. Thousands of years passed. The puppet absorbed earth fire day and night, growing without cease. And Tianyang grew from a cultivator once stalled at the Golden Core realm into a powerful existence capable of battling a spirit transformation eminence. Although, it seems he has now lost his higher consciousness. He can only act on instinct. But I doubt he holds any regrets. Tianyang is not weaker than others. He lived up to those words, more or less. After this moment of reflection, Li Fan began his closed-door cultivation. Observing the spirit transformation battle had granted him insights. He felt he wasn't far from the next bottleneck. And just as he predicted, 5 days later, Li Fan felt the spiritual qi within his body reach saturation. It happened as naturally as water finding its course. He had cultivated both the 1,000 mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture and the heaven-swapping art simultaneously to the peak of the late-stage qi refinement realm. He could advance no further. Fortunately, to Li Fan's delight, the moment he reached this bottleneck, he faintly sensed where his breakthrough opportunity lay. Furthermore, the path to this opportunity was destined to be one of peril narrowly avoided and misfortune transformed into fortune. After making some brief preparations, Li Fan prepared to set out immediately. But before he could depart, a profound and mysterious insight suddenly flooded his mind. His avatar Lin Fan, who had been in deep contemplation for so long, was finally emerging from seclusion. It was truly a case of double happiness. One thing goes smoothly, and everything else follows. Li Fan couldn't help but feel that the tides of fortune had turned, and the world was now lending him its strength. Settling his emotions, Li Fan carefully contemplated the divine ability his avatar had gained from this period of contemplation. All things in the world are interconnected, link by link, from life to death. The technique Li Fan comprehended, interlocking chains of life and death, could be considered an enhanced, upgraded version of formless killing mechanism. By designating a specific person as the death target, one could trace the chain of connections backwards to find the most fragile and fatal life link. Severing this single link could, without anyone's knowledge, push the designated target toward death. Formless killing mechanism required locking onto a target that was present. Furthermore, the target's strength could not exceed Li Fan's by too much, otherwise Li Fan would suffer backlash. It also carried the risk of the target detecting the lock on them. Interlocking chains of life and death was different. The caster only needed to know that the target existed. It could almost completely ignore the difference in cultivation realms between the caster and target. With sufficient information, even a chi refinement cultivator could slay a nascent soul entity. Take Tianyang's cave dwelling, for example. If Li Fan wanted to kill a nascent soul eminence, he wouldn't need to act personally. He could simply activate the interlocking chains of life and death to follow the chain of causality in reverse, tracing all possible links that encompassed both the eminence and Tianyang's cave dwelling. From these, he would find the most suitable link. Then, he would covertly influence that nascent soul eminence, fostering the idea to explore Tianyang's cave dwelling within him. That nascent soul eminence would then meet his end within that cave dwelling. Though powerful, activating the interlocking chains of life and death required a specific condition. One had to first determine the death link. That was to say, one had to determine how the target died before the reverse tracing could begin. And this method of death also had to be genuinely plausible. For instance, Li Fan could envision a scenario where the nascent soul eminence accidentally suffered a disruption in his spiritual chi during flight, lost control, plummeted from the sky, and died upon impact. This outcome was indeed possible. However, the complexity of the reverse deduction required to engineer such a result far exceeded what Li Fan was currently capable of undertaking. Thus, the interlocking chains of life and death could not be activated. If the setup were more reasonable, say, a nascent soul eminence encounters his nemesis during his journey, engages in a deadly battle, and falls in combat, then after activating the interlocking chains of life and death, one could trace back to the conditions that would lead these two enemies to meet. Though it might require extensive calculation over time, success would eventually be assured. In summary, the more information available, especially regarding the death link in the chain, the easier it became to activate the interlocking chains of life and death. With his foreknowledge from Return to Truth, Li Fan could leverage this predictive advantage to its fullest, making feats like a chi refinement cultivator slaying a spirit transformation powerhouse seem almost trivial. For instance, in this lifetime, simply luring the target spirit transformation cultivator into the Tsungyun Sea during the Sea Evaporation event, Li Fan would be able to borrow Crimson Flame's power to eliminate the target. Discerning causality, killing without a trace. Li Fan thought with inward delight. What a marvelous divine ability. To his surprise, aside from the interlocking chains of life and death, his avatar transmitted another update, a second divine ability Lin Fan had grasped during his epiphany after Li Fan observed the changes in Zheng Haobu's fate across 2 lifetimes. Heaven watches and earth listens. This technique fused all of Li Fan's insights regarding energy mechanisms and fate, upgrading formless killing mechanism. The destinies of all things lay under heaven and earth's watchful gaze. By observing the interplay of energy mechanisms and fate, one could perceive things from the perspective of heaven and earth. Simply put, if formless killing mechanism could previously only vaguely lock onto a target's position, mastering Heaven Watches and Earth Listens now allowed him to observe the target locked on by formless killing mechanism from Heaven and Earth's vantage point. Once he understood the function of Heaven Watches and Earth Listens, Li Fan was truly overjoyed. Even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. At the same time, having 3 pleasant surprises in quick succession made him somewhat apprehensive, and he faintly wondered if the Sea Evaporation event might arrive ahead of schedule. But he quickly dismissed this baseless thought and tested the Heaven Watches and Earth Listens technique. Settling his mind, he focused on the strand of formless killing mechanism locked onto Zhang Haobua. An image instantly appeared in Li Fan's mind. Zhang Haobua stood poised above endless cerulean waves, 24 increasingly vivid blue water swords flying around him in an enigmatic array, shifting like the constellations in the sky. Water dragons emerged with each transformation of the sword array's formation. Zhang Haobua pointed toward the sea ahead, and the water dragons within the array soared out, dancing wildly across the sky. "Explode," he commanded in a low voice. The water dragons burst apart, each disintegrating into countless tiny water swords. In an instant, the swords fell like a violent storm, bombarding a vast area of the sea before him. The sea surface erupted with countless pillars of water, making for a spectacular sight. As specks of blue light flowed into his body, Zhang Haobua tested the technique again and again, seemingly inexhaustible. Li Fan watched, utterly captivated. From the perspective of heaven and earth, he saw not only the surface-level scenes, but also the flow of spiritual qi within Zhang Haobua's body, the movement of spiritual qi in each gesture, and even the operational method of this enhanced water dragon's roar array. Everything was laid bare before him with absolute clarity. Though the difference between observation and true mastery was worlds apart, if he watched it enough times, wouldn't he eventually learn it? In that moment, a profound insight tore through Li Fan's mind. Overwhelmed by excitement, he withdrew from the special state of heaven watches and earth listens, springing to his feet as the words burst from him unbidden. "At last, I understand my path." What was Li Fan's path? Since the beginning of his cultivation journey, one issue had loomed over him. His talent was mediocre at best. Even expelling miasma and refining qi had been struggles. Advancing to foundation establishment, golden core, and the distant nascent soul realm would only get more difficult. The world overflowed with geniuses, some possessing shocking aptitude, mastering techniques and abilities with effortless grace. How could Li Fan hope to compete? What if, one day, the chasm between realms grew too vast? What if no amount of repetition could breach it? What would become of him then? Today, Li Fan had found his answer, a path to heaven that belonged to him alone, one no other could ever replicate. Return to truth, the mountain-sitting art, heaven watches and earth listens. Unmatched natural talent? So what? Under my gaze, all insights in their lifetime will become mine. He sat back down, speaking softly to himself. Though heroes fill the world like fish in a river, surging forth year after year without end, they shall all become stepping stones in my path. Li Fan's path was to use the most brilliant among cultivators as his footholds, gathering the supremely talented as his eyes, ears, and pawns, then refining abilities through them. He would take the strengths of 10,000 schools and make them his own, then innovate and create a unique great Tao of his own. The path is set. Now, all that remains is to lay the plans. As Li Fan established his path, his avatar Lin Fan was equally exhilarated, sending another ripple of thought across their bond. This time, it wasn't a divine ability, but a piece of information he had perceived. Before the Great Reformation, the cultivation world had placed immense value on comprehending the Tao. Ancient cultivation emphasized perceiving the heavenly Tao. There were tales of mortals having an epiphany in the morning, refining qi by daybreak, establishing a Tao foundation by dusk, forming a golden core in 3 days, and condensing a nascent soul in 5. Some sat in meditation for 100 years, only to get a sudden epiphany and go from mortal to spirit transformation in a single step. Sadly, such individuals numbered fewer than 10 in all of cultivation history. Most only advanced a minor realm or grasped a divine ability through their epiphanies. But now, true Tao comprehension had become exceedingly rare. Peer into the laws of heaven and earth, seize the essence of heaven and earth, extract the marrow of heaven and earth. Li Fan thought to himself, if heaven will not give, I shall take it myself. Why would I need to comprehend the Tao? After comprehending the 2 divine abilities, Li Fan spent another half-month within the Tianxian mirror consolidating his insights. Then, he decided it was time to seek the opportunity to break through his bottleneck. Comparing the location in his mind with a map of the Tsongun Sea, he discovered his destination, a place called Yining Island. It earned its peculiar name because the island held no mortals, only a solitary cultivator known as Yining Shangren. Yimin Shangren's cultivation level wasn't particularly high, only at the Dao establishment realm. But the man himself had little interest in conventional cultivation. Instead, he preferred delving into all sorts of strange and obscure pursuits. Among his research subjects, the most infamous was on immortal miasma. The extraction of immortal miasma from living persons, as well as the experiment that had led to Su Changyu's death, was this Yimin Shangren's doing. Because of this, many cultivators wanted little to do with him and avoided his company. So he moved alone to this remote island, content with the solitude. How was Li Fan's breakthrough opportunity connected to such a person? Curious, Li Fan set out for Yimin Island at once. Yimin Island lay at the northeasternmost tip of the Songyun Sea. Li Fan had spent over 20 days traveling before finally reaching its vicinity. The island was small, with little vegetation. A single square structure rose from its center. From afar, faint cries of human suffering carried on the sea breeze. "Is Yimin Shangren present?" Li Fan called out, his voice echoing across the island. But after a long wait, there was no response. Patiently, Li Fan repeated his question. Only the mournful howl of the wind answered him. He called out once more. Still, no reply came. Li Fan took a moment to confirm his intuition. Indeed, this was the place. Cautiously, he descended onto the island, landing before the square building. The structure appeared to be built from a bluish-black stone, with no windows or doors except for a single entrance at its center. Inside lay impenetrable darkness, a void that swallowed not just light, but even divine sense. It was impossible to see what lay within. One could only hear intermittent sobs and wails echoing from the depths. The place radiated an eerie atmosphere, and Li Fan steeled himself as he slowly stepped forward. Just as he was about to enter, a sudden rustling sound caught his attention. A small, dog-like creature darted out from the darkness, nearly colliding with him. Thinking it might be an exotic beast attacking him, Li Fan prepared to strike it down. But a sweep of his divine sense revealed it was nothing more than an ordinary animal. As a guest, it wouldn't be proper to kill the host's pet without reason. So Li Fan reached out, grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, and lifted it up. Startled, the creature whimpered in fear, trembling uncontrollably. With a soft thud, something it had been carrying in its mouth fell to the ground. Holding the creature up for a closer look, Li Fan felt a wave of revulsion. It resembled a dog, but its limbs ended in human-like hands. On its belly, 5 or 6 eye-like organs shifted and squirmed, blinking intermittently as they fixed their gaze intently on Li Fan. What in the world is this thing? Fighting the urge to fling it away, Li Fan held it behind him and stepped into the darkness. After a few moments, his eyes adjusted to the gloom, and the scene before him came into focus. Contrary to his expectations of a grim and terrifying interior, the space was surprisingly orderly and clean, with no traces of blood anywhere. Transparent cages were arranged throughout, each holding various bizarre-looking creatures. These strange beings lay listlessly in their enclosures, showing little signs of aggression. Even as Li Fan approached, they remained indifferent, as though the cages were one-way mirrors, opaque from the inside. Among these grotesque forms was a 2-headed serpent whose heads constantly wrestled with one another. Another creature resembled a large disc covered in tiny, writhing maggots, floating and drifting through water. Yet another was clearly a fusion of 2 different species, a sheep's head grafted onto a tortoise's body. But the most unsettling of all was a monstrosity composed of 6 human heads fused together. Arms sprouted from the top of each head, digging into the base of the one above it. One head hoisted the next in a grotesque pillar. The lowermost head had 2 small hands growing from its base. This 6-headed hand creature stood upright like a giant insect, using its bottommost hands as feelers to crawl about its cage. As it moved, each of the 6 heads swiveled to face a different direction, their pale faces utterly devoid of expression. Even in his most terrifying nightmares, Li Fan had never witnessed such a revolting abomination. Suppressing the nausea rising within him, he took only a single glance before quickening his pace to move past it. At that moment, Li Fan detected a low, whispering murmur echoing from deep within the structure. "I must find you, I must find you." It repeated the same phrase over and over. Pausing to listen, Li Fan followed the sound deeper into the interior until he arrived before a massive, rectangular, transparent cage. On either side, four smaller prison cells were connected to this main enclosure. Each smaller cell held a single mortal prisoner with strange devices attached to their body. It looked like something was squirming inside these humans. Visible bulges writhed rapidly beneath their skin. Wherever these bulges traveled, the flesh rapidly festered and rotted. As the bulges moved on, some of the ravaged areas slowly began to heal, while others worsened dramatically. In the blink of an eye, a deep, black hole would form, revealing the white bone beneath. The torment these mortals endured was no less brutal than the most savage execution. They convulsed and wailed on the ground, and some had already ceased breathing entirely, leaving behind only a twitching mass of flesh and blood. Standing directly in front of the large transparent cage was a solitary figure. Li Fan observed him. His hair was somewhat disheveled, streaked with both black and white. His clothes were filthy and tattered, as if they hadn't been changed in years. "I must find you, I must find you." The figure stared obsessively at the transparent cage before him, muttering the phrase under his breath like a mantra. His cultivation was at the Dao establishment realm, and he was the only person here. "Fellow Taoist Inin Shangren?" Li Fan called out from a distance, keeping a gap between them. The man seemed completely oblivious, showing no reaction whatsoever. Woof, woof, woof. Just then, the dog Li Fan had captured began to struggle and bark fiercely, as if crying out to its master for help. Jolted by the barking, Inin Shangren suddenly whirled around. Seeing Li Fan, a look of realization dawned on his face. "Aya, a guest has arrived. Aya, a guest has arrived." Two voices spoke in rapid succession, one after the other, as if it had echoed inside him before the sound emerged. Li Fan's eyelids twitched slightly. Releasing the dog, he bowed slightly in greeting. "I pay my respects, fellow Taoist." The moment the little dog's hands touched the ground, it whimpered and scurried over to Inin Shangren's feet, rubbing its head against him obsequiously. Inin Shangren smoothed down his messy hair, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I was lost in thought while pondering a problem and failed to hear your call, fellow Taoist. Please forgive me." Again, the two voices rang out oddly, one after the other. Inin Shangren kicked the dog aside. Then, with considerable enthusiasm, he said to Li Fan, "This is no place for conversation. Fellow Taoist, please come this way." As he spoke, a door beside them slid open abruptly, and Inin Shangren walked through. The dog barked joyfully and trotted after him, wagging its behind. Inin Shangren led the way ahead, then seemed to remember something. He turned back to speak to Li Fan. "Ah, right. I am not called Inin Shangren. My name is Yin Shangren. Yin Shangren." The two voices spoke one after another, sounding like they had said Inin Shangren. "So that's how it is." Li Fan suddenly understood. The cultivators of the Tsongyun Sea might have addressed him that way to mock him. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Yin Shangren." Li Fan greeted him once more. Yin Shangren appeared genuinely pleased to hear his name spoken correctly. Beyond the small door lay a collection of numerous artifacts. Yin Shangren enthusiastically introduced Li Fan to each one. "These are the bones of a Vedic fish. This species went extinct 3,500 years ago. It took me tremendous effort to acquire this skeleton. They say Vedic fish were exceptionally intelligent, capable of mimicking human speech. Eating their flesh would allow one to understand the language of fish. Who knows if it's true or not? They came before a lifelike, coiled giant serpent that stretched over 1,000 meters." Yin Shangren excitedly continued, "This is a Tsongyun sea serpent. They normally lurk in the deep sea, burying their bodies in the sediment. I had to search through a good half of the Tsongyun Sea to catch one this long. Preserving it as a specimen took me no small effort." Then, lowering his voice mysteriously, he added, "According to my research, the serpent itself isn't the actual creature. They harbor a mysterious parasite inside them, an extremely tiny worm. Even a Dao establishment cultivator would struggle to detect it with divine sense. Yet, it is precisely these tiny worms that control the massive sea serpents. Truly unimaginable." As they continued walking, the sheer variety of specimens left Li Fan astonished. The two stopped before a pair of human skeletons placed side by side. Pointing at the two skeletons, Yin Shangren asked with some pride, "Fellow Taoist, can you discern any differences between these two human skeletons?" Differences. Li Fan swept his divine sense over them. They appeared to be the remains of ordinary mortals. Both were male skeletons, just differing in size and height. But if asked about fundamental differences, after studying them a while longer, Li Fan shook his head. "My eyes are unrefined. I cannot see a distinction." Yin Shangren laughed heartily. "Don't feel bad. I'd wager that within the entire Songyun Sea, aside from me, no other cultivator could detect the difference between these two skeletons." He pointed at the two skeletons, leaned close to Li Fan, and spoke in an extremely hushed tone. "These two men, they aren't the same kind of people." "Not the same kind of people?" Li Fan was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Yin Shangren gestured with his hands as he pondered, but seemed unable to find the right words to describe it. After struggling for a good while, he suddenly clenched his fist, his face a mask of frustration. "It's a feeling, you understand? They're clearly both human, but these two humans, they lived in different eras, in different regions. They might look quite similar, and I dug both out from the bottom of the Songyun Sea, but there's an extremely peculiar boundary that marks the difference between these two skeletons." Yin Shangren spoke mysteriously, rambling for a long time without managing to articulate anything concrete. Giving up the struggle, he continued forward, coming to an abrupt halt before an empty display pedestal. He pointed at the vacant pedestal, his face pale and his finger trembling uncontrollably. His lips moved, but for a long moment, not a single word emerged. "Fellow Taoist Yin, what's wrong?" Li Fan couldn't help but ask. My treasure. Where is it?" Yin Shangren was aghast. The dog following behind him let out a whimper, its ears drooping. It sneaked a glance upward, then quickly huddled at Yin Shangren's feet, trembling. Seeing this, Li Fan thought of something. He tentatively asked, "Fellow Taoist Yin, this treasure of yours, it wouldn't happen to be a bone, would it?" Yin Shangren was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. "Yes. Have you seen it?" Li Fan's expression turned odd. He led Yin Shangren back to the entrance of the square building. When Li Fan first arrived, the dog had crashed headlong into him, and the thing it was carrying in its mouth had fallen to the ground. At the time, Li Fan saw that it was just a bone and assumed it was the dog's toy, so he hadn't bothered to pick it up. He never would have guessed that this bone was actually a treasure of Yin Shangren's. He watched as Yin Shangren picked up the bone with a pained expression, carefully wiping the drool from its surface. He gazed at it with the look of a man beholding his dream lover, admiring it meticulously while stroking it with tender affection. The sheer intensity of that look sent a shiver down Li Fan's spine. He coughed lightly, snapping Yin Shangren out of his reverie. Li Fan couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Yin, where did this bone originate from? What makes you treasure it so?" Yin Shangren clutched the bone tightly in his hand, as if afraid of losing it again. Staring at the bone, his expression grew distant. This is a remarkable treasure. I could lose every other item in my collection, but this is even more precious to me than my own life." Hearing this, Li Fan grew solemn. Genuine curiosity flickered in his eyes as he looked at Yin Shangren questioningly. "I assume you are familiar with immortal miasma," Yin Shangren said. At first, the immortal miasma only spread among mortals. It had no effect on us cultivators whatsoever. It was only later, after a cultivator was somehow infected by it, that it began to spread among cultivators. Li Fan looked at the white bone in Yin Shangren's hand. "You mean to say?" "That's right. This rib belongs to that very first cultivator who was infected by the immortal miasma." Yin Shangren giggled, once again stroking the rib as if it were a priceless treasure. But then, noticing that Li Fan showed no signs of shock or excitement, he turned confused. "When you look at it, don't you feel your whole body tremble with inexplicable shock and delight?" Li Fan shook his head repeatedly. It is a true pity that you cannot appreciate its value, fellow Taoist," Yin Shangren sighed. "The infection of cultivators by the immortal miasma is one of the most significant events in history. Its impact on the current structure of the cultivation world is second only to the Great Reformation itself. And the remains of that first poor soul who was infected, how immense must their research and commemorative value be? Aren't you curious to know how a mortal plague could possibly infect a cultivator? If we could uncover the origin of this mutation, perhaps we could eradicate the immortal mortal miasma at its source. When that happens, I will be remembered as a great figure by the entire cultivation world. For a moment, Yin Shangren seemed lost in his own fantasy. After a while, seeing that Li Fan's face remained utterly impassive, he let out a long sigh, looking like a master disappointed in his most hopeless student. You don't understand. This fellow, Sue something or other. Never mind. Every single bone from that unlucky wretch's skeleton is priceless, fought over by countless cultivators. I was extremely fortunate to acquire this single rib. Of course, the most precious of all is his complete skull, preserved at the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Yin Shangren's eyes grew distant with longing, a line of drool nearly escaping the corner of his mouth. Li Fan couldn't comprehend such peculiar fascination and only shook his head repeatedly. Just then, Yin Shangren seemed to snap back to reality. Eh? I just realized, what brings you here so unexpectedly, fellow Daoist? Li Fan and Yin Shangren re-entered the building and took seats in a rest area. Here, Li Fan stated the purpose of his visit. Oh? You wish to inquire about breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. Yin Shangren immediately grew excited, spraying spittle as he spoke. You've come to the right person, fellow Daoist. I dare say no one understands Foundation establishment better than I do. I'm eager to hear the details. Li Fan replied with a cheerful smile. At that moment, the dog approached. It stood upright like a human, holding cups in its two front hands. It then placed them on the table. Dark liquid churned within the cups. It was impossible to tell what the contents were. The dog then lay down again, circling Yin Shangren repeatedly as though seeking praise. Fellow Daoist, please have some tea. This is a cultivated colony of spiritual qi bacteria, truly excellent. Once they multiply symbiotically within your body, they can accelerate spiritual qi circulation and enhance the burst power of spiritual qi, among numerous other benefits. Yin Shangren introduced it to Li Fan and took a sip. Li Fan extended his divine sense into the cup. The liquid inside churned with countless tiny microorganisms, clawing and posturing with rather distinctive appearances. Thus, Li Fan made no movement. Seeing that Li Fan wasn't planning to drink, Yin Shangren seemed somewhat disappointed. He didn't insist, instead moving to the main topic. So-called foundation establishment is the establishment of the foundation for your cultivation. But do you know what this Dao Foundation truly is? Li Fan pondered a moment before answering. The Dao Foundation is the root of a cultivator's practice. After reaching the final stage Qi refinement realm, a cultivator must construct their own Dao Foundation to continue cultivating. Otherwise, even if their cultivation level could still rise, it would be like building a towering 100-zhang structure on sand. The slightest shake would bring it crashing down. When discussing academic matters, Yin Shangren was quite serious. He nodded. Correct. Before the Great Reformation, some Qi refinement cultivators took unorthodox paths, forgoing the Dao Foundation to specialize solely in Qi refinement. They claimed Qi refinement had no limits, that one at the 3,000th level of Qi refinement could slay Dao Unity powerhouse. Unfortunately, this individual only reached the 99th level of Qi refinement before a golden core cultivator took offense and casually struck him down. Perhaps his path was viable, but first, Qi refinement cultivators have frail bodies that are unable to withstand such immense power. Second, no matter how many levels of Qi refinement one accumulates, it remains pure brute force. In actual combat against foundation establishment or higher cultivators, the disadvantages are too great. This idea focuses on minutiae while neglecting the core. Yin Shangren took another sip of tea and continued. Ancient cultivators all learned from nature. They observed the workings of heaven and earth, contemplating the laws of the great Tao's flow. Then, synthesizing their insights, they made clumsy imitations. Over the years, a cultivator's accumulated insights and reflections on the great Tao became the foundation for their future cultivation. And, because natural talent varied, with differences in Tao comprehension aptitude, the speed at which cultivators established their Tao foundations differed tremendously. Some gained sudden insight in an instant, establishing their foundation immediately. But the vast majority spent decades poring over texts until their hair turned white without making an inch of progress. The difficulty of cultivating the Tao is evident. Yin Shangren suddenly sighed. But that was the past. If we compare the laws of heaven and earth to a towering great tree, then in former times, we cultivators were all minuscule spirits among its branches. We flew between each leaf and twig, observing and comprehending. It was too slow, too difficult. After the immortal venerable preached the Tao, we cultivators all transformed into greedy ants, no longer observing and emulating, but directly devouring the leaves and branches of the great tree, turning them into nourishment for our own growth. This method undoubtedly accelerated cultivation by countless times. And curios of heaven and earth are precisely like those leaves and branches. They are the aggregation of the world's laws in a particular aspect. By using curios as a foundation, cultivators can skip the process of comprehension and directly forge their own Tao foundation. Li Fan nodded. I recall the treatise on curios mentioning something similar. Treatise on curios. Yin Shangren snorted, a clear disdain in his tone. He continued, if borrowing the curios of heaven and earth was meant to bypass the process of understanding heaven and the earth, then let me ask you this. Suppose there is a cultivator today, a true genius who doesn't need curios to comprehend these laws. His connection to heaven and earth is profoundly deep. In ancient times, he could have proceeded directly to foundation establishment. Can he do so now? Yin Shangren's gaze burned intently at Li Fan. Naturally not. Foundation establishment requires one to borrow the curios of heaven and earth. Li Fan began, then suddenly fell silent as a thought struck him. Precisely. The methodology of cultivation has been utterly transformed, Yin Shangren said coldly. In the past, cultivators comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, cultivating in harmony with the heavens. This was the natural order. But after the immortal venerable disseminated the new methodology, this natural order was reversed. Cultivators must now act against the heavens, plundering and seizing from heaven and earth. Li Fan murmured, defy the principles of heaven and earth. To attain eternal life. Yin Shangren finished. I do not know what cultivators needed to do to achieve eternal life before the Great Reformation. But ever since the cultivation methodology changed, the only path to attain eternal life was to defy the principles of heaven and earth. The immortal venerable who first transmitted this method was both the theorist and its first practitioner. He defied all established cultivation principles of every cultivator under heaven and attained the fruit of eternal life. Since then, he has enjoyed longevity equal to heaven and earth, living free and unfettered. And from that point onward, any cultivator under heaven who wishes to cultivate can only do so according to his methodology. How tyrannical! Yin Shangren's tone was vehement, clearly holding significant dissatisfaction toward this eternal heavenly venerable. Walk your own path, and then force all living beings to walk only that path from then on. This heavenly venerable is truly. Li Fan was deeply shaken. This was the second eternal, heavenly venerable he knew of. Then he suddenly thought of the giant statue of the elder on Myriad Immortals Island who wore a headpiece. It towered above all, looking down upon the masses coming and going. Could the Myriad Immortals Alliance have been founded by this very heavenly venerable? Yin Shangren's eyes shone with fervent longing. It would be like borrowing the power of heaven and earth's crucible to remake your body. And that body would become the most perfect constitution I can imagine. There's a saying, what fits you best is what is best. Nowadays, cultivators undergoing foundation establishment often seek a curio of heaven and earth that resonates with their own nature. That way, they can maximize the curio's potential. But no matter what tier of curio of heaven and earth it is, even a legendary curio of heaven, none can compare to a self-foundation. Think about it. What could possibly be more suitable for you than yourself? Your Tao foundation would merge with you perfectly. Every divine ability, every technique, would become an innate part of your being. From then on, I imagine you would master any technique instantly, achieving profound skill as soon as you learn it. Seeing Yin Shangren growing more and more excited, Li Fan interrupted him. These are all just your conjectures, aren't they? Yin Shangren paused, then shook his head vigorously. Even though I only completed half of the self-foundation process, I could clearly feel tremendous improvement in every aspect compared to before. Not just my aptitude for cultivation and comprehending techniques, but also my affinity with spiritual qi, even the agility of my thoughts. It's nothing like what it was before. Hearing him boast so extravagantly, Li Fan pressed further. If a self-foundation is so miraculous, what is its success rate? Yin Shangren explained, "Look at me, I nearly succeeded on my first attempt. So the probability of success surely can't be low. You must believe me, fellow Taoist. This is the conclusion I reached after dissecting hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators' corpses and decades of painstaking research. It can't be wrong. When you undergo foundation establishment, you must give it a try." Yin Shangren gazed at Li Fan with burning enthusiasm. "Well, I'll certainly consider trying it." "Wait, did you say you dissected hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators' corpses?" Li Fan's heart jumped, and the question slipped out before he could stop himself. "Indeed. Fellow Taoist, why do you look at me like that? Do you doubt me? They're still lying in my basement. Would you like to see them?" Yin Shangren asked. That won't be necessary. I'm just curious. Where did you obtain these hundreds of foundation establishment remains?" Yin Shangren pondered for a moment, his eyes growing vacant and confused. "Right, where did I get so many corpses? Strange, why can't I remember?" He muttered to himself. Li Fan already had his answer. "It's not important. If you can't remember, let it be." "True enough." Yin Shangren nodded, appearing thoroughly convinced. "Thank you for resolving my doubts. Now that my questions are answered, I won't trouble you further." Earlier, when Yin Shangren mentioned that everything in heaven and earth can be considered an unfinished curio, something had clicked within Li Fan. The bottleneck that had plagued him suddenly vanished. As long as he had a curio of heaven and earth in hand, he could immediately begin establishing his foundation. Having achieved his goal, Li Fan had no desire to remain here any longer. Though Yin Shangren likely meant no harm, the atmosphere of this place was deeply unsettling. Thus, Li Fan decisively took his leave. Yin Shangren tried to persuade him to stay, but Li Fan refused all entreaties. "Fellow Taoist, remember to try my self-foundation method." Yin Shangren urged earnestly before they parted. Li Fan repeatedly assured him he would, then swiftly departed. Long after Li Fan had vanished into the distance, Yin Shangren murmured to himself, "You must try it. I truly haven't lied." After a long silence, he fell quiet once more. Then he turned and walked back to the massive rectangular transparent cage. All the mortals in the four corners had dissolved into pools of flesh and blood. None had survived. Such a pity. Not a single one endured, he said with apparent regret. "I'm running low on test subjects. Looks like I'll need to make another trip outside." Amidst grinding and creaking sounds, the dissolved mortals were removed from the four cages. A new batch of test subjects appeared within the enclosures, and agonized screams once again filled the air. Yin Shangren, long accustomed to such sights and sounds, showed no reaction. He stared intently at the rectangular transparent prison before him, clutching the white rib bone in his hand tightly. In a nearly pathological tone, he whispered, "Don't worry, I will avenge you. I will find the one who created the immortal mortal miasma. I will avenge you. I will find you. I will find you." Yin Shangren's murmuring voice once again echoed through the bizarre structure. Myriad Immortals Island. Back within the Tianxian mirror, Li Fan searched for information on the self-foundation method. It wasn't some secret technique. Yet, all cultivators treated it as a joke, and nobody actually believed in it. This was because everyone who had tried this method had died disastrously while establishing their foundation. Self-foundation. Of course, Li Fan didn't entirely believe what Yin Shangren had said. But at least one statement held true. Everything in heaven and earth can be considered an unfinished curio. Li Fan considered the statement to be fundamentally sound. That realization, however, led to a far more pressing question. Was return to truth, the variability that had allowed him to cycle through lifetimes, one of these curios of heaven and earth? And if it was, could he somehow use return to truth as his own Tao foundation? What exactly was return to truth? This question had lingered in Li Fan's mind ever since it had appeared. Was it an ability that awakened within him after his transmigration? Or was it some esoteric gift hidden deep within his body? In certain moments, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a subconscious dread. What if one day he suddenly lost return to truth? Or worse, what if, at a critical moment when he needed to turn reality into illusion, return to truth suddenly failed him? When he first read Treatise on Curios, Li Fan had also wondered, could return to truth be a type of curio of heaven and earth? Could he use it for his foundation establishment? Now, after hearing Yin Shangren's words, Li Fan felt a growing certainty that perhaps he truly could use Return to Truth to establish his Tao foundation. But the time wasn't right. Return to Truth was his final trump card. Without absolute certainty, he would not recklessly attempt it. If using Return to Truth for foundation establishment was like a difficult research problem that needed solving, then Li Fan currently didn't even qualify to participate in the discussion. After all, he still hadn't fully grasped what foundation establishment actually entailed. Fortunately, in this era, most questions could be answered for a price. His avatar, Lin Fan, began searching for knowledge related to foundation establishment. Preliminary discussion on foundation establishment, heaven, earth, and man, records of 100 foundation establishments. Li Fan redeemed and read one related text after another. Gradually, he developed a general understanding of foundation establishment. Using the object-devouring technique, one consumes a curio of heaven and earth into the dantian. The heaven-earth root takes root upon it. Then, using the curio as soil and a nurturing bed, one absorbs the laws contained within it, eventually growing a fruit called the Tao Foundation. Curios of heaven and earth were divided into 3 major categories: curios of heaven, curios of earth, and curios of man. Among these, establishing a foundation with a curio of man was the easiest, because curios of man were generally formed from fallen cultivators, containing the insights into the laws that the cultivator had in life. It was like having a teacher constantly at one's side during the foundation establishment process, offering diligent guidance. Curios of earth and curios of heaven were closer to the pure laws of the great Tao. Without other cultivators' experiences to refer to, one had to spend more time and effort comprehending the various laws aggregated within the curio to transform them into their own Tao foundation. However, the benefit of borrowing a curio of heaven and earth to build a Tao foundation was that the process could not fail. It was just like when breaking through to Qi refinement, condensing the heaven-earth root, and forcibly drawing spiritual Qi for use. This method of foundation establishment could be summed up as steady. If foundation establishment in ancient times before the Great Reformation was a closed-book exam, then foundation establishment now is an open-book exam. The answers are right in front of you. How fast and how accurately you can copy them depends entirely on the individual. Li Fan mused to himself. The rarer the curio, the higher the difficulty of the exam. When the difficulty reaches a certain point, you can't even understand what the exam questions are saying, let alone answer them. From this perspective, even if I wanted to use Return to Truth for foundation establishment in the short term, I simply couldn't do it. But if, during the process of foundation establishment, I gradually enhance my comprehension of the Great Tao's laws and then repeatedly attempt it, there might still be a chance. As for that self-foundation, 10 years ago? Maybe I can let that Yin Shangren try it himself first. Li Fan made plans for his subsequent cultivation path. His avatar still existed, so the remains obtained from Tianyang's cave dwelling could not be used yet. His avatar Lin Fan continued to browse through the Tianqian mirror. At the same time, he redeemed and perused some foundation establishment techniques to prepare for later derivation and fusion of his own techniques. As for his true self, Li Fan still intended to wait for the deep-sea pearl to emerge and use it for his foundation establishment. In his previous life, he had become one with the ocean, borrowing the sea's consciousness to comprehend heaven and earth. He was already perfectly attuned to the deep-sea pearl, so using it for foundation establishment would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. Now, more than half of Anchor Year 13 had passed. Only about 7 or 8 years remained until Crimson Flame would scorch the sea and the deep-sea pearl emerged. He could afford to wait. Besides, during this time, he wasn't without means to deepen his understanding of foundation establishment. Formless killing mechanism, heaven watches and earth listens, activate. The images in his mind gradually sharpened. Amid the raging storm, Zhang Haobo was tossed about like a kite with its string cut, flung by the gales. He paid no heed to the towering waves or the bean-sized raindrops, allowing them to strike his body unchecked. Li Fan observed Zhang Haobo. Nearly 3 months have passed since I last saw him. He's already reached the late-stage Qi refinement realm. His eyes are shut, his breathing has ceased, and even the spiritual chi throughout his body has fallen into utter stillness. What is he comprehending? Li Fan also studied the violent storm. Perhaps it was his imagination, but a flash of azure light seemed to streak across the gloomy, overcast sky. What was that? When he looked again, it was gone. That fleeting glimpse might have been nothing more than an illusion. Azure. Under the effect of heaven watches and earth listens, Li Fan refused to believe he had mistaken it. He suddenly recalled the storm floods that had plagued the Songyun Sea for years. He had previously searched the Tianjian mirror for information about these storm floods, but there were no records of them. At that time, he thought it was because they had little impact on cultivators. Now he understood, this was likely the influence of the eternal, heavenly venerable. Li Fan remembered that just before he arrived in the Songyun Sea in a past life, a massive storm flood had occurred, destroying over 100 islands. In the following years, the scale and frequency of the storm floods gradually diminished until crimson flame descended. There might be some secret here, but now is not the time to investigate. Li Fan filed the thought away. His attention returned to Zhang Haobo. The man remained in a state of epiphany. Li Fan couldn't discern what was happening, and the endless storm showed no signs of abating. Thus, he could only maintain a sliver of awareness focused on Zhang Haobo's movements while diverting most of his attention back to the Tianjian mirror. Placing all bets on one person is unwise. I need to cast a wider net. I haven't tested how many people formless killing mechanism can lock onto at once. I can experiment on some cultivators nearing Foundation establishment. When it came to gathering information, Li Fan immediately thought of Jiao Xiuyuan. Though the man was greedy and cowardly, his intelligence was reliable. And Li Fan was a regular customer. Concealing his presence, Li Fan made his way familiarly to the Thousandly Hall. Before he even stepped inside, Jiao Xiuyuan's voice carried from within. I've already got everything you asked for. When are you coming to pick it up? How many times do I have to remind you? Don't give me that nonsense about being too busy to come. I think you just don't want it anymore. Hey. Damn it. When Li Fan entered the room, he saw Jiao Xiuyuan's face twisted in frustration. He slammed a small cauldron onto the table. Another money-losing venture, Daoist Jiao? Li Fan quipped with amusement. Seeing a customer, Jiao Xiuyuan's angry expression instantly shifted into a welcoming smile. But upon hearing Li Fan's teasing remark, his face darkened again. He chuckled awkwardly. What are you talking about, fellow Daoist? I, Jiao, have never conducted business at a loss. Then, through gritted teeth, he muttered under his breath, that brat actually dared to play me. Does he really think Jiao Xiuyuan is an easy one? Li Fan had heard him grumble like this more than once before and simply smiled without comment. His eyes fell on the small cauldron on the table. Fellow Daoist Jiao, this small cauldron. Jiao Xiuyuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately launched into an enthusiastic explanation. This cauldron is extraordinary. I went through immense hardship to retrieve it from the ruins of a destroyed sect. Oh? What purpose does it serve? Li Fan's interest was piqued. Most artifacts that survived the Great Reformation and endured to the present day were anything but ordinary. Have you heard of the renowned Medicine King sect? Jiao Xiuyuan said mysteriously. I haven't. Li Fan shook his head. Jiao Xiuyuan's smile froze for a moment. Fortunately, his professional composure held, and he quickly launched into an explanation for Li Fan. The Medicine King sect was one of the most illustrious sects of the ancient era. They were renowned throughout the cultivation world for their alchemy and herb cultivation. It is said that after the immortal venerable spread the Tao, but before the Great Reformation arrived, the sect master of the Medicine King sect at the time, Lu Rukan, had a vague premonition that a great change was coming to the world. So, using the Medicine King cauldron as a vessel, Lu Rukan parted the void and broke through the boundaries of this world, departing with the entire Medicine King sect. This was the first time Li Fan had heard such a tale. They broke through the world's boundaries? Where did they go? Jiao Xiuyuan shrugged. It's a story from thousands of years ago. Who can say? Perhaps they went to one of the minor worlds drifting nearby. Perhaps they journeyed to a brand new world. Regardless, that's not the important part. The important part is this cauldron. Li Fan nodded slightly, but his avatar, Lin Fan, swiftly began searching for the keyword, world. Relevant information instantly surfaced. It was surprisingly expensive, costing over 1,000 contribution points. He purchased them and began reading. In ancient times, cultivators had already established a fundamental understanding of the world. The cultivation world they currently inhabited was not the only world in existence. Not only were there numerous attached minor worlds and independent miniature grotto heavens surrounding their world, but beyond the endless void, there existed other worlds similar to their own. Before the Great Reformation, that ancient and prosperous cultivation world had even engaged in considerable communication and exchange with these other worlds. The cultivators of that time referred to themselves as cultivators of the Xianwang world. Li Fan paused. Xianwang. His mind churned for a moment before he continued reading. But one day, for reasons unknown, all communications were suddenly severed. There were cultivators who attempted to traverse the void, intending to visit those other worlds to investigate the matter. But none ever returned. Later, the Great Reformation descended, and heaven and earth were reshaped. The Xianwang world seemed to enter a state of isolation. Attempting to part the void and leave became countless times more difficult. Hundreds of years after the slaughter ceased and order was re-established, new cultivators attempted once more to make contact with other worlds. But all these years, there had been no significant discoveries. Still, it seemed research into the matter was never truly abandoned and had continued all this time. So that's it. The Xianwang world. Could the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra have been passed down since ancient times? But the immortal miasma hadn't appeared back then. The timeline doesn't quite align. Li Fan pondered silently. What truly transpired in that ancient era remained shrouded in mystery, with no definitive written records even within the Tianjin mirror. But one thing was certain, there were cultivators who had survived from that time to the present, like the white-haired elder Li Fan had encountered in a past life. Yet all of them, without exception, maintained a strict silence on the matter, veiling that period of history in fog and uncertainty. Modern cultivators could only catch glimpses of what might have happened in that past era through hearsay and fragmented tales. What Kohong had told Li Fan was the version commonly circulated in the cultivation world today, that the Great Reformation had descended, immortal techniques could no longer be shared, and this had occurred before the spread of the immortal miasma. But later, Li Fan discovered the tomb of Yixing, an outer disciple of the Taiyan sect. According to the murals in the tomb passage, the Taiyan sect clearly still existed when the immortal miasma spread. Yixing himself had been tasked with relocating mortals. This contradicted Kohong's account, and Li Fan trusted the evidence uncovered through archaeology more. According to Kohong, there seemed to be a period between when immortal techniques could no longer be shared and when the slaughter truly began. Perhaps that period was longer than I imagined. Indeed, the cultivators of that time would have immediately recognized the consequences of being unable to share techniques, so they must have tried every means possible to save themselves. The collapse of order didn't happen overnight. The ancient cultivation world had existed for an unknowable length of time. It couldn't have been so fragile. Moreover, the timescale for cultivators is vastly different from that of mortals. And in the ancient cultivation world, cultivators lived far longer lives. A dozen or 20 years might have been nothing more than a single session of secluded meditation to them. The true fear, despair, and slaughter likely only erupted completely when cultivators found their progress stalled and their lifespans nearing an end. At first, order might have been barely maintained. But then, the immortal miasma broke out. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Of course, this was all speculation based on the clues he had gathered. The truth might hold other secrets. But broadly speaking, it likely wasn't far from Li Fan's conjecture. While Li Fan was lost in thought, Jiao Xiuyuan noticed his lack of response after speaking at length. He waved the small cauldron in front of Li Fan's eyes. "Fellow Taoist, what do you think? Do you want this mini Medicine King cauldron or not?" Li Fan snapped back to attention, his expression unchanged. "What exactly is this cauldron used for? Could you explain it again, fellow Taoist Jiao? I was pondering another matter earlier." Jiao Xiuyuan sighed helplessly and repeated his explanation. This mini Medicine King cauldron was used by disciples of the Medicine King sect to plant and cultivate various spirit plants and herbs. It contains its own spatial realm and can continuously generate what attribute spiritual qi on its own, accelerating the growth of herbs. Li Fan frowned upon hearing this. If it's such a treasure, why did that person just abandon it? Jiao Xiuyuan offered an awkward smile, not bothering to lie. You haven't heard, fellow Taoist? The Myriad Immortals Alliance has already begun selling the first batch of spirit plants and herbs from the newly discovered would attribute spiritual Qi Grotto Heaven. The quantity is absolutely massive, so the prices have completely collapsed. Jiao Xiuyuan shrugged helplessly. With such massive, bulk shipments flooding the market, the prices of these spirit plants and herbs keep plummeting. There are even rumors that 2 more Grotto Heavens of similar scale have been discovered near that would attribute spiritual Qi Grotto Heaven. Jiao Xiuyuan shook his head, clicking his tongue in dismay. Just imagine, you've poured your heart into nurturing these spirit plants and herbs for over half a year. They finally mature, and you harvest them excitedly, expecting them to fetch a handsome price. But when you get to the market, you find their values have crashed to the prices of cabbages. You can't even recoup your initial investment. Who can withstand a blow like that? In such conditions, who'd still want to cultivate their own spirit plants? Might as well just buy them from the market. Li Fan nodded. So that's how it is. Then this mini Medicine King cauldron would be useless to me too. I'm not buying it. Jiao Xiuyuan hurriedly tried to persuade him. Fellow Taoist, please reconsider. Those spirit plant and herb prices have dropped now. What about the future? Could they surge again? No one can say for sure. Treasures like the mini Medicine King cauldron are met by chance, not sought by design. Miss this opportunity, and you might never find another. Even if you don't grow herbs, it would still be beneficial to keep it around for some flowers or plants. Jiao Xiuyuan fully deployed his silver tongue, doing his best to make a sale. This. Li Fan seemed slightly tempted. Jiao Xiuyuan struck while the iron was hot, sweetening the deal. Fellow Taoist, you must be a long-time patron of Thousandly Hall. Tell you what, today I'll take a loss on a big sale. Buy one, get one free. As he spoke, he produced another small cauldron from who knows where and clanked it down on the table. Li Fan eyed the 2 nearly identical cauldrons, then shot a skeptical look at Jiao Xiuyuan. Fellow Taoist, you're not trying to fool me, are you? Did you really dig these so-called mini Medicine King cauldrons out from the ruins of the Medicine King sect? Jiao Xiuyuan grew frantic. They're absolutely genuine. Our Thousandly Hall does business across the entire cultivation world. Why would we tarnish our own reputation? Look, the dirt hasn't even been cleaned off yet. He patted the 2 small cauldrons, shaking loose a shower of dust and soil. 500 contribution points, buy one get one free. Fellow Taoist, this deal is absolutely no loss for you. Seeing Jiao Xiuyuan pounding his chest in assurance, Li Fan pondered a moment but still shook his head. Forget it. I don't have many contribution points to begin with. I came here today on other business anyway. I have no spare funds for this mini Medicine King cauldron. Hey now, don't be like that. Whatever it is, just say it. Let me be your advisor. After all, you're one of my regulars. Seeing Li Fan change his mind again, Jiao Xiuyuan grew anxious once more. Only then did Li Fan state his purpose. So you're just looking for a place where many cultivators break through from Qi refinement to foundation establishment? That's easy. Buy these 2 mini Medicine King cauldrons, and I'll throw in that information for free. Jiao Xiuyuan said magnanimously. Fine, since you put it that way. Li Fan was all too eager. He immediately took out 5 high-grade spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them over. Swift and decisive. I like you. Jiao Xiuyuan snatched the spirit stones as if afraid Li Fan might reconsider. He then produced a blank jade slip, held it in his hand for a moment, and finally handed both the jade slip and the 2 cauldrons to Li Fan. Li Fan stowed the mini Medicine King cauldrons away and began scanning the contents of the jade slip. A foundation establishment master? Interesting. With his objective achieved, there was no time to waste. Li Fan prepared to head directly to the location indicated. As for those 2 mini Medicine King cauldrons, they were only 500 contribution points. He might as well buy them too. Jiao Xiuyuan had a point, they might come in handy someday. After taking a few steps toward the entrance, Li Fan suddenly remembered something. He turned around and fixed his gaze on Jiao Xiuyuan for a moment, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then he quietly departed. Jiao Xiuyuan paid no mind to Li Fan's actions, muttering under his breath, "I went through all the trouble of digging up 36 of these mini cauldrons and only sold 10. What rotten luck." The southeastern waters of the Tsongyun Sea. This area of the sea was remarkably empty. Aside from a single nameless islet at its center, there were no other islands for thousands of li in any direction. The Foundation establishment master Jiao Xiuyuan had spoken of was residing on this very island. Though this individual was only at the late-stage Foundation establishment realm, he was said to have profound insights into the Foundation establishment process. He could guide cultivators, shortening the time required to establish their foundations. Thus, many cultivators came to seek his advice, willing to give it a try. And surprisingly, it was genuinely effective. But cultivators also cared about face. Most, after successfully establishing their foundation, were unwilling to admit they had relied on outside help. So they rarely spoke of it to others. The Foundation establishment master's reputation only circulated within specific circles. Just as Li Fan was making his way toward the island where the Foundation establishment master resided, a sliver of consciousness he had left with Zhang Haobua sent a ripple of feedback. Li Fan's mind stirred, his attention shifting back to Zhang Haobua. By now, the wind and rain had gradually subsided, and the sky was clearing. "Wind," Zhang Haobua opened his eyes, murmuring softly. A tempest seemed to gather in his pupils. A faint breeze brushed past. "Rain," Zhang Haobua murmured again. Drizzling raindrops began to fall once more from the sky. Wind and rain together. A sharp light flashed in Zhang Haobua's eyes as he uttered the words lightly. A clear wind blew, stirring the rain, and the downpour slowly intensified. Rain fell like a curtain of broken pearls dropping from the sky. As the rain fell, the wind rose. The wind's mournful howl grew louder and louder, in turn driving the rain to pour harder. Gradually, clouds were drawn from all directions across the sky, coalescing into thick, dark clouds poised to bring another sudden storm. Fierce winds whipped up terrifying waves that churned and surged with increasing violence. The rain borrowed the wind's force. The wind amplified the rain's power. Cycle upon cycle, each strengthened the other, as if it would never end. It seemed a new storm was about to be born between heaven and earth. But suddenly, the clouds scattered. The wind ceased abruptly. The strange phenomena vanished in an instant. Zhang Haobua let out a loud laugh, then collapsed as if drained of strength, falling backward from a high altitude into the sea. He plunged beneath the waves with a great splash, sinking all the way to the seabed, where all sound and movement ceased. Wind and rain together. Li Fan, who had observed everything through heaven watches and earth listens, couldn't help but feel a touch of admiration. Although Zhang Haobua's divine ability hadn't been fully executed due to his exhaustion, one could already faintly glimpse the power it would unleash once completely formed. "I hope you can bring me more surprises in the days to come." His consciousness returned to his true self, which continued its journey toward its destination. 3 days later, the island where the Foundation establishment master resided finally came into view. The island appeared to host only a single, compound-like structure. Li Fan slowed his flight, descending gently before the compound's gate. The gate stood open, and a listless young man was leaning lazily against it. He glanced at Li Fan and drawled, "With the master's help, your Foundation establishment is guaranteed. We cheat no one, young or old. You'll need to provide your own curio of heaven and earth. Price is 2,000 contribution points or equivalent spirit stones. I am Li Fan. May I know how I should address you, fellow Taoist?" Li Fan cupped his hands in greeting. The young man's eyes lit up at this. "What a coincidence, we share the same family name. I'm Li Chifeng. By the way, when you go in, try bargaining. You can probably get a spot for just 1,800 contribution points," Li Chifeng whispered. "Thank you, brotherly. However, I haven't found a suitable curio of heaven and earth yet. I came here mainly to observe the Foundation establishment master's methods before making a decision," Li Fan explained. "Oh, that's fine too. There are plenty like you every year. The master doesn't mind observers as long as you stay quiet and don't cause any disruptions," Li Chifeng said casually, though he added a firm warning. "Just make sure you remain silent. Don't disturb him." Li Fan nodded and followed the path into the courtyard. From a distance, he could hear a voice. "Calm your mind and focus. Meditate deeply. Do you know why I chose this remote location? because there is nothing but water for thousands of li in every direction. The laws of the Great Tao are relatively pure here. If you were to attempt your breakthrough on Myriad Immortals Island, you would face countless distractions, slowing your progress toward foundation establishment. As Li Fan drew closer, he saw 5 Qi refinement cultivators seated cross-legged in the courtyard's open space. Each radiated a profound, mysterious aura, as though they were on the verge of breaking through and achieving foundation establishment at any moment. Li Fan's mind stirred, and formless killing mechanism immediately began locking onto them. 1, 2, 3. By the 4th, he was already straining. Including Zhang Haobua, my current limit is 5 people. Li Fan calculated inwardly. Under my guidance, 265 cultivators have successfully established their foundations. Most of them completed the process faster than expected. You too will. The solemn foundation establishment master, who had been earnestly sharing his expertise, suddenly paused. He glanced up at the sky with a puzzled expression, scrutinizing it for a long moment, but ultimately detecting nothing. Muttering quietly to himself, he continued, "You, too, will establish your foundations in significantly less time." This foundation establishment master is no ordinary man. He could faintly sense formless killing mechanism. Li Fan felt a chill run down his spine. If his cultivation level were just a bit higher, he might have been able to trace it back to me. I must never underestimate the talents in this world. I need to be even more cautious when using formless killing mechanism in the future. Just as Li Fan was inwardly sobered by this realization, one of the cultivators in the courtyard seemed to experience a sudden epiphany following the master's words. His aura surged explosively from the Qi refinement realm to the Tao establishment realm. Once his energy stabilized, the man opened his eyes, beaming with joy. He bowed deeply to the Foundation Establishment Master. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I, Xiao, am eternally grateful." The Foundation Establishment Master patted his shoulder approvingly and smiled, stroking his beard. Then, the man surnamed Xiao swiftly departed. The remaining cultivators in the courtyard visibly perked up, their confidence renewed. The first person to achieve foundation establishment has emerged, a full 10 days ahead of schedule. Who will be next? The Foundation Establishment Master prompted encouragingly. Watching from the sidelines, Li Fan felt overwhelming absurdity wash over him. That cultivator surnamed Xiao happened to be one of the 4 currently marked by formless killing mechanism. While outwardly, he certainly appeared to have broken through to foundation establishment, Li Fan could see what actually happened with perfect clarity through the perspective of heaven watches and earth listens. There was no trace of laws coalescing within that man. His aura had just swelled to the level of foundation establishment, while his actual strength remained firmly within the Qi refinement realm. It was clearly nothing more than an illusion, much like the effects of the aura exaltation talisman. Moreover, this person hadn't actually left at all. He simply circled around the compound before secretly returning. His clothes and features shifted and transformed, and in an instant, he became an entirely different person. Was this so-called Foundation Establishment Master actually a fraud? Li Fan took another look at the white-haired, youthful-faced, ethereal-looking Foundation Establishment Master. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer number of extraordinary talents the world produced. But right then, another cultivator began to show faint signs of an impending breakthrough, as if inspired by the success of the one surnamed Xiao. Li Fan's interest sharpened. This time, the breakthrough was genuine. Through the perspective of heaven and earth, Li Fan saw a sorrowful sea lotus begin to coalesce within that cultivator's dantian. Li Fan immediately focused his entire attention on the cultivator, intently observing and comprehending the myriad changes occurring within him. Once the sea lotus fully formed, the cultivator's aura erupted violently. This time, it was a true foundation establishment cultivator. The man opened his eyes, his face radiant with joy. "Master, thank you." The words were brief, but the depth of his gratitude was unmistakable. "Go now. Do not disturb those who have yet to break through." The man nodded, departing excitedly. Perhaps he isn't a complete fraud after all. Li Fan mused, understanding dawning within him. He also pretended to take his leave, but in reality, he secretly stayed on the island, observing the situation of the remaining 3. Over the next several days, another 2 successfully broke through. The final one dragged on for over half a month before barely managing his breakthrough. He didn't speak a word afterward, only let out a long, weary sigh before hastily taking his leave. Whether it's real or fake is unimportant. What matters is making the chi refinement cultivators believe it's real. With sufficient confidence bolstering them, it could indeed accelerate their comprehension and enable them to achieve an early breakthrough. After all, the breakthrough itself doesn't fail. Even if one or two occasionally see no effect, seeing others succeed would make them assume the problem lies with themselves. Taking a step back, even if someone realized it was a scam, this foundation establishment master is at the late-stage foundation establishment realm. Not only would they be no match for him, but they'd certainly be too ashamed to publicly announce they'd been swindled. If they did, all 200-plus cultivators who'd successfully established their foundations here would surely come looking for trouble. They'd have no choice but to swallow their anger and bear the humiliation in silence. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. This foundation establishment master is quite the character. Having figured out the key points, Li Fan couldn't help but admire the scheme. 2,000 contribution points per person didn't seem like much. But multiplied by 265 cultivators, it amounted to a staggering profit of nearly 530,000 contribution points. I wonder just how long this foundation establishment master has been in business. Li Fan thought, a slightly dangerous idea beginning to form in his mind. For a time after that, Li Fan continued to lurk in the vicinity of the island. Using formless killing mechanism, Li Fan locked onto the cultivators who had come after hearing of the master's reputation, gaining insights from their breakthroughs. In less than 3 months, Li Fan had observed the breakthrough processes of over 40 chi refinement cultivators. His understanding of establishing a Dao foundation steadily deepened. Just then, a ripple came through from Zhang Haobua's side. It seemed Zhang Haobua had reached the peak of the late-stage chi refinement realm. He was now seeking his own opportunity for advancement. His perspective shifted. A furious gale howled, whipping towering waves into a frenzy. A faint glowing shield protected the island, trembling before the relentless assault of colossal waves. The spiritual chi throughout heaven and earth ran wild, rampaging like frenzied beasts. Endless wind, born from nowhere, raged between sky and sea. This was an ordinary storm flood within the Tsongyun Sea. Amid the roars, Zhang Haobua rose and fell like duckweed upon the wind. Zhang Haobua emitted no aura whatsoever. Yet from his perspective of heaven and earth, Li Fan faintly perceived a unique resonance of spiritual chi gradually emerging from him. It seemed to mimic the ever-present wind that permeated the world. Zhang Haobua settled his mind, closing his eyes in contemplation. Only when the storm flood gradually dissipated did he open them again. After a pause, he drifted in a specific direction. There was still no fluctuation of spiritual chi, yet he moved with astonishing speed. Like a gentle breeze, he softly brushed past all in heaven and earth. Impressive movement technique. Li Fan nodded slightly. But what is he comprehending? Wasn't he searching for a curio of heaven and earth to establish his foundation? Li Fan faintly detected that another storm flood was brewing in the direction Zhang Haobua was heading. Zhang Haobua was chasing the wind. Interesting. It seemed he had no immediate plans to establish his foundation. Thus, Li Fan redirected most of his attention back to the foundation establishment master. Over 10 days had passed since the last group of chi refinement cultivators successfully completed foundation establishment and departed. According to past experience, at least 1 or 2 aspiring cultivators should arrive every 7 or 8 days. Yet now, after more than 10 days, no one had come. This was unusual. Consequently, the 3 on the island grew restless. They gathered daily, discussing matters in secret. Observing from the shadows, Li Fan activated formless killing mechanism, locking onto the young man named Li Chifeng to uncover their schemes. On this day, the 3 conspired indoors once more. Using heaven watches and earth listens, Li Fan saw everything within the room clearly. The foundation establishment master appeared anxious and uneasy. He glanced upward again, growing visibly alarmed. It's back. That feeling has returned. Really, old man? Are you that terrified? Though puzzled, Li Chifeng wore a grave expression. The foundation establishment master shook his head. You don't understand. Though my cultivation has stalled at the late-stage foundation establishment realm, having witnessed hundreds of successful foundation establishment processes, I'm acutely sensitive to fluctuations in the laws of heaven and earth. This sensation of being watched, there's no mistake. There must be a powerhouse observing us. The master's wrinkled face paled slightly. If it happened only once or twice, perhaps it might have been a casual glance. But this has gone on numerous times. Is it a warning? Or, the more he thought, the more frightened he became. Enough. Stop scaring yourself. If our deeds were truly exposed, someone would have already come to eliminate us all. Li Chenfeng impatiently slammed the table, steadying their morale. Besides, this secret room is shielded by a life-death array that blocks all thoughts. How could anyone easily detect us? However, old man, your concerns aren't entirely unfounded. Li Chenfeng's tone shifted. Our principle has always been to never stay in one place too long, grab what we can and move. It's just that the Songyunsi is vast, and the number of cultivators reaching foundation establishment each year is truly substantial, which is why we've lingered here so long. Our original plan was to operate for another 7 or 8 years before leaving. But now it seems our success has drawn unwanted attention, Li Chenfeng analyzed calmly. In that case, we should withdraw early. Let's pack up and set out at dawn. We will head north to Yongliang province. That's 5 elders' council territory. Once we're there, even if the Myriad Immortals Alliance wants to cause trouble for us, it won't be so easy. The man surnamed Xiao agreed, right? Once we arrive, we can change our identities and repeat the same strategy. Li Chenfeng suddenly lowered his voice and asked quietly, Old man, how much more do we need to redeem the ocean-devouring eternal life art? The Foundation Establishment Master narrowed his eyes. Almost there. If we're careful, another 50 years or so should suffice. The man surnamed Xiao sighed. It's been a long road. Elder Zhu, you've been away from home for over 100 years now, haven't you? Elder Zhu also sighed deeply. Yes. It took immense effort to break through the immortal slaying Grand Array and reach the cultivation world. That was more than 98 years ago. Li Chenfeng said gravely, a Dao Unity technique is no ordinary treasure. To be able to redeem it in just over 100 years is already our great fortune. Elder Zhu sounded somewhat ashamed. It's all thanks to masterly devising such an effective method. What we gain in a single year now surpasses what I used to earn in 10. The man surnamed Xiao echoed the praise. Li Chenfeng showed no pride, his expression stern. The closer we are to success, the more cautious we must be. A century of planning and countless sacrifices must not be ruined by carelessness. Elder Zhu also grew solemn. Masterly is right. The man surnamed Xiao whispered, as long as we bring the ocean-devouring eternal life art back, every sacrifice will have been worth it. Li Chenfeng sighed. Who knows how many realm-splitting whales have been cultivated all these years? Back then, the Imperatrix calculated that a pod of 100,000 realm-splitting whales would be needed to counteract the cultivation world's pull on our homeland. When I left 30 years ago, the pod only numbered 70,000. 30 years, 30,000 more. It won't be easy, Li Chenfeng shook his head. Elder Zhu reassured him, if there aren't enough realm-splitting whales, we can always cultivate more later. As long as we bring the Dao Unity technique back, it will help the Imperatrix subdue those rebellious factions. Then, with the full strength of the Empire, we will surely break free from this cultivation world within a decade. And with the lineage established by the ocean-devouring eternal life art, the shackles of the exclusivity of immortal techniques will be gone. More and more cultivators will emerge within the Empire. The Empire's future will be radiant. Elder Zhu's words filled Li Chenfeng and the man surnamed Xiao with visions of a glorious future. After a long silence, the 3 firmly clasped hands. Fanaticism burned in their eyes as they spoke in unison. For the Empire. For the Imperatrix. An empire, technique thieves, breaking free from the cultivation world. From a distance, Li Fan watched the scene in a secret chamber, his gaze complex. It seems that not all the minor worlds and Grotto Heaven's mortals migrated to were completely devoid of spiritual qi like Great Xian. Or perhaps they were, originally. But thousands of years, that's more than enough time for things to change. To cultivate and command a pod of 100,000 realm-splitting whales. This so-called empire isn't weak. I just wonder what method they're using. 1. The term imperatrix is derived from Latin, where it specifically means empress or female ruler. The next day, Li Chifeng and his two companions quietly departed from the island. Through formless killing mechanism, Li Fan sensed them traveling north, growing ever more distant. As their images grew increasingly blurred, he stopped tracking Li Chifeng. There's still another 40 or 50 years. If the opportunity arises in the future, I might pay a visit to their empire. However, in this lifetime, his first priority was to advance his cultivation to the Foundation establishment realm. Returning to Myriad Immortal's island, Li Fan entered seclusion for a period of time, slowly digesting the insights gained from observing the Foundation establishment processes. After emerging, he reviewed the atlas of the geographical areas surrounding the Tsongyun Sea that his avatar Lin Fan had redeemed. He had considered acquiring a complete map of the entire Xianwang world in one go, but the Tianqian mirror denied him access, stating his permission level was insufficient. Thus, he had to settle for the next best option, obtaining the maps of the regions surrounding the Tsongyun Sea. As the map materialized in his mind, Li Fan discovered that the seemingly boundless Tsongyun Sea was, in fact, just an inland sea. It looked as if someone had forcefully carved a gap into the continent. The Tsongyun Sea was almost entirely surrounded by land. Only to the southeast, through a relatively narrow stretch of water, was it connected to the endless ocean. To the north of the Tsongyun Sea lay Yongliang Province, where Li Chifeng and the others had fled. To the west and south, from top to bottom, were Jioshan Province, Shilin Province, and Yuandao Province. These three provinces were all territories under the control of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The northern Yongliang Province, however, was under the dominion of the Five Elders Council. We're now approaching anchor year 14, it is time to plan an exit strategy. After obtaining the Deep Sea Pearl, I must leave the Tsongyun Sea as soon as possible. I will leave my avatar here to observe how events unfold. As for where to go, Li Fan carefully examined the information on each province. Jioshan Province bordered Yongliang Province and was not particularly stable. Shilin Province and Yuandao Province were quite similar. However, Yuandao Province bordered the endless ocean and was abundant with water attribute spiritual qi. Considering he intended to use the Deep Sea Pearl for foundation establishment, Yuandao Province was undoubtedly the more suitable choice. Li Fan also noted that in the Xianwang world, the boundaries between provinces were not artificially drawn. Instead, provinces were naturally separated by something known as the White Mist Barrier. Both mortals and cultivators could pass through it. However, the cost of crossing the White Mist Barrier was one's lifespan. The longer one took to cross, the more lifespan was consumed. Few mortals voluntarily traversed the White Mist Barrier, for at their pace, they would often grow old and die before making it through. Although cultivators could fly at great speeds, each crossing of the White Mist Barrier still cost at least 30 days of their lifespan. While not a significant length of time, frequent crossings would drain even a golden core cultivator's lifespan. Thus, most cultivators adhered to a principle: don't move unless necessary. They generally remained active only within their own provinces. Fortunately, each province was vast, no smaller in area than the Tsongyun Sea. Coupled with the existence of massive organizations like the Myriad Immortals Alliance that spanned the entire cultivation world, resources were never in short supply. Therefore, some cultivators could spend their entire lives within a single province without it significantly impacting their cultivation. Of course, one could also use ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays to travel between provinces. However, this only reduced the lifespan cost to around 10 days and was prohibitively expensive. Only a very small number of cultivators would adopt this approach. After some investigation, Li Fan discovered that there was no White Mist Barrier between Yuandao Province and the Tsongyun Sea. Moreover, within Myriad Immortals Island, there was a dedicated teleportation array leading to Yuandao Province. If I can successfully reconstruct the mountain-sitting art, then individuals with exceptional talent will become particularly important to me. For a moment, several figures flashed through Li Fan's mind. After leaving, perhaps I can bring them along to test the effects of the mountain-sitting art. Li Fan pondered. However, traveling with mortals will undoubtedly have its inconveniences. I should make a trip in advance to prepare. Li Fan had previously attempted to store living people inside the Tian boat, but found it impossible to bring them into return to truth space. After some thought, Li Fan decided to use the teleportation array to visit Yuandao province and survey the place. The overall layout of Yuandao province was similar to that of the Songyun Sea. Nearly every large mortal town had protective arrays and foundation establishment cultivators serving as guardians. High above Yuandao province stood a massive floating city. It was named after the province, Yuandao Sky City. The layout of Yuandao City was identical to that of Myriad Immortal's island, as if carved from the same template, giving Li Fan an unexpected sense of familiarity. At the city center stood a Tianjian mirror. Li Fan entered and found it functioned exactly like the one on Myriad Immortal's island. He even spotted a familiar face within Yuandao City. It seems this is how things are under the rule of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. I wonder what the situation is like on the Five Elders Council's side. Mortals were not permitted to enter Yuandao Sky City. The largest city in Yuandao province was called Zhuiling City. After teleporting to Zhuiling City, Li Fan paid 50 contribution points to the city guardian in exchange for a courtyard to serve as his future base. Following this, Li Fan piloted the Tian boat, flying all the way from Yuandao province back to the Songyun Sea. This was to scout the route for his eventual departure. By the time he returned to Myriad Immortal's island, it was already anchor year 14. During this period, Zhang Haobo had been relentlessly pursuing traces of storm floods. At first, he would misjudge the timing and location of a storm flood's appearance. But gradually, Zhang Haobo's predictions grew increasingly accurate. He always managed to arrive precisely when each storm flood formed. Now, however, Zhang Haobo had halted his pursuit of storm floods. He hovered in the air motionlessly like a stone statue, gazing upward at something. This had been going on for quite some time. But slowly, an unusual aura began to emanate from Zhang Haobo's body. Li Fan immediately shifted his attention back to Zhang Haobo. Zhang Haobo's robes suddenly billowed without any wind, rustling loudly. Meanwhile, Zhang Haobo himself seemed to be pushed upward by an invisible force, slowly ascending. His speed increased rapidly, and he soared straight toward the heavens. However, upon reaching a certain altitude, he abruptly came to a halt. He then began to circle that space repeatedly, as if searching for something, but couldn't find the entrance. Zhang Haobo's face remained as impassive as still water. He moved like a gentle breeze, sweeping through the sky. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed, yet he still seemed to gain nothing from his efforts. However, Li Fan observed that the area Zhang Haobo circled was gradually shrinking. When the final zone was determined at last, he let out a long cry and suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streak of azure light that violently slammed into that empty space. A faint, almost imperceptible water blue glow simultaneously ignited across his body. Zhang Haobo's figure abruptly vanished from the world, and Li Fan's perspective was pulled along, entering a bizarre space. A translucent azure figure stood with its eyes closed. In its hands, it held a cage woven from azure light aloft. A black sword hilt radiating overwhelming killing intent battered the cage bars, struggling to break free from its confines. Boom, boom, boom. Occasional strands of azure light were struck loose by the impact, drifting down to various parts of the Songyun Sea. There, they transformed into storm floods. Sole arbiter of heaven and earth, wind? Li Fan's mind trembled violently. This azure figure bore a striking resemblance to Crimson Flame, whom he had witnessed in his past life. Only, the great Tao resonance emanating from it was clearly an agglomeration of the law of wind. Even under the effects of heaven watches and earth listens, the sole arbiter's overwhelming allure to cultivators instantly began eroding Li Fan's consciousness. Across a distance of untold thousands of li, Li Fan's observational perspective warped. His focus threatened to shift uncontrollably from Zhang Haobo, his primary subject, to azure wind. Within the Tianjian mirror, inside Li Fan's sea of consciousness, the blue flame phantom spirit abruptly stirred awake. It opened its eyes, gazing toward the direction of azure wind. As if doused by a bucket of cold water, Li Fan's body temperature plummeted instantly, and his amplified desires gradually subsided. His mind turned utterly cold and rational, allowing Li Fan to once again quietly observe the bizarre scene unfolding before him. After staring at azure wind for a long time, Li Fan shifted his gaze to the black sword hilt. The baleful aura it emitted had nearly solidified, forming a writhing layer of black substance that covered the hilt's surface. Beneath the hilt, a short, broken fragment of the blade was faintly visible. This black hilt thrashed about like a living creature within the azure cage. It occasionally emitted terrifying roars that shook the azure light violently. Yet no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the azure prison. Within the cage, Li Fan faintly perceived what seemed to be churning azure air currents. The speed of these currents was so high that it exceeded the limits of Li Fan's current perception. Thus, at first glance, the interior appeared calm. But judging from the occasional azure light strands that drifted down to various parts of the Songyun Sea, the power of the storm raging within this cage was unimaginably fierce. The azure air currents hacked ceaselessly at the sword hilt like blades of wind, constantly eroding the black, baleful substance. Though exceptionally fierce, this sword hilt of unknown origin was gradually being worn down and damaged under its protracted imprisonment and erosion by azure wind. Who could have imagined that the storm floods ravaging the Songyun Sea are just collateral damage from the struggle between a sole arbiter of heaven and earth and a sword hilt? The might of the Tao Unity realm is truly terrifying. In my past life, storm floods completely ceased one day. Perhaps it was because this sword hilt was completely destroyed? Or, just what is the origin of this sword? Even as a broken hilt, it can contend with a Tao Unity level sole arbiter of heaven and earth on equal footing for so long. How powerful must it have been in its complete state and at its prime? Thoughts flashed through Li Fan's mind one after another. Afterward, he shifted his gaze back to Zhang Haobo. A clash between Tao Unity powerhouses is something ordinary cultivators simply cannot perceive. Moreover, they are hidden within this secret space. Zhang Haobo is exceptionally gifted and can detect the presence of storm floods. So it's no surprise that he can roughly sense the location of this space. But with only Qi refinement cultivation, it should have been absolutely impossible for him to break in. Unless, in Li Fan's field of vision, a layer of brilliant blue light enveloped Zhang Haobo. He did not even glance at azure wind, as if unaffected by the greed incited by the sole arbiter of heaven and earth. Instead, he stared intently at the cage in its hands, observing the struggle between azure wind and the sword hilt within. Azure wind seemed completely unaware of Zhang Haobo's presence within the blue light, ignoring him entirely. It allowed him to perceive and comprehend their fight at close range. To act so boldly before reaching the Tao Unity realm is truly like licking blood from a blade's edge. However, there is indeed a reason for his confidence. That familiar blue light continued swirling as Zhang Haobo observed the struggle between azure wind and the sword hilt. Li Fan calmly analyzed the situation. With how fortune is flowing, Zhang Haobo's providence keeps growing. Here in the Songyun Sea, he can already be considered one of heaven's chosen. Everything goes his way, opportunities come to him unbidden. A pity. Let's see what his final outcome will be. If I only had my own power to rely on, I might never discover this hidden place even after several simulation cycles. But now, with Zhang Haobo possessing such great providence, he can find it with ease. The Songyun Sea alone holds countless opportunities. When one considers the entire cultivation world, how many secrets must it hold? Exploring them alone is too inefficient. But if I use all these prodigies as my eyes, having them locate those treasure troves for me, then in the next life, I can take all that is useful. Excellent. Li Fan's thoughts slowly quieted as he focused all his attention, joining Zhang Haobo in contemplating the struggle between sword and wind. Such an opportunity was far too rare. Li Fan had no intention of wasting it. Time passed slowly this way. For those who walked the path of cultivation, secluding oneself for years at a time was perfectly normal. After an indeterminate length of time, Li Fan was startled awake by a sudden surge of blue light erupting from Zhang Haobo's body. Following that, Zhang Haobo abruptly vanished from the mysterious space where azure wind and the sword hilt resided. Like a falling meteor, he plummeted downward, crashing deep into the sea. The churning aura around him was all too familiar to Li Fan. It was the sign of someone at the final stage Qi refinement realm about to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Li Fan found it strange, because the curio of heaven and earth that Zhang Haobo was using for his breakthrough was different from what he had expected. The clear, sharp cry of a sword suddenly rang out. It was like an infant's first cry, or the first ray of morning sunlight. A chaotic, budding consciousness was born in that moment, growing robust with every passing second. The sword's cry grew clearer, more intense. Screech! The cry reached its sharpest peak, then abruptly stopped. At the same time, within Zhang Haobo's dantian, a blurry, constantly shifting sword silhouette suddenly appeared. In the dark depths of the sea, the water around Zhang Haobo was instantly repelled, creating a sphere devoid of seawater. That sword silhouette stretched lazily, like a mischievous and energetic child. Then, astonishingly, it flew out from his dantian, darting and flipping through the empty space around Zhang Haobo. Li Fan clearly saw that this sword silhouette had no physical form. Instead, it was much like the blue flame phantom spirit, a being of pure consciousness. Is this sword intent? Li Fan was shocked. He hadn't expected Zhang Haobo to comprehend sword intent in such a short time. After all, though he had also gained some insights from observing the sword hilt, he was far from reaching such an exaggerated level. Li Fan couldn't help but sigh. Human talent truly varied immensely. But Li Fan also felt a surge of excitement. Zhang Haobo's use of sword intent as a curio to establish his Dao foundation served as undeniable proof of Yin Shangren's theory: everything that exists in heaven and earth can be considered an unfinished curio. If sword intent could serve this purpose, then so could return to truth. Moreover, the process of Zhang Haobo establishing his foundation using something formless like sword intent had given Li Fan considerable insight. That said, using return to truth as the basis for foundation establishment was immeasurably more difficult than using sword intent. To achieve such a goal, Li Fan still had a long, long way to go. Zhang Haobo opened his eyes, and the sword intent swimming through the air abruptly returned to his dantian. As the sharpness in his gaze slowly faded, his entire being transformed, appearing utterly ordinary and harmless. Li Fan couldn't help but marvel inwardly as he observed Zhang Haobo's transformation. To achieve such complete concealment of his aura at the foundation establishment realm was truly remarkable. After lingering at the seabed for a moment to familiarize himself with his new foundation establishment level power, Zhang Haobo immediately shot up to the sea's surface. Without a moment's pause, he began practicing the sea-calming sword art. One after another, blue water swords materialized, dancing in the air. Under Zhang Haobo's control, blue light crisscrossed and water dragon soared. Li Fan keenly noticed that the sword techniques of Zhang Haobo's sea-calming sword art had undergone noticeable changes after he'd established his Dao foundation with that unknown sword intent. If the sea-calming sword art was once majestic and righteous, now, empowered by that mysterious sword intent, its overwhelming power concealed a mad, vicious killing intent beneath the surface. Moreover, Li Fan had a faint sense that Zhang Haobo was still holding back. A torrential baleful energy remained suppressed within him, unreleased. If this energy originating from that black sword hilt were to erupt, the power of the sea-calming sword art would likely multiply instantly. Zhang Haobo practiced the sea-calming sword art tirelessly over the deserted stretch of sea. Whether sunrise, moonfall, wind, or rain, nothing interrupted his training. Tiny points of blue light gathered from all across the sea. Here in the Songyun Sea, which was practically his home turf, Zhang Haobo didn't need to worry about spiritual qi depletion at all, allowing him to practice without restraint. Thus, although his cultivation remained at the early-stage foundation establishment realm, his actual combat prowess advanced rapidly. The most obvious external sign of this was the number of water swords Zhang Haobo could create, which skyrocketed over the days from 36 to 72, and finally to 108. In just over a month, Zhang Haobo, who had just stepped into the foundation establishment realm, achieved a large degree of mastery in the sea-calming sword art. While external factors played a part, no one could deny that Zhang Haobo's talent was truly terrifying. 108 sea-calming swords were unleashed simultaneously, and water dragons' roar filled the sky. To Li Fan's eyes, this spectacle already surpassed what Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi, who were both at the late-stage foundation establishment realm, had displayed back then. And this was before Zhang Haobo activated his foundation establishment curio. Witnessing Zhang Haobo's rapid progress, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a stir of anticipation. What will you do next? The Seacoming sword art I gave you only goes up to the foundation establishment realm. Surely you can't derive the golden core realm portion on your own? Li Fan was skeptical. In this cultivation world, it was possible to create techniques by oneself. But that wasn't something one could accomplish with talent alone. It required an immensely profound understanding of techniques as a foundation. Only then could one innovate and derive new cultivation methods. It could be said that only true masters were capable of such feats, and the cultivation world revered those who could derive new techniques as technique weaver masters. They held an exalted status, far surpassing that of masters in artifact forging, alchemy, talisman crafting, and array formation. In any organization, they inevitably held crucial positions and were revered by all. There were even technique weaver grandmasters with extraordinary skill and transcendent understanding of techniques who could privately customize cultivation methods for practitioners. Their status could be said to rival that of Dao Unity immortal venerables. As for Zhang Haobo, though his talent was indeed remarkable, he had only cultivated one technique so far, the Seacoming sword art. The possibility that he could successfully derive the golden core portion of the Seacoming sword art technique existed, but the odds were exceedingly low. Li Fan now found himself somewhat anticipating what Zhang Haobo would do next. For now, however, Zhang Haobo was still in the early-stage foundation establishment realm and didn't need to worry about the issue of techniques. Like the finest instructor, he repeatedly demonstrated every move of the Seacoming sword art before Li Fan in meticulous detail, patient and thorough beyond measure. Li Fan devoted most of his focus to learning and comprehending his movements. The remainder of his attention, however, returned to the Tianqian mirror. The saying that time held no meaning in cultivation was indeed true. As Li Fan and Zhang Haobo practiced, the years slipped by unnoticed. It was now anchor year 16. The great upheaval of crimson flames scorching the seas was drawing ever closer. Li Fan started to inquire about major events that had occurred over the past 2 years. Due to the influence of the eternal heavenly venerable, although only 2 years had passed, records of many events had likely already been lost. But afterward, Li Fan met with cultivators like Yuan Xing and, through persistent questioning, managed to reconstruct some events from scattered clues. Li Fan returned to the Tianqian mirror and meticulously compiled and recorded these findings. He knew that, soon enough, he would gradually forget them through no conscious effort of his own. But it didn't matter. He would remember these events once more in the next life. As Li Fan studied the records, several entries particularly captured his interest. In anchor year 14, not long after he and Zhang Haobo were deep in contemplation, a significant event seemed to have occurred in the northwestern waters of the Songyun Sea, near the border of Yongliang Province and Jioshan Province. The price of a local specialty, the gilded flying fish, skyrocketed 50-fold in a short period. This surge lasted only 7 days before rapidly declining. And all surviving buyers had no memory of what had happened or why they had purchased the gilded flying fish. That was the first. The second intriguing event took place in anchor year 15. A meteor streaked across the sky, illuminating the night. Its landing place remained unknown. Every cultivator who witnessed this meteor felt an inexplicable sense of dread and foreboding. Some attempted to locate where the meteor had fallen, but no one seemed able to find it. The third event had occurred quite recently. The rumor mentioned by Jiaoxiu Yuan, that 2 other grotto heavens existed near the wood attribute spiritual Qi grotto heaven, had been confirmed. However, the reality was even more astonishing than the rumors. Because there weren't just 2 hidden grotto heavens, but 4. 5 grotto heavens, each corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes, subtly formed an array, functioning as a cohesive whole. The discovery of these 5 elements grotto heavens was utterly staggering. It even attracted the covetous gaze of the 5 Elders' Council. A battle erupted near the grotto heavens, and in the end, the Myriad Immortals Alliance repelled the 5 Elders' Council at the cost of a spirit transformation powerhouse's life. Later, to avoid further conflict and to protect these 5 elements grotto heavens, the Myriad Immortals Alliance expended tremendous resources to relocate the entire array to a place deep within their territory, near Tianyu Province. Li Fan burned every detail of this information into his mind. These were vital channels he could profit from in his next life. These past few years, his avatar hadn't been idle either. It had been voraciously consuming all manner of secret knowledge about the cultivation world. He spent contribution points at an alarming rate, leaving him with just over 73,000 remaining. The knowledge he had gained through this process of cramming was sufficient to handle most situations he currently faced, so Li Fan decided to pause for now. For the foreseeable future, Li Fan intended to focus on studying cultivation techniques. As he approached his breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm, it was time to upgrade the techniques he currently practiced. The 1,000 mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture could be cultivated all the way to the nascent soul realm, so it didn't require immediate attention. The same was true for the Cloud Water Dream illusion art. According to its records, the heaven-swapping art could, in ancient times, be cultivated up to the Tao Unity realm. However, over its long history within the heaven-swapping sect, the inheritance had inexplicably declined with each generation. Only a single spirit transformation cultivator had emerged from its lineage, and that was over 2,000 years ago. Others struggled to progress beyond the nascent soul realm. Remembering the heaven-swapping token still resting in his storage ring, a premonition Li Fan had for some time grew stronger. After establishing his foundation, he would find an opportunity to test it. The Shadowstock art was a relatively ordinary movement technique, something he could abandon at any time to replace it with a foundation establishment level escape technique. However, after observing Zhang Haobua's movement technique, which allowed him to move like a gentle breeze, Li Fan had gained some insight. Perhaps he could merge the essence of that movement technique with the Shadowstock art to create an entirely new technique. The Nether Spirit illusion art was exceedingly important to Li Fan. The blue flame phantom spirit had various mystical effects and, crucially, enabled him to resist the cravings induced by soul arbiters of heaven and earth. Within the Tianqian mirror, Li Fan searched for techniques related to nurturing phantom spirits at the foundation establishment level. He found quite a few, including an advanced version of the Nether Spirit illusion art called the Netherworld illusion art. However, Li Fan didn't rush to redeem it. Inspired once more by observing the sword intent Zhang Haobua had coalesced, Li Fan felt he could attempt to fuse these insights with the Nether Spirit illusion art to derive a new technique. That's right. Li Fan was going to try his hand at being a technique weaver master. Li Fan knew that deriving new techniques was profoundly difficult, but he lacked a concrete, quantifiable understanding of just how difficult. This was the perfect opportunity to see for himself. With the dual enhancements of the Epiphanic State Boost and the exquisite Lioli Pearl, his avatar Lin Fan's comprehension efficiency was 27 times its normal rate. His remaining contribution points could support a continuous, decade-long secluded cultivation session. That was equivalent to 270 years of dedicated time spent deriving two foundation establishment techniques. Li Fan calculated that, even with his average aptitude, his chances of success were high. After all, an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator's lifespan was roughly that long. If he succeeded, he could break free from the limitations of the myriad Immortals Alliance's techniques, allowing him to cultivate them directly in his next life. More importantly, it would open up a completely new possibility for acquiring techniques. He would use original techniques obtained from the Alliance as a foundation, fusing them with insights gleaned from prodigies through formless killing mechanisms Heaven watches and Earth listens. Then employing his exceptionally talented avatar, created with the essence blood of those same prodigies, he would conduct lengthy derivations within the Tianqian mirror, creating new techniques for his true self to cultivate. If this entire production chain proved viable, then he, Li Fan, could be just about considered a technique weaver master. Having made his decision, Li Fan hesitated no longer. His avatar's mind sank into deep contemplation, entering secluded meditation. As for Zhang Haobua, he continued his diligent daily cultivation without respite. His cultivation speed had not slowed after entering the foundation establishment realm. Instead, it grew ever faster. Meanwhile, Li Fan's true self, having decided to wait for the deep-sea pearl's emergence before establishing his foundation, had temporarily halted his own cultivation. With little else to occupy him, he found himself enjoying a rare period of leisure on myriad Immortal's island. He spent his days wandering the island, making acquaintances with many chi refinement and foundation establishment cultivators. Though these cultivators were not particularly powerful, they served as the grassroots personnel of the myriad Immortals Alliance, controlling the Tsongyan Sea. Most were well-traveled, knowledgeable, and far from ordinary. Through these interactions, Li Fan's horizons were greatly broadened. After some time had passed in this manner, Li Fan suddenly received a video message. Chinan? Li Fan frowned slightly at the name, but quickly recalled who Chinan was. He was that Qi refinement cultivator who had sought Li Fan's advice regarding Qin Tang's trial within the Cloudwater Palace. Having narrowly survived the ordeal with Qin Tang's statue, Chinan had wisely withdrawn and left the Cloudwater Palace directly. He was certainly a cautious man. He had not contacted Li Fan all these years. What could he want now? Li Fan opened the message. Qin An's smiling image appeared immediately. Fellow Taoist Li Fan, I hope you have been well. It has been over 5 years since we parted ways at the Cloudwater Palace. To this day, I vividly remember your composed demeanor as you unraveled the mysteries behind the oddity that was Qin Tang's statue, a memory I cannot forget. Recently, something has occurred in the Tsongyan Sea that might pique your interest. After listening to Qin An's message, Li Fan understood the reason he had suddenly reached out. It turned out a peculiar event had recently taken place in the Tsongyan Sea. A massive, ever-shifting white mist had abruptly appeared over the waters. A curious cultivator flew into the mist and discovered within it a gigantic azurox, as large as a mountain, pulling a 2-wheeled cart across the sea. On the cart stood a dilapidated thatched hut. Outside the hut stood 2 monstrous guardians. One had no mouth and a terrifying visage. The other was burly and powerfully built, holding a wooden club. Within the hut, the clear voice of someone reading aloud could be faintly heard. This bizarre scene naturally captured the cultivator's attention. Boldly convinced that this concealed some opportunity, he flew to the front of the thatched hut, hoping to investigate. But the 2 guardians barred his way. The cultivator politely greeted them, seeking entry into the hut. Not only did he receive no response, but he was instead driven out with wild swings of the club, expelled beyond the range of the ox-drawn cart. When he tried to approach again, he found himself unable to reach the thatched hut no matter how much he flew. Left with no choice, he reluctantly gave up. After sharing the story with a friend, the friend also grew interested. So the 2 returned together the next day to the vicinity of the ox cart. To his surprise, the cultivator found he could approach the thatched hut once more. So the 2 cautiously drew near, only to be driven away again by a flurry of strikes from the wooden club. Undeterred, they returned to try again on the 3rd day. The outcome remained unchanged. Yet far from discouraged, they actually grew somewhat excited. Since there was no immediate threat to their lives, they realized they could simply gather more people. Surely, with enough attempts, they would eventually find a way into that thatched hut. It was clear that this whole situation of the Azure Ox pulling a cart hit a fortuitous opportunity. They had no desire to share this discovery with strangers. So, they only invited their close friends to help unravel the mystery. Chinan was one of them. But even with more people exploring, the results remained unchanged. One after another, they were driven out with the club. This continued for over half a month, yet they remained completely stuck. Clearly, this group wasn't clever enough. The moving white mist inevitably drew the attention of other cultivators. Every day, new cultivators discovered its secret and entered. Upon learning of the situation, they all tacitly chose to keep it confidential. But they couldn't stop the crowd around the Azure Ox and cart from growing larger and larger. Obviously, if this continued, the matter would eventually become known to everyone in the Tsongyan Sea. By then, even if there truly was some opportunity here, it wouldn't be theirs anymore. Thus, they decided to seek external help. Smart external help. And Li Fan, who had left a deep impression on Chinan during their time at Cloudwater Palace, naturally became one of the candidates for assistance. If you are interested, fellow Taoist, you can come to the vicinity of Yutong Island in the Tsongyan Sea. Someone will guide you to our location when the time comes. An Azure Ox pulling a cart? Interesting. Li Fan hadn't heard of this matter in his previous life. But since he had nothing better to do, and there seemed to be no life-threatening danger, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. After making some preparations, Li Fan arrived at Yutong Island via a teleportation array. The island guardian's eyes lit up upon seeing Li Fan. "You must be fellow Daoist Li Fan. I am Zhou Chong, a good friend of Chinen. Please follow me." Without wasting any time, he led the way toward the Azure Ox and cart. As they flew, Zhou Chong briefed Li Fan on the latest developments. "Fellow Daoist Li Fan, Chinen has likely already explained the general situation to you. This Azure Ox walks on the water, never stopping. Although its pace isn't fast, it is always moving forward." Zhou Chong's expression turned somewhat troubled. "The Ox's path is a straight line. Based on our observations, it seems to be heading directly toward Cloudwater Palace at the center of Songyun Sea. At its current speed, it will enter Cloudwater Palace in a month at most. That accursed place is overrun with oddities. Once the Ox enters, it's hard to say what changes might occur. So, it's best if we find a way into the thatched hut before then. Otherwise, no matter how unwilling we are, we'll have no choice but to give up," Zhou Chong said. Cloudwater Palace. Li Fan's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected this Azure Ox and cart to have any connection to the sect that had been destroyed thousands of years ago. After the briefing, the two flew in silence for the better part of the day until they saw a large mass of white mist moving slowly across the sea in the distance. "We're here," Zhou Chong said, then flew ahead into the white mist. Li Fan had already locked onto Zhou Chang with formless killing mechanism. Activating Heaven Watches and Earth Listens, he looked within the white mist, confirming it wasn't an ambush. Only then did he slowly fly into the mist. Around the Azure Ox, roughly 70 or 80 people had gathered. Most of them were bruised and battered, looking thoroughly disheveled. They paid little attention to the new arrival, continuing their loud discussions. Chinen, however, waved to Li Fan, signaling for him to come over. Li Fan approached Chinen and listened to the group's chatter. "That mouthless monster is easy enough to figure out. You just can't speak, not even communicate through thought. Otherwise, it'll throw you out." "Exactly. The real problem is that guy with the club. Even though getting beaten up isn't life-threatening, it hurts like hell. You've only been here a few days. I've been clobbered over a dozen times already. Don't even say it. I'm starting to feel weird if I don't get beaten up at least once a day." Chinen smiled wryly and explained to Li Fan, "No one has figured out how to enter that thatched hut after all this time. Everyone's just trying to make the best of a bad situation. We're counting on you, fellow Daoist Li." Chinen looked at Li Fan with hopeful eyes. Li Fan shook his head. "All these people haven't found a way in after so much time has passed. Why would I be any different? You overestimate me, fellow Daoist. I can only give it a try. Don't set your hopes too high." Chinen nodded. "I understand. We simply do what we can." Li Fan then turned his attention to the thatched hut ahead. Just then, a newcomer stepped forward to attempt an approach. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, observing carefully. Armed with the collective wisdom of the group, the man moved in complete silence, creeping up to the front of the hut. But before he could make a move, the muscular monster holding the wooden club glared at him furiously. The club swung in a blazing arc, smashing hard into the cultivator's body. The man managed only a single cry of pain before he was sent flying, utterly powerless to resist. He only managed to stabilize himself awkwardly after being flung beyond the range of the Azure Ox cart. Judging by the pained expression on his face, the blow had been anything but light. "What was that man's cultivation level?" Li Fan asked. "Late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm," Zhou Chong replied. "There's even one mid-stage Golden Core cultivator here. But just like those at the Qi Refinement Realm, none of them can put up any resistance against that club. As for anyone stronger, we wouldn't dare to invite them," he added. "Treating everyone equally, regardless of cultivation level." Li Fan narrowed his eyes. This peculiar trait reminded him of an oddity. Could this place also harbor oddities? He couldn't help but wonder. If it really is one, then why doesn't this oddity harm anyone? Puzzled, Li Fan decided to test it himself. He flew forward quietly, landing in front of the thatched hut and advancing slowly. The mouthless monster ignored him completely, but the one holding the club grew increasingly angry as Li Fan drew closer. Frowning, Li Fan retreated. The club-wielding monster's expression gradually returned to normal. After a moment's thought, Li Fan moved forward again. This time, his steps were even slower, but the monster wasn't interested in playing games. The club flew from its hand and slammed hard into Li Fan's body. It felt like a powerful kick to the gut. An unseen force surged, and Li Fan was sent flying uncontrollably. TSK. Li Fan sucked in a sharp breath. That really hurt. The others watched Li Fan's failed attempt with mild indifference, quickly returning to their small groups to discuss how they might approach the challenge anew the following day. Li Fan, however, replayed the scene in his mind, turning it over and over in deep thought. The next day, they tried again. One by one, they were sent flying. The sight was almost comical. When it was Li Fan's turn, the result was no different. No exceptions. The third day arrived. Still, nothing changed. As days slipped by and Cloud Water Palace drew ever nearer, a collective impatience began to fester. Fewer and fewer cultivators stepped forward to make attempts each day. Watching his fellow cultivators try every conceivable method only to fail without exception, Li Fan felt a suspicion slowly crystallize within him. So when the next day dawned, he raised his voice and addressed the gathered crowd. If there are any among us in the early-stage qi refinement realm, would you be willing to disperse your cultivation and give it a try? The cultivators first froze collectively at Li Fan's words, then erupted into a cacophony of varied reactions. Some wore expressions of utter disdain, shouting mockingly, "Where did this qi refinement junior come from? Who allowed him to spout such nonsense here?" Exactly. Telling others to disperse their cultivation? Why don't you disperse yours first? Others, however, seemed thoughtful. Fellow Taoist, do you mean the monster holding the wooden club only targets cultivators and ignores mortals? Though it sounds unbelievable, it's not entirely impossible. This scene bears some resemblance to the oddities found in sect ruins. This perspective resonated with many cultivators. That Azurox is about to enter Cloudwater Palace. We don't have much time left. It might be worth trying. But that wooden club is no joke. Perhaps our cultivation is the only thing that keeps us alive when it hits us. If we disperse our power and become mortals, we might be killed outright by a single strike. TSK, this fellow Taoist isn't wrong either. The crowd buzzed with debate, yet not one dared to step forward and test the theory. Amid the hesitation, a red-haired cultivator seemed to reach his limit. With a roar, he glared at the others in frustration. What's there to agonize over? It's just dispersing cultivation. We have the Taishang primordial true scripture. We can recover quickly enough. I'll go. With that, he arrived before the thatched hut. Operating the Taishang primordial true scripture, he dispersed his cultivation in moments, becoming an ordinary mortal. Li Fan's mind stirred, immediately locking onto him with formless killing mechanism. The red-haired cultivator, who had acted brashly moments before, now grew tense when facing the tall, ferocious monster as a mortal. He swallowed hard, inching forward step by tentative step. Every eye in the vicinity was fixed upon him. As he slowly approached the thatched hut, the mouthless monster continued to ignore him entirely. The club-wielding monster scrutinized him for a long time, raising its wooden club several times, but never brought it down. Thus, the red-haired man reached the hut's entrance unharmed, though not without fear. The faint sound of reading from within abruptly ceased. The door swung open with a crash, and a somewhat aged voice called out from inside. "Enter." The red-haired man's face lit up with joy, and he strode confidently into the hut. The door closed behind him, leaving the two monsters standing guard outside, vigilant as ever. Around the Azurox cart, the area instantly erupted into a marketplace-like din. He actually succeeded? This Qi Refinement Junior, no, this fellow Taoist is truly brilliant. May I ask your name? Damn it, Luigi beat us to it. I'm not waiting any longer. I'm dispersing my cultivation too. Of course, many cultivators remained cautious. No rush. Let's wait for Luigi to come out and see what kind of opportunity lies within that thatched hut. Right. He's just a mortal now anyway. It's not like he can escape. Amid the chaos, Li Fan frowned deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the thatched hut. The moment Luigi stepped inside, formless killing mechanism was abruptly terminated. Ever since Li Fan had comprehended this divine ability, such a situation had never occurred before. Formless killing mechanism, borrowing the authority of heaven's will, had been unstoppable in every circumstance. But now, whatever resided within that thatched hut might be an existence of truly terrifying power. The other cultivators lacked Li Fan's concerns. 5 more Qi refinement cultivators rushed into the thatched hut one after another. As for the Foundation establishment cultivators, they all remained cautious, watching and waiting. There was no change within the thatched hut, only the voice echoing in everyone's minds as it continued to read. The voice seemed slightly clearer than when they first heard it, yet it remained indistinct, its specific content impossible to decipher. Though anxiety churned within them, the cultivators could only choose to wait patiently. The next morning, without anyone noticing, all 6 individuals who had entered yesterday suddenly appeared on the empty ground outside the thatched hut. They lay scattered about haphazardly, but their auras were present. They just seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Wait, didn't they all dissolve their cultivation and become mortals? How have they all regained their full cultivation now? Soon, a cultivator noticed something amiss. Not only have they regained their cultivation, it seems, each has advanced by a cultivation stage? Exactly. This Luji was previously at the early stage Qi refinement realm. After just one night, he's now at the mid-stage Qi refinement realm. This mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator has also broken through to the late-stage Qi refinement realm. The one who was at the late-stage Qi refinement realm didn't break through, but his aura has solidified considerably. He must have gained some benefit regardless. Amid the gasps of astonishment, the looks directed at the thatched hut were completely transformed. A non-discriminatory, guaranteed advancement of an entire stage? What a tremendous opportunity! Who knew how much resources and time that would save? The higher one's cultivation level, the greater its value. Burning with impatience, the cultivators woke the 6 and questioned them about what had transpired inside the thatched hut yesterday. All 6 gave identical accounts, yet their words made everyone present exchange bewildered glances. You just read along inside for a whole day? The teacher was a wooden slip floating in the air? And you can't remember what you were reading? It was indeed somewhat odd, but they likely weren't lying. With such an opportunity before them, all the present Qi refinement cultivators dissolved their cultivation and entered the hut. Qinan was about to step forward, but glanced back at Li Fan. Seeing he hadn't moved, Qinan found it strange and humbly asked for advice. Fellow Taoist Li, is there something peculiar about this? Li Fan shook his head. There shouldn't be any problem. However, I'm already at the late-stage Qi refinement realm. The opportunity here isn't very useful to me. Go ahead, fellow Taoist. Don't mind me. I'll observe a while longer. Qinan hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands toward Li Fan and entered the thatched hut. The Foundation establishment cultivators, however, still delayed taking action. Zhoningchang explained the reason for this to Li Fan. It turned out that cultivators at the Foundation establishment realm and above could indeed disperse their entire cultivation using the Taishang primordial true scripture. However, their Tao foundation remained, existing between the tangible and intangible, and would not be dissolved. Their hesitation stemmed from not knowing if they would be considered immortal. Thus, everyone was watching and waiting. After a long time, one Foundation establishment cultivator could no longer restrain himself. Thus, he made the first attempt. After his cultivation dissipated entirely, no mishap occurred, and he was able to safely enter the thatched hut. Seeing this, the other Foundation establishment cultivators rejoiced and followed him inside one after another. Even the sole Golden Core Reverend present couldn't resist the temptation. As for the 6 cultivators who had already entered the day before, they thought to try their old trick again, hoping to raise their cultivation by another stage. Unsurprisingly, they were immediately beaten with a flurry of staff strikes. Thus, they all left, intending to bring their close friends and family to this place before the Azure Ox Cart entered Cloudwater Palace. Soon, only Li Fan remained outside the thatched hut. As wave after wave of people entered, the sound of reading within the hut gradually grew louder. Li Fan tilted his head to listen and was faintly able to make out a few phrases. The heavenly laws are stern, revere rules, and uphold order. Now I have obtained the laws. I shall spread them widely to all living beings. The heavenly laws must not be defied. Heavenly laws. Li Fan searched his memories, but found no relevant information. I wonder what's the connection between this place and Cloudwater Palace. Li Fan had chosen not to enter for 2 reasons. First, as he had mentioned earlier, The opportunity here was of little use to him, having already reached the peak of late-stage chi refinement. Second, he still had some reservations. Could this oddity-like entity truly be completely devoid of danger, simply granting benefits without asking anything in return? Li Fan didn't believe it. He intended to let these people test the waters first. If it really was safe, he could always return in his next life. Unlike others, Li Fan didn't just have a single lifetime to cultivate. The concept of missing out on opportunities didn't exist for him. Another day passed amid the resonant voices of reading. On the second day, when the cultivators awoke from the ground, every single one of them had advanced by a cultivation stage. They were overjoyed, gaining in one night what would otherwise have taken far longer through arduous cultivation. So, like the first 6, they contacted their friends and invited them to this place. Gradually, more and more people learned of the opportunity here. The coming and going never ceased, all leaving with joyful expressions on their faces. Li Fan simply observed silently, making a rough estimate. Before the Azure Ox Cart reached Cloudwater Palace, approximately 2 nascent soul cultivators, 6 golden core cultivators, 19 foundation establishment cultivators, and a number of chi refinement cultivators had entered that thatched hut. But even the liveliest gatherings must eventually come to an end. A month later, Cloudwater Palace hung on the horizon, faintly visible in the distance. The Azure Ox Cart had finally reached its destination. Li Fan and the other cultivators all chose to keep their distance from the ox cart, observing from afar. Moo! The Azure Ox let out a deep cry and rose into the sky, its hooves striking empty air as it pulled the 2-wheeled cart along. Then, it charged headlong toward the Azure Cloudwater Palace. Azure and blue light intertwined and shimmered. Without a sound, the ox cart quietly vanished into Cloudwater Palace. All the cultivators present sighed with regret. A dozen or so cultivators, perhaps unafraid due to having ventured into Cloudwater Palace before, or simply out of boldness, followed it out of curiosity. Li Fan once again used formless killing mechanism to lock onto one of them. Following that person, his perspective shifted, bringing him to the Cloudwater Palace. Before the towering main gate, the Azure Ox shrank to a normal size. Pulling the 2-wheeled cart, it advanced slowly. When it passed by Qin Tang's statue, it suddenly halted. The door of the thatched hut swung open with a crash, and a wooden slip flew to the front of Qin Tang's statue. Then, a nearly transparent figure emerged from the wooden slip. The figure was somewhat aged, and its features were indistinct. He stared silently at the statue that was pierced through the heart. A long time passed before he finally spoke slowly. Qin Tang. Qin Tang's statue seemed to twitch suddenly. Then, with a creaking sound, it tilted its head at an unnatural angle. Staring at the aged figure before it, a faint, barely audible voice suddenly emerged from the statue. Fu. Z. Though faint, the voice was like a clap of thunder, instantly echoing throughout the entire Cloudwater Palace. Fuzi. 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 Different voices, some pained, some bewildered, some relieved, some gratified, rose from all directions, overlapping and reverberating endlessly. They intertwined like a symphony from hell, resonating within Cloudwater Palace. Deep within Cloudwater Palace, at the location of Tai Hall, the turtle snake Tai seemed to stir from its slumber, revealing its monstrous form. But suddenly, the phantom of a broken sword appeared. This shattered blade was deeply embedded in Tai's body, with only a short fragment exposed. It was pitch black, radiating overwhelming killing intent. The broken sword trembled slightly, producing a grating sound like metal being sharpened on a whetstone. Countless sword silhouettes rained down from the void, piercing fiercely into the turtle snake monster's body. It hurts. Tai wailed in pain and was forced to shrink back into Tai Hall. Outside Cloudwater Palace, Li Fan trembled inwardly at the scene. The broken sword embedded in Tai's body seemed to be part of the same sword as the hilt that fought with Azure Wind. Before Qin Tang's statue, the translucent figure of Fuzi glanced toward Tai Hall and let out a long sigh. Then, Fuzi reached out and grasped the wooden slip. He clasped his hands behind his back and lifted his head to gaze at the sky. Taking a deep breath, Fuzi's form instantly expanded. Within moments, he resembled a towering giant supporting the heavens. His beard and hair bristled as he roared with fury. Heavenly! Physician! Fuzi's furious roar instantly spread throughout Cloudwater Palace. Following his shout, a deathly silence fell over every corner of Cloudwater Palace. Then, one after another, voices of resentment and hatred shot toward the sky. Heavenly Physician! Heavenly Physician! Heavenly Physician! The screams were endless, filled with such despair and hatred that even Li Fan, standing outside Cloudwater Palace, felt a chill run down his spine. The cries of despair echoed through every part of Cloudwater Palace, causing the entire massive structure to shake and tremble incessantly. The white mist that had enveloped the buildings now churned like boiling water, as if the tormented beings trapped for thousands of years were about to break free. High above Cloudwater Palace, before Fuzi's gigantic form, a small white jade figurine suddenly materialized. With its appearance, the oddities within Cloudwater Palace erupted into complete chaos. Angry and desperate shouts surged like an unending river. Cracks were strewn across the ground, and the entire Cloudwater Palace seemed on the verge of shattering under the abnormal disturbances. The white jade figurine glowed faintly, then transformed to the size of an ordinary person. His face was kindly, and his hair was graying. It was the mysterious old man who had once met his avatar Lin Fan. Ignoring the tide of roars from below, the Heavenly Physician smiled slightly. Everyone, long time no see. Fuzi's towering form trembled violently, and his face contorted with hatred. He gritted his teeth, wanting to say something, but in the end, only one word burst forth. Die. The sky seemed to darken, as though endless killing intent was gathering. Fine cracks instantly appeared across the Heavenly Physician's body. But he simply patted himself lightly, and those fine cracks vanished in an instant. The Heavenly Physician smiled faintly at Fuzi. Must you be so angry over a mere fight? His smile vanished abruptly, replaced by an expression of utter frost. Being easily provoked to anger is an illness. And illness requires treatment. Outside Cloudwater Palace, Li Fan's expression shifted. He instantly activated every defensive talisman on his person. Then he pushed his speed to the absolute limit, fleeing backward at maximum velocity. A shockwave erupted from Cloudwater Palace. In that instant, it swept across the entire Songyun Sea, spreading toward the surrounding provinces with unabated momentum. At that moment, the entire cultivation world became aware of the events unfolding in Songyun Sea. Several immense consciousnesses seemed to exchange thoughts briefly. Then, one by one, they fell silent. The shockwave hit, and Li Fan was thrown backward uncontrollably like a dried leaf in a gale. He was swept hundreds of li before he managed to steady himself. Fortunately, the blast was more spectacle than substance, and its power was oddly restrained. It simply stirred a massive wave that rippled across the entire Songyun Sea, leaving no real destruction in its wake. It was all thunder and no rain, as the saying went. Yet Li Fan dared not underestimate it. Being able to wield such precise control over such immense force only emphasized how terrifying the opponent truly was. The lock of formless killing mechanism had vanished, clear evidence that the unlucky cultivator had died in the clash between those two powerhouses. Instead of retreating, however, Li Fan pressed forward, flying back toward Cloudwater Palace. Before long, the structure came into view again. The massive translucent blue edifice was now tinged with black. Above, dark clouds gathered, rumbling with thunder. A colossal vortex had formed over Cloudwater Palace, as though intent on swallowing the recently freed structure whole. The entire sky seemed to shudder. Rows of tilting buildings slowly collapsed inward, drawn toward the vortex's heart. One could faintly hear unwilling and furious howls emanating from Cloudwater Palace, but none of it could change the reality of its gradual disappearance. After a short while, the ancient sect, which had just reappeared in this world a little over 5 years ago, vanished once more from heaven and earth. Then, the heavy clouds also began to disperse. Soon, the skies and seas returned to a scene of tranquil calm, with mild clouds and gentle winds. Cloudwater Palace has been resealed? That didn't happen in the previous lifetime. Was it because of the Heavenly Physician's figurine that I delivered? In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Li Fan's mind. So, in my last life, did Sikong-yi keep that figurine for himself instead of delivering it to Cloudwater Palace? Was he really that bold? Relying on his heaven-swapping art to defy death? No. there's another possibility. What if the heavenly physician never gave the white jade figurine to Sikong-I at all? But he did give it to my avatar. If that's truly what happened, did he realize something? The eerie, horrifying scene of the chorus of wails from Cloud Water Palace resurfaced in his mind, and Li Fan's heart swarmed with confusion. What exactly did the heavenly physician do to earn such bitter hatred from everyone in Cloud Water Palace? Li Fan recalled his first encounter with the heavenly physician. I'm just an old man who should have died long ago but somehow didn't. Let this statue keep them company in my stead. When the heavenly physician had spoken those words, his tone had been wistful. His emotions hadn't seemed feigned. But that only made Li Fan feel a deeper chill. Regardless, this old man called the heavenly physician is far too dangerous. His power exceeds my earlier estimates. Since my avatar has already entered his sights, my true self must avoid any further contact with him. This world isn't some unchanging game. Often, an unintentional action can trigger countless unexpected changes. I must be even more cautious from now on. And that sword. Just how many secrets are still hidden within this Songyun Sea? Li Fan sighed softly, his mood for exploration gone. He hurried back to Myriad Immortal's island. Inside the Tianxian mirror, he searched again for information related to the heavenly physician, Fuzi, and others, but found only recent discussions among cultivators. There was nothing of real value, though Li Fan wasn't particularly surprised. For a time after that, Li Fan returned to the leisurely, unhurried life he'd previously led on the island. Occasionally, he would spot a cultivator on the verge of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm and lock onto them with formless killing mechanism, borrowing their experiences to accumulate insights into the true meaning of Foundation establishment. From time to time, he also took on missions to accumulate contribution points. His plan was to exchange these points within the Tianxian mirror for a curio of heaven and earth to recharge Return to Truth and unlock the second anchor point. He already had a rough idea of how he intended to use this second anchor point, though the specifics would have to wait until it was unlocked. A cultivator's life wasn't solely composed of monotonous cultivation. Most weren't fanatics like Zhang Haobua, who cultivated 24 hours a day. They had their own hobbies and diversions. In the Songyun Sea, the most popular pastime by far was fish betting. In the remote northwest of the Songyun Sea stood a solitary island surrounded by sheer cliffs. Seawater defied gravity, flowing up these cliffs to gather at the island's center, forming a lake. Once a month, when the accumulated water in the lake reached its peak, it would erupt skyward, showering the sea below. Countless fish were carried along with this torrent, leaping through the air. Among them, one fish always soared the highest. Years ago, a passing cultivator witnessed this spectacle and, on a whim, refined all the other fish in the lake into essential qi, feeding it to the one that had leaped the highest. That fish underwent a metamorphosis, becoming almost as powerful as a demonic beast before returning to the sea. From then on, more and more fish gathered in the island's lake. Later, that same cultivator and his close friend had a dispute over the ownership of a treasure. Remembering this place, he proposed that each of them select a fish from the lake. Whosever fish leaped higher on the day of the eruption would win the treasure. His friend, finding the idea amusing, agreed. Their wager attracted several other meddlesome cultivators, who added stakes of their own and joined in. Rules were also established for this fish betting game. An array was set up around the island to prevent exceptionally powerful exotic beasts in the sea from entering the lake. Participants had 27 days to observe and select their chosen fish. 3 days before the lake erupted, they had to finalize their choice, with no changes permitted thereafter. It was winner takes all. Whoever picked the fish that leaped the highest would claim all the treasures wagered by the other cultivators. If one was fortunate enough to select the single highest leaping fish, the top prize, their winnings would be doubled. Selection relied entirely on the subtle observation of one's own divine sense. Using spiritual qi to enhance a fish was forbidden. Anyone discovered cheating would be collectively executed by the other cultivators. After the event, all the remaining fish were to be refined into essential qi and fed to the champion fish. At the end of that bet, that cultivator's fish came in second to last, and he painfully lost the treasure. Yet the man felt no regret, believing he had made a wrong judgment this once and had now gotten the hang of the game. Thus, he proposed they meet again 2 months later at this very spot to settle the score. The other cultivators unanimously agreed. And so, this fish betting game gradually drew more and more participants. As the numbers grew, the rules underwent slight adjustments. A prize pool was established, and half of each round's bets would go toward the rewards for the round, while the other half flowed into the prize pool. The first-place winner would claim the grand prize, with places 2nd through 10th receiving secondary prizes. The grand prize took half the rewards for the round, while the other half was divided equally among the 2nd to 10th place winners. Should anyone correctly guess the champion fish, they would claim all rewards for the round outright. At the end of each year, the accumulated prize pool would be cleared in one sweep, generating a super prize. Since its inception, the fish betting game had become the most popular activity among the cultivators of the Songyun Sea. The final round at the end of each year drew such massive participation that the isolated island would nearly overflow with cultivators. Everyone dreamed of striking it rich overnight. During the fish betting event at the end of Anchor Year 16, Li Fan also joined in the fun. He discovered that this game wasn't just about luck, there was real skill involved. The fish in the isolated island's lake came from all corners of the Songyun Sea. Each one had traveled thousands of li to reach this place and was exceptionally strong. During the 27-day observation period, these fish had to secure their survival within the lake while also gathering strength for the final leap into the sky. On the day the lake erupted, the position of each fish within the currents greatly influenced the height of their final jump. Millions of fish struggled fiercely against one another, their fates intertwined in this lake. The single lucky victor not only had to overcome its competitors, but also relied on the whims of the lake's currents to emerge as the ultimate winner. What a monumental challenge! Li Fan's mind drifted among the countless fish, wandering for a long time without finding any particularly suitable candidate. In the end, just before time ran out, he randomly chose one that appeared reasonably strong. As it turned out, this fish didn't survive the remaining 3 days. It was devoured by 2 other fish working together before the lake even erupted. Li Fan shook his head, resigned to his bad luck. When the final result was announced, the fish that leaped highest above all others was a sickly, unremarkable white pomfret. This fish had barely managed to survive in the lake up to that point, yet unexpectedly, it had the last laugh. After reviewing recordings from memory stones, the cultivators discovered that this white pomfret had unbelievably good fortune. When the lake erupted, it happened to be positioned exactly at the point where the current was most intense. Combined with the strength it had been conserving all along, these factors allowed it to soar into the sky and claim victory. No one could have predicted it, and they could only watch this white pomfret with a mix of awe and regret. Li Fan, however, locked onto it with formless killing mechanism, committing its appearance firmly to memory. I wonder if this same fish will win again in the next life. Li Fan mused to himself. As the fish betting game concluded, some were overjoyed while others despaired. But there was still work to be done. The cultivators joined forces, and in an instant, every fish in the lake except the white pomfret was refined into essential qi. The white pomfret devoured this mass of essential qi, and its body instantly swelled to several times its original size. Its teeth grew as sharp as blades, crimson streaks appeared between its scales, and a ferocious, murderous aura radiated from within. In moments, the white pomfret had undergone a transformation that other fish might never achieve even after a lifetime of struggle. After releasing the white pomfret back into the sea, the cultivators departed together. Li Fan followed along. But halfway through their flight, he suddenly froze. Through formless killing mechanism, he sensed that the white pomfret, fresh from its metamorphosis, was rapidly weakening. What's going on? Curiosity piqued, Li Fan immediately activated Heaven Watches and Earth Listens. Within his vision, 5 vicious-looking, exceptionally ferocious fish were encircling and attacking the white pomfret. Each of these fish possessed strength no less than the newly transformed white pomfret. Facing their collective assault, how could it possibly withstand them? It was soon gravely injured, hovering on the brink of death. Li Fan could clearly see that the essence blood within these 5 fishes was muddled and mixed, clearly not the result of natural evolution to their current state. There were obvious signs of artificial cultivation. Interesting. Are these the champion fish from previous years? Li Fan instantly pieced together the story. These fish, having undergone transformations, were blocked by the array surrounding the isolated island and could no longer re-enter the lake to participate in the competition. But they had developed some intelligence and knew that a new champion fish would emerge here every month. So, they lay in wait here, joining forces to ambush and slaughter the newly crowned champions, devouring their flesh and blood. Even if they couldn't obtain heaven's favor directly, consuming a fish that had received it would still achieve the same effect. Under Li Fan's gaze, the white pomfret that the cultivators had declared was blessed by heaven and possessed astoundingly good fortune moments ago was utterly annihilated in an instant, its bones now sitting within the bellies of the 5 fishes. Only a slowly rising stain of crimson in the depths of the sea proved it had ever existed. After sating themselves, the 5 aberrant fishes saw their essential chi swell slightly. Shaking their heads and swaying their tails contentedly, they departed. Li Fan watched the scene from afar, falling deep into thought. Upon returning to Myriad Immortal's island, he did not choose to seclude himself within the Tianjian mirror. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, looking up at the sky, then at the statue of the tall elder wearing a headpiece, gazing down upon all living things on the island. The feeling within his heart grew stronger. Perhaps there truly are no new things under the sun. Li Fan contemplated. Time continued its ceaseless march. In anchor year 17, Zhang Haobo broke through to the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. Li Fan observed him for a time and noticed he was no longer repetitively practicing the sea-calming sword art. Instead, he had resumed his journey chasing the wind. But unlike before, at each storm-led sight, Zhang Haobo would dance with his sword within the wind. The 108 sea-calming swords combined into a single massive blue greatsword. In Zhang Haobo's hands, it cleaved against the roaring gales, striking against the tempest's momentum. The raging storm flood seemed to show signs of weakening under his relentless swings, though the effect was faint. Without heaven watches and earth listens, which allowed Li Fan to see the flow and transformation of spiritual chi in the world with perfect clarity, it would be nearly impossible to detect. Yet Zhang Haobo remained unperturbed by success or failure, neither abandoning nor relinquishing his pursuit. He chased one storm flood after another, tempering his sword intent within the wind. It seems his next breakthrough is not far off. Li Fan thought, feeling not a shred of envy regarding the other's rapid progress. From the moment he had first received Return to Truth and entered the cultivation world, Li Fan had understood that cultivation speed was ultimately unimportant to him. Accumulating experience life after life and forging an incomparably solid foundation, that was what he needed to do. And now, having witnessed the white pomfret being torn apart and devoured, his conviction only grew stronger. Only by cultivating for 100 lifetimes might there be a sliver of a chance to escape this dead end. Li Fan's days on Myriad Immortal's island remained as tranquil as ever. By the middle of anchor year 17, Li Fan had saved up over 8,000 contribution points, enough to purchase 2 low-grade curios of man. He made a brief journey outside to unlock the second anchor point of Return to Truth. For the time being, he chose not to set the anchor, deciding instead to wait and see what unlocking the third anchor point might require before making his decision. Yet not long after this, the tranquility of Li Fan's life was shattered. He received a message from the Myriad Immortals Alliance's Heavenly Mechanism Hall, summoning him to assist in the investigation of a series of mysterious deaths involving 2 nascent soul cultivators, 6 golden core cultivators, 19 foundation establishment cultivators, and a number of chi refinement cultivators. The Heavenly Mechanism Hall was located within the core district at the center of Myriad Immortals Island. A message instructed Li Fan to proceed to the district's entrance, where someone would receive him. Intrigued by these mysterious deaths, Li Fan didn't delay and headed straight for the central core district. Soon, the magnificent structures at Myriad Immortals Island's heart loomed before him. A striking 7-colored light barrier and a surrounding moat clearly demarcated the core district from the residential cave dwellings. Li Fan paused on a small bridge, waiting for his escort. He keenly sensed the shimmering 7-colored light above lock onto him the moment he stepped onto the bridge. Never one to shy away, Li Fan looked up to study the prismatic light. It seemed to be part of the island protection array, yet stood apart and felt far more powerful. I wonder what kind of array this is. He mused silently. Before long, a Foundation establishment cultivator in black and yellow robes hurried over. After a brief glance to confirm Li Fan's identity, the man offered no explanations, simply instructing Li Fan to follow closely and not wander off. Then he turned and headed inward. The lock of the seven-colored light dissipated as Li Fan followed at a leisurely pace, his eyes taking in the surroundings. Every cultivator here wore the same black and yellow robes as his escort. Their expressions were grave, their movements hurried, as if burdened by pressing matters. Their cultivation levels ranged from qi refinement to foundation establishment and beyond. So these are the people working within the system, Li Fan thought. They passed the council hall, medicine hall, talisman hall, martial hall, until finally reaching the heavenly mechanism hall tucked away in a corner. This place felt noticeably quieter than the others. Occasionally, they encountered one or two cultivators whose cultivation levels were indiscernible. These cultivators had their eyes closed as they calculated silently with their fingers, seemingly deep in divination. The escort led Li Fan to a chamber before silently withdrawing. The room was hazy with incense smoke, and a cultivator stood with his back to Li Fan, gazing up at an enormous map of the Tsongyun Sea. Li Fan focused on the map. It was densely covered with countless markings. Azure winds, crimson crosses, black dots, and all these symbols moved and shifted incessantly across the map like living things. What is this? Li Fan's interest was piqued, and he studied the map closely. Yet after just a few moments, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look further. Li Fan stood in the room for some time before the cultivator finally turned around. He appeared to be a scholar-like young man, perhaps in his 20s, with a sickly, exhausted demeanor. After coughing several times, he waved his hand, and dozens of projections of miniature human figures materialized before Li Fan. Do you recognize these people? Li Fan looked, focusing on one of the figures. An explanation popped up in his mind as he did so. Mao Fei, late-stage qi refinement realm. Cause of death, attacked by an exotic beast while traveling at sea. He examined another. Xiao Guangyu, mid-stage golden core realm. Cause of death, mental derangement during contemplation of the laws of heaven and earth, resulting in self-detonation. Li Fan's eyelids twitched. He moved to another. Ling Meng, mid-stage nascent soul realm. Cause of death, died accidentally while seeking opportunities within a relic cave dwelling. After reviewing each figure, a chill ran down Li Fan's spine. He recognized every one of them. They were all part of the group that had entered that thatched hut. What they had believed to be a great opportunity to advance a cultivation stage had instead turned out to be a deadly trap. The claiming of lives did not happen immediately, but in the near future. Fuzi, how treacherous. Moreover, Li Fan was all too familiar with this manner of death. Wasn't this none other than heaven activating its killing mechanisms? But why would accepting Fuzi's opportunity attract the killing intent of heaven and earth? Fuzi, heavenly physician, cloud water palace. Countless thoughts flashed through Li Fan's mind in an instant. While pondering, he did not forget to nod and reply, I did indeed cross paths with these people once. He then described the scene of the azure ox pulling the cart and the wooden slips lessons. The scholarly cultivator seemed to have already known this and showed little surprise. Instead, he studied Li Fan with keen interest and asked, with such an opportunity right before you, why did you refrain from going in when all the others entered? Li Fan repeated the same explanation he had used before. The scholarly cultivator listened without expressing approval or disapproval, though he did not press Li Fan further. He simply smiled and said, you certainly have remarkable luck. He turned to look at the projections of the cultivators who had died under mysterious circumstances and sighed, when heaven demands your death, you cannot refuse. After a long pause, he finally said to Li Fan, you may go now. I know this matter has nothing to do with you, but as the sole survivor of the incident, necessary procedures must be followed. That is why I summoned you here for questioning. Li Fan nodded, took one last glance at the map on the wall, and quietly left. Faintly, he heard the cultivator sigh softly. Another case has appeared? Li Fan's steps faltered for a moment before resuming their normal pace. After exiting the heavenly mechanism hall, questions surged in Li Fan's mind. Another case? What does that mean? Does it refer to oddities harming people, or heaven activating its killing mechanisms? Under the intangible influence of the eternal heavenly venerable, how does he remember? Li Fan recalled the countless markers on that map. Perhaps, although specific events cannot be remembered, one can indirectly confirm that an event truly occurred by observing its effects. For example, if cultivators of the Myriad Immortals Alliance suddenly die in large numbers simultaneously at a certain moment. Li Fan pondered as he walked, but his train of thought was interrupted by a noisy crowd ahead. These people all wore black and yellow robes, appearing quite young and somewhat inexperienced in the ways of the world. Their cultivation levels were only at the early stage Qi refinement realm, and they seemed to have just begun their cultivation journeys. They were looking up and pointing at the flowing seven-colored light barrier in the sky, excitedly discussing something. The leader among them was relatively older than the rest, with a long beard. He was currently giving them an introduction. This is the seven-colored immortal felling array, standard in the core area of every Myriad Immortals Alliance branch. Modified from an ancient array, its power is astonishing. Even an ordinary spirit transformation cultivator who carelessly falls into the array will immediately perish, their Tao extinguished. So powerful. Master Gong, how long do we have to study before we can set up such an incredible array? Master Gong chuckled. You youngsters have just learned to walk and already want to fly. Let me think, he mused. Generally speaking, once you break through to the Tao establishment realm, you may attempt to construct an island protection array. At the Golden Core realm, you might barely qualify to assist in maintaining the Myriad Immortals array. As for this seven-colored immortal felling array, Master Gong smiled but offered no further answer. Master Gong, with your skills, setting up this seven-colored immortal felling array shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Of course not. Master Gong is one of the top array masters in the entire Songyun Sea. Exactly, don't you know that Master Gong always personally attends the annual maintenance of the arrays? The group of young cultivators chattered noisily, their voices blending into a clamor. Master Gong stood to the side, stroking his beard with a pleased smile. As Li Fan observed the scene, a thought struck him. He had nearly forgotten a certain someone's final request. An array master, huh? His expression turning serious, he called out from a distance, "Senior, are you Master Gong?" The long-bearded cultivator started slightly, turning to look at Li Fan. Surprise flickered in his eyes, there and gone in an instant, expertly concealed. He smiled and replied, "I am Gong Boyu." "And you are?" Li Fan feigned excitement. "I am Li Fan. Master Gong, I've finally found you. It's been so difficult to meet you." Gong Boyu looked somewhat embarrassed, but asked patiently, "Might I ask why you were seeking me, young friend?" Li Fan sighed, his face full of emotion. "I am acting on someone else's behalf. My friend, He Jianghao, left behind a jade slip titled Detailed Explanations of the 100 Veins Array Diagram. Before his death." Before Li Fan could finish, Gong Boyu's eyes widened, and he interrupted him. "What? You are a friend of Taoist He? He left a written work on arrays with you." Gong Boyu's expression turned peculiar, a mix of disbelief and what seemed like pleasant surprise. His figure blurred, and he suddenly appeared right beside Li Fan. Li Fan felt a hand grasp his shoulder, and the scenery before his eyes instantly changed. By the time he regained his bearings, he found himself standing before a tilted, cube-shaped structure. The entire building seemed forged from some kind of metal, gleaming with a cold, clear light under the sun. "Follow me," Gong Boyu said to Li Fan before walking inside the structure. Li Fan followed him in. Despite its imposing exterior, the inside was dark, cramped, and small. Just as Li Fan was starting to wonder what was going on, he felt a sudden tremor beneath his feet. The perfectly square space they were in seemed to be moving. A moment later, the walls and floor turned transparent, and Li Fan realized the interior of the structure was divided into countless independent small cubes. Each cube moved rapidly along a specific trajectory, and he could vaguely make out the busy figures of cultivators within each cube. After some time, their own small cube came to a stop as if it had bumped into something. A seamless connection formed instantly, and the surroundings transformed abruptly. The space they were occupying expanded several times over. A few tables and chairs were arranged inside, suggesting it was a reception area. Motioning for Li Fan to take a seat, Gong Boya asked with a broad smile, "Young friend, might I take a look at the detailed explanations of the 100 veins array diagram you mentioned?" Li Fan had no objection. He had long since deleted He Jianghao's final message from the original jade slip and made several copies for situations just like this. He retrieved one copy from his storage ring and handed it over. He said emotionally, before Daoist he departed to explore the cave dwelling, he feared he might meet with misfortune and that his life's work would be lost. Therefore, he entrusted the detailed explanations of the 100 veins array diagram to me. He instructed that if he were to perish, I should deliver it to you, Master Gong. He hoped you could complete the unfinished array diagram compilation on his behalf. Gong Boya carefully read the jade slip, his expression shifting between astonishment and confusion. After a long while, he finally stored the jade slip away with great care and said to Li Fan, fellow Daoist, his cultivation might have been modest, but his talent in arrays is truly admirable. What a pity. It's always the brilliant ones who are taken too soon." Then he spoke to Li Fan with utmost seriousness. "Rest assured, I will spare no effort to complete it. I will definitely not let fellow Daoist his work be forgotten or left to gather dust." Next, he handed Li Fan a communication spirit talisman. "Once it is completed, I will notify you immediately. I will also provide you with a copy." After pondering for a moment, Gong Boyu added, "This detailed explanations of the 100 veins array diagram will be of great help to our strategy array hall. Some of the novel insights within are enlightening even for me. You went through the trouble of delivering it to me, which counts as a meritorious deed. Later, I will transfer 20,000 contribution points to you." Li Fan, who hadn't expected this additional reward, hurriedly expressed his thanks. Seeing that Gong Boya had once again immersed himself in He Jianghao's work, Li Fan intended to take his leave, but encountered an awkward problem. He didn't know how to leave. Thus, he had no choice but to disturb Gong Boya again. "Do you not know anything about array cultivation?" Gong Boya asked in surprise. Then he pulled out another jade slip. "This contains the foundational course for beginners by our strategy array hall. You can study it in your spare time while cultivating. That way, when fellow Daoist his work is completed, you won't be completely in the dark. Remember, do not share it with others. You may go now." With that, he waved his hand. Li Fan felt the ground beneath his feet tremble, and the surrounding space detached, reforming into a three-dimensional small cube. It swiftly moved in the direction from which he had come. Soon, it returned him to the entrance of the strategy array hall. After exiting the building, Li Fan glanced up at the architecturally distinctive structure once more. "There are still over 10 years. I hope you can complete it in time." Returning to the Tianqian mirror, Li Fan took out the jade slip gifted by Gong Boyu and examined it, unable to suppress a delighted smile. Compared to the various introductory books on array cultivation available on the market, the content taught within this jade slip progressed step by step from simple and surface-level knowledge to complex and deep concepts. Moreover, it was logically clear and exceptionally detailed. From basic theory to practical array deployment, it felt as if it were holding his hand and guiding him the entire way. In his previous life on Tian Island, Li Fan had once attempted to set up a seawater purification array. But even for such a rudimentary array that could hardly be more basic, Li Fan had spent nearly half a month on it. The path of array cultivation was truly vast and complex. Relying solely on self-study made it genuinely difficult to get started. However, with this jade slip, things would be much easier. In the ancient cultivation world, this would have been considered half a true inheritance. After all, the content within this jade slip couldn't be bought even with contribution points. Excellent. Fellow Daoist, even in death, your light and warmth endure. This matter had greatly lifted Li Fan's spirits. Not long after, he settled his mind and began studying with the hunger of a starving man. Enthralled by the profundities of arrays, Li Fan lost all track of time. Some unknown length of time later, his spiritual sense stirred faintly, startling him awake. Checking the date, Li Fan found it was already anchor year 18. Studying arrays is even more time-consuming than cultivation itself. Li Fan couldn't help but click his tongue in silent amazement. In his perception, it felt as if only a few days had passed. But why did I suddenly wake up? Li Fan frowned, and fragments of the past flickered through his mind. 3 years ago, an immortal master passing by took a liking to her and brought her away. At first, she'd still send messages through people to let us know she was safe. But later, we never heard from her again. So it was this matter. Understanding dawned on Li Fan immediately. A treasure-attuned body? It is indeed a rather remarkable constitution. But Li Fan frowned again. I possess return to truth, which is hundreds of times more powerful than any treasure-attuned body. Moreover, in my previous life, my relationship with Yin Yuzhen was transactional. Neither of us owes the other anything. That connection is resolved. So why has my spiritual sense given me a warning? One had to understand that throughout all his years of cultivation, Li Fan had experienced this kind of faint, inexplicable sensation from the depths of his spirit only a handful of times. When a cultivator experienced such a sudden premonition, it either served as a warning of imminent danger or was connected to some kind of fateful opportunity. It was profoundly mysterious, something he couldn't afford to ignore. After pondering a while longer, Li Fan seemed to gain some insight. Could it be related to that cultivator who took Yin Yuding away? This is somewhat interesting. Perhaps I should go and meet him. Li Fan checked his current contribution points. The 20,000 contribution points promised by Gong Boyo had already been credited to his account. Thus, Li Fan used the Tianjian mirror to purchase 2 curios of man, 1 low-grade and 1 mid-grade. The total cost was 8,200 contribution points. Once again, he left Myriad Immortal's island and traveled to a deserted stretch of sea. He summoned the low-grade curio of man and touched it. Discovered item convertible to charge, Bamboo of Reluctance. Proceed with charging. Li Fan selected yes. The Bamboo of Reluctance vanished from his hand, and the prompt from Return to Truth appeared accordingly. Charging progress of next anchor point, 10%. Anchor points in use, 1. Available anchor points, 1. Li Fan then took out the mid-grade curio of man, the Staff of Sorrow. After absorbing it, the charging progress reached 20%. Just like that, 8,200 contribution points vanished in the blink of an eye. Now empty-handed, Li Fan pondered silently. The first and second items absorbed to charge the second anchor were the damaged halt steel fragments, which increased the progress by 25% each. The third and fourth items were 2 intact low-grade curios of man, which increased the progress by 30% each. But for the third anchor point, 2 curios of man only increased the progress by 10%. Moreover, it seems Return to Truth doesn't differentiate between mid-grade and low-grade curios of man. I wonder if curios of heaven or curios of earth would provide a greater charge. Adding new anchor points will undoubtedly become increasingly difficult in the future, and once an anchor is set, it cannot be changed. I must ensure everything is thoroughly considered before setting new anchor points. Having completed his tests, Li Fan set off for Yelon Island. Yelon Island was located north of Lioli Island. As it had no guardian, no teleportation array had been established there. Thus, he needed to teleport to Lioli Island, which was the closest island to it, then fly the remaining distance. Tianbao Pavilion, Yelon Island. Li Fan hovered midair, his presence concealed as he eavesdropped on the conversation between the 2 sisters. The sisters looked extremely alike. However, the younger sister, Yin Yuzhen, was far less mature than when he had met her in his previous life. Her face was full of youthful innocence, and she even looked a bit naive. Her body wasn't fully developed yet, and she was quite thin and frail. Her sister, Yin Yuding, though the same age, possessed a demeanor that was far steadier and more composed. At that moment, she was sorting through a pile of scrap metal and junk in the room, searching for something. Yin Yuzhen stood by, watching with an utterly bored expression and yawning from time to time. Yin Yuding selected several small cauldrons and wiped the sweat from her brow. Her face was filled with delight. These small cauldrons must be quite old. The Wanhua Trade Association will certainly accept them. This means we'll make a profit again. Big sis, when are we going to eat? Yin Yuzhen muttered as she rubbed her stomach, completely disregarding her sister's words. Yin Yuding sighed with a hint of helplessness. Little sis, you need to learn how to identify treasures too. If I'm no longer around one day, and you're still this scatterbrained, what will you do? Yin Yuzhen giggled, ran over, and hugged Yin Yuding's arm. That won't happen, sis. You know what I'm capable of. Avoiding misfortune and pursuing good fortune. How amazing is that? Combined with your treasure-attuned body, what challenge could possibly defeat the two of us? She then lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. Sis, that faint sense of foreboding I had before completely vanished when I woke up this morning. Instead, I feel like something very good is going to happen soon. Yin Yuding's eyes also lit up. Really? The two sisters whispered a few more words to each other, then began to laugh and tussle playfully. Avoiding misfortune and pursuing good fortune? Li Fan, who had just learned this unexpected piece of information, narrowed his eyes. No wonder this young girl acted with such extreme decisiveness in that past life. If someone with this talent embarks on the path of cultivation, their advantage surpasses someone with a treasure-attuned body. Treasure-attuned body, fortune discernment, all that's missing is peerless combat prowess. Heh heh heh. Li Fan seemed to think of something and was unable to suppress a series of low, deep chuckles. After this, Li Fan settled into seclusion near the Tianbao Pavilion, waiting for that cultivator to arrive. The gradual stabilizing and calming of his spiritual sense also verified Li Fan's conjecture. Of course, Li Fan wasn't idly wasting time. He diligently studied the jade slip on arrays from Gongboyu. Time passed day by day in this manner. Li Fan had already been waiting here for nearly a month, yet that cultivator still hadn't appeared. However, he wasn't anxious. On this day, Li Fan suddenly had an intuition. Formless killing mechanism activated, and his perspective instantly switched to Zhang Haobua's side. After more than a year without observation, this Heaven's Chosen's face had taken on a newfound resolve. His eyes seemed to conceal a vast ocean, their depths impossible to fathom. Zhang Haobua hovered in midair. Brilliant blue light particles, like countless stars interspersed with streaks of azure radiance, converged on him from all directions. He absorbed them all, and the intensity of his aura jumped by nearly half. Zhang Haobua had already stepped into the late-stage foundation establishment realm. In just 6 short years, he leaped from mortal to the late-stage foundation establishment realm. When providence and talent complement each other, the result is truly incredible. Clearly, this is far from his limit. After his breakthrough, Zhang Haobua showed no intention of resting. He strode through the air, flying towards a small storm flood nearby. Fierce winds raged, howling as they whipped up towering waves. Zhang Haobua roared towards the sky. 108 sea-calming swords merged into one, transforming into a blue light. As he swung the sword, the force of the wind faltered. Endless water attribute spiritual qi surged from the Songyun Sea below, rapidly replenishing the spiritual qi consumed by Zhang Haobua. In the blink of an eye, another flash of blue light met the roaring storm. The wind's force faltered again. And so, amidst the gales and the waves, Zhang Haobua wielded the giant blue sword again and again, opposing the storm flood. The blue light was endless, while the storm's intensity gradually abated. In the end, this small storm flood, which should have lasted 3 or 4 more days, was thus prematurely concluded. The blue brilliance suddenly shattered, transforming into countless tiny raindrops that scattered and vanished into heaven and earth. With his sword, Zhang Haobua had severed the azure winds. Zhang Haobua, having effortlessly dispersed the storm flood, showed no change in expression. He glanced up at the sky before racing toward the next location threatened by a storm flood. From chasing the wind to severing the wind. What will your next step be? Li Fan murmured to himself with a soft chuckle. Time is not on your side, I'm afraid. He withdrew his attention, refocusing on the introductory jade slip on arrays. Another month passed. Suddenly, Li Fan's expression shifted, and he stored the jade slip away. The cultivator he had been waiting for had finally arrived. In Li Fan's perception, a cultivator at the mid-stage qi refinement realm swaggered boldly toward the Tianbao Pavilion, making no attempt to conceal his aura. Formless killing mechanism instantly locked onto him, and insect binding coiled, ready to strike. Just as Li Fan prepared to seize the man, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. The cultivator showed no intention of meeting Yin Yuding. Instead, he marched directly into the Tianbao Pavilion, his voice booming through the establishment. Has the new stock for this month arrived? Show them to me. A young shop assistant, recognizing the man, greeted him with effusive warmth. Ah, child Jower, you're here. Please come this way. We've reserved several rare items specifically for you these past few months, just as you requested. The cultivator, Jower, was visibly delighted. He hurriedly followed the assistant into Tianbao Pavilion's treasure vault. The young assistant gestured to a few objects displayed separately on a shelf. As you instructed, we've gathered all items bearing this particular motif together for you. Jower strode forward, picked up a small cauldron, and carefully examined it, his fingers tracing its patterns. Good, very good, he nodded in satisfaction after a moment. He then lifted a cracked azure porcelain vase, studying it intently as he held it aloft. The designs are indeed in the style of that place, he remarked, a note of pleasure in his voice. He inspected each item on the shelf one by one, praising them lavishly. Your Tianbao Pavilion is truly efficient, managing to gather so many treasures in just a few months. Other shops are full of incompetence, especially that Wanhua Trade Association. They talk a big game, but they can barely find a few useful items in a whole year. He ranted vehemently. Then, beaming, he clapped the young assistant on the shoulder. Pack these up and have them delivered to the usual place. The assistant nodded obsequiously. When it came time to pay, Jower pulled a handful of gold leaves from his robe and tossed them over without a glance. Keep the change. Consider the extra your reward. Remember, I'll take any object with the styles and patterns I described, no matter the quantity, he declared, puffing out his chest with an air of generosity. An elderly, gray-haired manager smiled as he collected the gold leaves. You are most kind. Your Tianbao Pavilion is truly reliable. Why remain tucked away on this small Yalon island? I foresee your business expanding greatly, spreading across the entire Songyun Sea. Jower added this compliment before humming a tune and turning to leave. Flushed with pride, the young assistant couldn't resist adding, of course. Our shopkeeper. Before he could finish, the old manager slapped him on the head, cutting him off abruptly. The young assistant, knowing he had spoken out of turn, clutched his head and fell silent. Jower's eyes shifted, but he said nothing more. A faint smile touched his lips as he continued humming his tune and slowly walked away. He made his way to a small courtyard on Yelon Island. After the Tianbao Pavilion staff delivered the items, he closed the main gate. A flying boat suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Jower carefully carried the items into the vessel, then performed a spell to conceal the boat's form. With that, he departed from Yelon Island and flew northward. Li Fan, who had observed everything from start to finish, felt his interest peak. There was something odd about Jower's every move. He disguised himself as immortal, collecting antiques. He had a storage ring but refused to use it, insisting on employing a flying boat and moving the items himself. And what was that place he mentioned? What could be so special about it to warrant such attention from a cultivator at the mid-stage Qi refinement realm? At the very least, Li Fan now understood why Yin Yuding had been targeted by Jower in her previous life. It must have been due to a careless slip of the tongue by that young shop assistant. That assistant might not have known Yin Yuding possessed a treasure-attuned body, but he certainly knew their shopkeeper had a unique talent for identifying treasures. And how could an ordinary mortal possibly resist the probing of a cultivator? Exposure was inevitable. Jower would undoubtedly return for Yin Yuding. Li Fan decided to wait for him right there. For now, he would see where Jower was transporting the treasures he had collected. Through the perspective of heaven and earth, Li Fan watched as the flying boat sped north for 2 full days, eventually arriving at a vast, empty stretch of sea. No islands dotted the surroundings, only a single, massive, perfectly straight stone pillar stood in the sea. The center of the pillar appeared to have been hollowed out, with small rooms carved into it. Jower landed his flying boat atop the pillar and painstakingly carried each item into one of the rooms. Li Fan saw that several other rooms, including that one, were neatly filled with similar objects. The patterns and designs on them all shared the same style as the items Jower had just purchased. Clearly, he had been collecting these things for a long time. After admiring and handling his treasures with evident affection, Jower reluctantly boarded his flying boat and set course back to Yelon Island. The stone pillar slowly descended, retracting beneath the sea. 2 days later, outside the Tianbao Pavilion, a furtive Jower stared at Yin Yuding as she sorted through treasures, practically drooling. So it's the legendary treasure-attuned body. With this girl's help, gathering artifacts from that place will be much easier. His eyes brimmed with greed as he muttered to himself. Where is that place? A voice suddenly spoke right beside his ear. Jawar shuddered in alarm and tried to react, but to his horror, he found himself completely immobilized in an instant, unable to move a muscle. Come, let's have a proper chat at your home. A figure, its aura completely concealed, appeared behind him. Then, Jawar felt himself being lifted like a chick, soaring into the sky. They flew swiftly toward a familiar location. Jawar's heart grew cold with dread. The mysterious figure hadn't been lying. He actually knew the location of Jawar space. The thought of all the treasures he'd collected over the years falling into someone else's hands made Jawar's heart ache so fiercely he could scarcely breathe. This felt worse than death itself. The mysterious figure flew at incredible speed, covering the distance to Jawar's hidden base in just over a day. As Jawar regained control of his body, he heard the man speak in a calm, even tone. Well, aren't you going to invite me in? Jawar shuddered, and an instinctive urge to fight back rose within him. But after considering the other's unfathomable strength, it faded. Feeling that icy gaze roving over him, Jawar said with a miserable expression, "Yes, senior." He then formed a hand seal, and a stone pillar rumbled as it rose from the seabed. Jawar hung his head dejectedly. "Senior, this way please." With that, he entered via the staircase in the center of the pillar. Li Fan swept his divine sense around the area. After studying the jade slip for over a year, he was no longer completely ignorant about arrays. There were only a few simple arrays for water manipulation and dust purification inside the stone pillar, with no traces of any offensive arrays. Still, Li Fan didn't lower his guard. He activated a protective talisman before following Jawar inside. Once he entered, Li Fan realized he had been unnecessarily worried. The interior of the stone pillar was remarkably crude. Most of it served as storage rooms for displaying collected items. Jawar led Li Fan to a relatively spacious room. In the center stood a large table holding what appeared to be a miniature model of the Tsongyun Sea. "Senior, please sit," Jawar mumbled, forcing the words out with difficulty. Li Fan sat down leisurely, observing Jawar's ashen face. "Do I have to question you, or will you confess everything honestly by yourself?" Jawar opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but only managed a smile uglier than crying. "Senior, I don't know what I should confess." Li Fan snorted coldly and reactivated his insect-binding divine ability. Jawar was immediately restrained again. Controlling the blue flame phantom spirit, Li Fan sent a visible wave of cold air across the floor like an icy blue serpent. As it crawled onto Jawar's body, Jawar's lower limbs were frozen solid by blue ice crystals. "I wonder if someone of your cultivation level can recover after their body shatters into frozen fragments," Li Fan said with apparent curiosity. A flicker of fear flashed through Jawar's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. He showed no hint of begging for mercy. Instead, he looked ready to remain unyielding even in the face of death. Li Fan could tell that Jawar didn't seem to be pretending. "Interesting," Li Fan smiled. Grabbing Jawar, he brought him to the adjacent storage room. Jawar's eyes suddenly filled with terror. "My, these items here seem truly remarkable. You must have spent considerable effort collecting them," Li Fan said, lightly tracing his hand over the objects. Crash! While touching a ceramic bowl, he deliberately knocked it to the ground. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. How careless of me. I accidentally broke it," Li Fan said with feigned regret. Crash! Another piece of porcelain shattered. Furious flames ignited in Jawar's eyes as he glared at Li Fan, as if wishing to slice him into 1,000 pieces. However, as the fragile antiquities in the room were destroyed one after another before his eyes, the expression in Jawar's eyes gradually shifted from fury to heartache, from heartache to panic, and from panic to pleading. Yet Li Fan showed no intention of stopping. He took Jawar through every room in the stone pillar, systematically destroying the items he spent years collecting right before his eyes. Looking at the fragments covering the floor, despair flooded Jawar's eyes. As the control over his body abruptly lifted, he lunged forward and collapsed into racking sobs. His cries echoed to the heavens, his grief so raw it was painful to witness. But as he wept, Jawar suddenly realized the shattered fragments in his hands were gone. He was still restrained, standing in the very same room. Everything that just happened had all been an illusion. The emotional whiplash, the plunge from despair to relief, was so violent it nearly stole his breath. When the physical restraints vanished, he crumpled to the floor. Weakness seeped through his limbs, yet he scrambled up and rushed frantically into the neighboring storage chamber. There, his beloved collection remained perfectly intact. Overwhelmed, he wept again, this time with joy, yet his crying grew even more pitiful. To Zhao, that illusion had been 10,000 times more terrifying than the worst nightmare. He never wanted to experience it again. "Do you understand now what you ought to confess?" A ghostly voice whispered beside his ear. Zhao shuddered, chilled to the bone by Li Fan's terrifying skill in manipulating his psychology. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything," he stammered, trembling uncontrollably, terrified that Li Fan might truly destroy his entire collection. The two returned to the main room, one after the other. Li Fan took a seat, while Zhao stood obediently to the side. Zhao opened his mouth, hesitated, and closed it again. After a long pause, he finally spoke, voice quivering with fear. "I am Junior Zhao Bao, a local cultivator of the Tsongyun Sea. This year, I turned 68 years old." Li Fan's face darkened, and he cut him off immediately. "Who asked for that? I want to know what's the use of all these things you've gathered? And where is that place you mentioned? Why do you transport them personally by flying boat instead of using a storage ring?" With each question, Zhao Bao flinched as if struck. When Li Fan finished, Zhao Bao grimaced and said, "Your powers are truly great, Senior. Nothing escapes your notice." He paused, as if gathering his thoughts. After a moment, he stammered, "The reason I have spent a lifetime collecting these ancient artifacts is because of a secret I discovered back when I was still just a mortal." "A secret?" Li Fan watched Zhao Bao with keen interest, waiting for him to continue. Zhao Bao nodded. "My family has been in the antique trade for generations. Growing up surrounded by it, I developed a deep fascination for ancient relics salvaged from the deep sea. Perhaps due to some innate talent, I could always easily distinguish genuine antiquities from forgeries. So, my family gradually entrusted me with all authentication work. I handled countless artifacts every day. And that's how I began to uncover a secret buried within the dust of history. It appears that the Tsongyun Sea was once home to a lost civilization." Zhao Bao's expression grew solemn, his eyes narrowing slightly as if recalling something in the distant past. "The artifacts from this civilization have a highly distinct style, sharply different from those of any other period in the Tsongyun Sea. Every ancient piece stored in this base of mine belongs to that civilization." Li Fan nodded slowly. "What's special about this civilization? These items look old, but they all appear to be mundane objects. They should hold little value for a chi refinement cultivator like yourself. The objects themselves indeed hold minimal worth. What's truly valuable is the residual power lingering on them," Zhao Bao replied. "Senior, are you aware that the depths of the Tsongyun Sea are littered with architectural ruins?" he asked, shifting the conversation entirely. "Ruins? Of course I'm familiar with them." Li Fan was a frequent visitor to the depths of the Tsongyun Sea. He was no stranger to the ruins scattered across the seafloor. "Are you suggesting these ruins belong to that lost civilization?" Li Fan asked. Zhao Bao shook his head. No. These ruins are all local to Tsongyun. That's not quite right either." Zhao Bao scratched his head, then gestured with his hands, forming a circle. "The place we now call the Tsongyun Sea wasn't originally a sea at all." Li Fan paused, taken aback. Zhao Bao continued, "This area was originally land. But one day, it was suddenly submerged under the sea. Those ruins on the seabed belong to the civilizations that existed on that original land." Submerged under the sea. Scenes Li Fan had witnessed beneath the waves surfaced in his mind. Great Xian's exit was an abyss on the seafloor. The Li world's entrance was a well within a sunken ruin. Sky crystal spirit sand, a material required for crafting his avatar, was found within a massive underwater relic site. He had seen these ubiquitous seafloor ruins many times, and he had also witnessed the Tsongyun Sea run completely dry. If this area could transform from sea to mountains, wasn't it equally possible that this sea hadn't always been a sea? Theoretically, he should have easily come up with this hypothesis. But something had been interfering with his thoughts, making him overlook this point, intentionally or not. He would even actively come up with alternative explanations for the existence of these ruins, such as attributing them to islands destroyed by storm floods. Looking back now, the vast, continuous stretches of ruins on the seafloor looked nothing like the remains of sunken islands. This method of clouding minds is extremely similar to that eternal heavenly venerables method. But compared to theirs, it's slightly weaker. Once someone becomes aware of it, it can no longer affect their perception. Above Tao unity, but below eternal. In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through Li Fan's mind. Meanwhile, Zhao Bao continued speaking, his account flowing without pause. And the ancient artifacts I've collected all belong to a completely different civilization. It appeared suddenly as if it fell from the sky. Just like... Li Fan suddenly interjected, just like the Tsongyun Sea itself? Zhao Bao slapped his thigh excitedly. Exactly. Back then, driven by this question, I searched the entire Tsongyun Sea floor, excavating site after site. After studying the stratigraphic layers across the seabed, I made a startling discovery. You see, the transformation of mountains and rivers is a common occurrence. Who's to say the vast Tsongyun Sea won't revert to land one day? Such a transformation usually takes years, even decades. But, Zhao Bao raised his voice, repeating emphatically, but, when this place transformed from land to sea, it happened in just an instant. Zhao Bao grew more animated as he spoke. He walked over to the miniature model of the Tsongyun Sea in the room. Pointing at it, the water in the model gathered into a sphere and flew into his palm. The deeply depressed model slowly returned to its original, level state. Just like this. He held the sphere of water in his hand, then slammed it down violently. Boom! As it struck the ground, the earth sank deeply. Seawater burst out, instantly flooding the entire depression. Mulberry fields transforming into vast seas. Truly, it could happen in the span of a single palm strike. Li Fan couldn't help but recall the atlas of the geographical areas surrounding the Tsongyun Sea. So it wasn't as if someone had forcibly carved a gap into the continent. This palm strike. Li Fan's mind wandered, imagining the scene at that time. He felt dazzled and overwhelmed, unable to control his awe. Zhao Bao also withdrew his hand, staring blankly at the reformed model of the Tsongyun Sea, lost in thought. After a long silence, Zhao Bao finally spoke again, his voice slow and measured. These artifacts I've collected, they must have been carried here by that massive surge of seawater. Li Fan suddenly remembered the two human skeletons he had seen at Yin Shangren's place. So that's how it was. They weren't the same kind of people after all. Although powerhouses at the Tao Unity realm and above could subtly alter the people's thoughts while leaving no trace of interference behind, the world always produced all kinds of extraordinary talents who could perceive events that had occurred in the past through various clues. His spiritual sense began to calm down. It seemed Zhao Bao was not lying. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fan asked, the residual power on these artifacts you mentioned, could it be related to that palm strike? Zhao Bao hesitated briefly before answering honestly. The power of that palm strike, the one that formed the Tsongyun Sea, was so immense it nearly embodied the Tao itself. These objects, carried along by it, inevitably became tainted with a wisp of Tao resonance. Buried deep beneath the sea, even after thousands of years, this Tao resonance still lingers on them. A single artifact carries a resonance too faint to detect. But the more we gather, the more these residual resonances harmonize with each other, growing increasingly noticeable. If we reach a certain threshold, we might even be able to reconstruct the complete Tao resonance and witness the grandeur of that palm strike firsthand. Hearing this, the prompting from Li Fan's spiritual sense finally faded away. So this is where my opportunity lies. The sea overturning palm strike. Seeing that Li Fan remained silent for a long time, Zhao Bao cautiously continued. The reason I didn't use a storage ring to transport these artifacts earlier is precisely that the residual Tao resonance is extremely fragile. Placing them inside and taking them out again would likely destroy the lingering resonance. That's why I had to move them myself. Li Fan gave a slight nod, accepting this explanation. Take me to see this Tao resonance of the sea overturning palm strike. Zhao Bao didn't dare refuse. He led Li Fan down the stone pillars staircase to the largest storeroom. Inside, hundreds of artifacts were displayed. There were porcelain vases, porcelain bowls, small bronze cauldrons, and even everyday items like iron pots and shovels. Li Fan closed his eyes to meditate. Within the storeroom, a peculiar resonance flowed slowly throughout the space. Yet it remained exceedingly faint, making it difficult to comprehend any divine abilities from it. Roughly how many more artifacts would we need to strengthen this wisp of Dao resonance to a level where it can be comprehended? Li Fan asked. Zhao Bao looked somewhat troubled. It's hard to say for certain. At the very least, we'd need several times more than what I've collected so far. These artifacts are scattered all across the seabed. Gathering them by myself is incredibly difficult. However, he paused, glancing at Li Fan. If we had the help of that girl with the treasure-attuned body, it would surely be much easier. Li Fan smiled faintly, his expression inscrutable. Then you'd better hurry. Time is not on your side. He reached out, pressing a finger to Zhao Bao's forehead. From this day onward, you will work for me. Zhao Bao felt a chill at the center of his forehead. It was as though living threads of icy energy were burrowing into his mind before seeping deeper into his body and vanishing. A cold dread gripped his heart, but then he heard the other speak. Don't worry. It's just a wisp of cold energy. It will dissipate on its own in a few days. Nothing to fear. Zhao Bao felt like crying, but had no tears. Tell that to the ghosts. This had to be some kind of terrifying restraint. Remembering what he had experienced earlier inside the illusion, he shivered again and hurriedly declared, Senior, you have my word. From now on, I will do whatever you say. I would never dare disobey you. Li Fan smiled faintly, but did not reply. He hadn't lied. What he had sent into Zhao Bao's body was indeed nothing more than a thread of cold energy produced by the blue flame phantom spirit. It served no real purpose and was purely for intimidation. Threats from others were far less frightening than the suspicions brewed in one's own mind. Of course, he couldn't rely solely on scaring Zhao Bao. Necessary countermeasures were still essential. Formless killing mechanism had already locked onto him in secret. There was no fear of him escaping. After the stick, the carrot was also necessary. Li Fan said to Zhao Bao, I don't need you to do anything else. Just continue as before. Put all your effort into gathering artifacts from that unknown civilization. From time to time, I will check on your progress. Once we successfully coalesce the Dao resonance, you may join me to contemplate it. With that, Li Fan handed over a one-way communication spirit talisman. Zhao Bao was overjoyed at the words, hastily accepting the talisman and swearing his loyalty once more. Let's go. We'll pay a visit to that girl with the treasure-attuned body, Li Fan said coolly. After more than a day of travel, the two returned to Yelon Island. It was already night. Inside the Tianbao Pavilion, the two sisters were chatting in their room. Li Fan, with Zhao Bao in tow, abruptly manifested before them. A trace of killing intent leaked out, locking the two in place. He spoke indifferently, you two. Are you willing to work for me? The sudden appearance of the figures startled the sisters. They were about to scream, but found they could make no sound. Instantly, they understood the identity of the two before them, the legendary immortal masters. The elder sister, Yin Yuding, turned deathly pale, but she knew they had no choice. Just as she was about to answer, she felt her younger sister subtly kick her right calf. Her heart eased at once, and the words spilled out, We are willing to serve at the immortal master's side. Li Fan shook his head inwardly. The girl had misunderstood. He signaled Zhao Bao to explain. Zhao Bao put on the dignified air of an immortal master and laid out the whole story. You are to mobilize the power of Tianbao Pavilion and work with me to gather ancient artifacts. Seeing that her special constitution had already been exposed, Yin Yuding pressed her lips together and respectfully assented. Yin Yuzhen, however, kept her head lowered, occasionally stealing curious glances at Li Fan, seemingly without a trace of fear. Unfortunately, Li Fan had concealed his form, and she would never get a clear look. Li Fan observed the varied expressions of the three individuals and gave his final instructions. To Zhao Bao, he said, there are no cultivators stationed on Yelon Island. You will remain here, assist the Tianbao Pavilion's expansion, and improve the efficiency of the search. Of course, be cautious in your actions. Do not attract the attention of other cultivators. If you are truly unlucky and encounter a cultivator you cannot match, prioritize your survival. I will come to handle it afterward. Zhao Bao's expression turned solemn. I appreciate your thorough consideration, Senior. Li Fan continued, although these two girls are mortals, you are not to bully or oppress them. The task of collecting antiquities still requires their wholehearted effort. I wouldn't dare, Zhao Bao responded repeatedly. A flicker of joy appeared on Yin Yuding's face. She quickly pulled her younger sister into a kneeling position and bowed, expressing their commitment to spare no effort. Li Fan nodded, then quietly departed, returning to Myriad Immortal's island. The matter of collecting Tao resonance relics was just a small interlude in Li Fan's cultivation journey. Having made these casual arrangements, he would now wait to see the final outcome. What Li Fan cared more about was how, on two separate occasions, a subtle prompting from his spiritual sense had ultimately guided him to perceive the existence of those powerhouses above the Tao Unity realm. Was it coincidence, or was there some inevitability to it? If it was mere coincidence, then so be it. But if it wasn't, the implications were frightening. The eternal heavenly venerables try every method to conceal their tracks and hide their forms, yet the subtle guidances of heaven and earth point accurately toward them. When immortals fight, it's the mortals who suffer. However, the opportunities are tangible and real. Li Fan never believed that heaven and earth would possess no means of resistance against the eternal heavenly venerables who defied their principle. Even a chicken would squawk twice before it was killed. How much more so the great Tao of heaven and earth? Yet, it's not necessarily true that every cultivator will receive such guidance. There might be some hidden secret behind this that I am not yet aware of. After returning to Myriad Immortal's island, Li Fan once again began studying the Array Jade Slip. The work of collecting Tao resonance relics proceeded in an orderly manner under the joint management of Zhao Bao and Yin Yuding. Time flowed swiftly by. In the blink of an eye, Anchor Year 19 arrived. During this period, nothing major happened in the Tsongyun Sea. However, one peculiar matter attracted the attention of many cultivators and became a hot topic of conversation. The protagonist of this event was none other than Zhang Haobua. When Li Fan came out of seclusion to rest, he learned the details of the matter from the conversations of other cultivators. That Zhang Haobua is incredible now. He goes wherever storm floods appear. With a sweep of his sword light, those storm floods are often shattered before they can even form properly. Indeed. I heard the mortals of the Tsongyun Sea, who have long suffered from the storm floods, have even started erecting spirit tablets of him and offering incense. Zhang Haobua? I have some impression of him. Wasn't he the one testing his sword techniques on those puppets in some cave dwelling before? Now that you mention it, I think I remember. But back then, he was only at the Qi refinement realm, wasn't he? How has he become so powerful after just a few years? Correct. He has now reached the late-stage foundation establishment realm. His wind-slashing sword art is also astonishingly powerful. An ordinary foundation establishment cultivator probably couldn't last more than a few rounds against him. I only went into seclusion for a while, and he's already at late-stage foundation establishment? How? Geniuses are difficult to measure by common sense. I think he's currently using the storm floods to test his swordsmanship. Everything you're discussing is old news. The latest update is that he is no longer just slashing the wind. Oh? What is he doing now? You probably won't believe this, but right now he's hurting the wind. Hurting the wind? What does that mean? The cultivators glanced at one another, faces blank with confusion. Heh, you all know what shepherding is, right? No, how is that possible? The cultivators exclaimed in disbelief. Hurting the wind? Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Zhang Haobua, what is he trying to do? He activated Heaven Watches and Earth Listens, and his perspective instantly shifted. In an empty expanse of sea, a howling gale whipped the waters into towering, furious waves. Dark clouds hung oppressively low, accompanied by a violent, driving rain. This was a storm flood of moderate scale. From the vantage point of heaven and earth, Li Fan could clearly see that this particular storm flood was slowly moving in a specific direction, and Zhang Haobua was following behind it at a steady, unhurried pace. From time to time, he sent out slashes of blue light with his sword, like a diligent gardener pruning a hedge, carefully trimming and guiding the storm flood's path forward. Although the power contained within this maelstrom far exceeded that of a foundation establishment cultivator like Zhang Haobua, he controlled it like a child herding livestock, steering the storm flood to proceed exactly as he intended. Li Fan faintly perceived that another storm flood was brewing far in the distance. Interesting, Li Fan thought, observing patiently. And so, more than 10 days later, the two colossal storms collided under Zhang Haobua's manipulation. In that instant, a flash of azure light erupted in his eyes. The giant blue sword, composed of 108 sea-calming swords, manifested once again, spanning the space between sky and sea. Compared to when Li Fan had last seen it, the blue radiance around the great sword was deeper and more profound. Blue light bloomed, dancing through the air like a pair of flying shears, swiftly sculpting and reshaping the two colliding storms. Slowly, the two stormfloods, locked in their violent impact, began to merge. As they became one, a completely new stormflood was born. Having lost some energy in the process, this newborn stormflood was slightly less powerful than the combined might of the two original stormfloods. However, it still surpassed either one individually. Zhang Haobo gazed upon the newly crafted storm before him, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face. He peered into the distance, selected a new direction, and once again began driving the storm flood onward. Li Fan realized that by merging the two stormfloods, Zhang Haobo's cultivation had also improved by a slight degree. He was hurting the wind, but he was also using it to cultivate. It seems he's planning something big. Li Fan could vaguely guess Zhang Haobo's intentions. Crimson Flame's arrival drew ever closer. Yet, Zhang Haobo remained stuck at the Foundation Establishment realm. Without a Golden Core realm technique, he could not advance. He was an insignificant figure with no connections. Even if he wanted to warn the upper echelons of Myriad Immortals Island that Crimson Flame was coming, gaining an audience with them was an incredibly difficult task to begin with. What could he do? The only option was to create a massive spectacle, something that would draw sufficient attention. Li Fan had great anticipation for what was to come. However, the current intensity of Zhang Haobo's storm was clearly still insufficient to attract the notice of a spirit transformation cultivator. It needed more time to brew. Li Fan temporarily withdrew his attention. It's been 10 years. Time to visit the Li world again. After making some preparations, he set off immediately. Arriving once more at the ruins marking the entrance to the Li world, Li Fan did not hurry to enter the ancient well. Instead, he carefully examined the wreckage. Massive stones, bearing clear signs of being artificially polished, lay scattered haphazardly across the seabed. One could vaguely make out that this had once been a palatial structure. Besides the visible parts, many more architectural remains were buried beneath the seabed silt. The entire site stretched for several li, suggesting this had once been a small town. The original civilization. Li Fan mused, thoughtful. Then he summoned the Tian boat, crossed the immortal slaying Grand Array, and entered the Li world. From afar, he looked toward the volcano at the heart of the Li world. Compared to 10 years earlier, it appeared noticeably more active. Flying into its midst, Li Fan conducted a thorough investigation. It appeared to be a volcano formed purely by geological activity, with no trace of supernatural intervention. Li Fan had a nagging feeling that there was more to the volcano's formation, but with his current strength, he simply couldn't perceive it yet. Choosing not to dwell on it, he simply took note of it, then flew toward the capital of Great Li. He concealed his presence, making sure not to alert the lookouts atop the capital's 4 watchtowers. He sensed the faint trace of the blue flame phantom spirit's power that had long been left within Su Xiaomei and quietly drew closer. Dozens of metal exotic beasts crafted from refined steel were arranged on the training grounds. A petite figure weaved between these steel beasts at extreme speed, leaving after images behind. She relentlessly struck the bodies of the steel exotic beasts with her bare hands, each impact producing a clear bam. To the side of the training grounds, Su Changyu and Xiao Heng stood watching. A faint smile played on Su Changyu's face. Xiao Heng, however, was sighing and looked horrified. He whispered to Su Changyu, "Changyu, how can you still smile? Haven't you noticed how terrifying Xiaomei is becoming?" Pointing at the dents left by the blows on the steel beasts, Xiao Heng sucked in a sharp breath. Look at her strength. If she accidentally slapped me, she might just kill me outright. I doubt these steel beasts will last more than a couple of days. Su Changyu frowned slightly at these words, then his expression relaxed. We both know Xiaomei has a special constitution. She's born with immense strength and a fiery temper. In previous years, it was manageable. With the methods left by the immortal master, she could just manage to control her emotions. But now, the immortal master's methods are gradually failing. Xiaomei's self-control is getting worse and worse. If she doesn't vent her anger like this every day, Who knows how many people she might accidentally kill. But still, Xiaomei is Xiaomei. Even if she's a bit cold to others in the family, she treats you quite well. I don't know what you're so afraid of. Xiao Hong immediately grew anxious. You call this quite well? It's not like you don't know. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous shout erupted from the center of the training grounds. Xiao Hang, are you talking about me behind my back again? No sooner had the words left her lips than her figure blurred. Quick as a rabbit and sharp as a hawk, Su Xiaomei was right in front of Xiao Hong, the wind of her sudden movement whipping through his hair. His eyelid twitched violently, and he hurriedly cried out, "Young mistress, I wouldn't dare speak ill of you. I was just praising your immense strength." Su Xiaomei shot Xiao Hong a suspicious glance and gave a soft, skeptical hum, but didn't press the matter further. "Brother." She looked at Su Changyu standing nearby, and a smile appeared on her face. Su Changyu looked at her with fond affection, took a handkerchief from his robes, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "It seems you've been living well." Just then, an aloof voice suddenly spoke up right beside the three of them. Upon seeing the figure, the expressions of Su Changyu and Xiao Hong changed. Then they seemed to realize something simultaneously, and their faces lit up with a mixture of shock and delight. Just as they were about to speak, Su Xiaomei roared, "Who's there? How dare you play such tricks in front of me?" Even as she shouted, she swung her fist, launching herself toward Li Fan. "Xiaomei, stop!" Su Changyu and Xiao Hong cried out in alarm. But before their words had fully faded, Su Xiaomei, who could shatter tempered steel with her blows, found herself ensnared in an invisible net. She was locked in midair, utterly unable to move. "My younger sister is young and foolish. I beg you to spare her life, immortal master." Su Changyu reacted swiftly, immediately kowtowing towards Li Fan, pleading for forgiveness. Xiao Hong also quickly came to his senses. "Please, immortal master, spare Xiaomei." Li Fan did not answer. He simply observed the captured Su Xiaomei, held fast by his insect-binding divine ability, with keen interest. Su Xiaomei's small face was flushed a deep red from the strain of trying to resist the immobilization. Then, a surge of power erupted from within her. Li Fan immediately sensed it. In that instant, Su Xiaomei's strength more than doubled. An innate divine ability? Li Fan's eyes glinted, but he did not release the restraint. He wanted to see the limits of Su Xiaomei's power. Feeling the other's gaze roaming over her body while she was powerless to resist, Su Xiaomei, who had never suffered such humiliation in her life, felt boundless rage ignite within her. A crimson hue bloomed in her eyes, burning fiercely like leaping flames. Her body grew scalding hot, and the temperature of the air around her rose accordingly. Su Xiaomei's strength doubled once more. Yet, it was useless. The fury continued to coil within her heart. The crimson in her eyes gradually spread across her entire body, dyeing her black hair a sinister, unnatural red. Wispy tendrils of white smoke began to rise faintly from various parts of her body. Su Xiaomei's strength doubled yet again. Seeing this, Xiao Hong was so frantic that tears nearly fell, and he kowtowed endlessly. Su Changyu's expression remained calm, but the blood flowing from his forehead betrayed his true inner feelings. 8 times her original strength. An innate divine ability truly is unreasonably powerful. Li Fan noted inwardly with a nod. Although Li Fan sensed that Su Xiaomei's power could continue to grow, doing so would inflict damage to her body. He was just testing her. There was no need to go that far. Thus, the blue flame phantom spirit manifested within his sea of consciousness. Li Fan extended his right hand and placed it upon Su Xiaomei's head. A wave of icy cold energy poured into her. Su Xiaomei's body temperature gradually decreased, and the crimson in her pupils faded away. Her ferocious expression slowly softened into calm. The insect-binding divine ability dissipated, and Su Xiaomei fell from the air. In the blink of an eye, she regained her footing and lunged at Li Fan. She wrapped her arms tightly around Li Fan's leg, clinging on desperately and refusing to let go. "Master, you're finally here." "Master." Li Fan chuckled softly. That form of address was exceedingly rare in the current cultivation world. He did not acknowledge her, instead simply plucking her from his leg and setting her down to the side, studying her carefully. Perhaps due to her unique constitution, although Su Xiaomei should have been over 10 years old by now, her height and build were only that of an ordinary 6 or 7-year-old child. She looked utterly adorable as she scrutinized Li Fan intently with her wide eyes. Li Fan smiled again, then shifted his gaze to Su Changyu and Xiao Heng. Seeing that Su Xiaomei was out of danger, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, they still did not dare to rise, remaining prostrate on the ground. 10 years ago, just before leaving, Li Fan had imparted the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra and the methods for using the accompanying medicines to Xiao Heng. He hadn't given any specific instructions against sharing it. Judging by the fact that Su Changyu's body was still saturated with immortal miasma, he had clearly understood the principle that techniques must not be lightly transmitted and had not taught it to anyone else. But what was going on with this kid? Sensing the condition of Xiao Heng's body, Li Fan's face darkened. There were some signs that he had begun purging the immortal miasma, but only by a tiny amount. It was practically negligible. In your previous life, didn't it take you only a month to cleanse your body of the miasma? Now, nearly 10 years have passed. You've been slacking far too much. Li Fan said to Xiao Heng in a cold voice, the journey from Greatly to the cultivation world takes over 10 days. If you haven't successfully purged the miasma by the time we reach the cultivation world, I will throw you into the sea and feed you to the fish. Understood. Upon hearing this, Xiao Heng's face instantly turned pale, and his whole body trembled. Su Changyu gave him a helpless look and shook his head inwardly. Su Xiaomei wore a look of schadenfreude, grinning as she watched Xiao Heng. His original plan was to quietly leave with these three. But then it occurred to him, 10 years had passed, so the resources gathered by the world of Greatly should be ready for another round of collection. He Jianghao had met an unexpected death, and there was currently no one overseeing this smuggling route. Since he was already here, he shouldn't make the trip for nothing. After all, it was still 2,000 contribution points. Even mosquito meat was still meat. Having made up his mind, he manipulated the spiritual qi within him and struck the bell beneath the 4 watchtowers. Instantly, the sound of the bell reverberated throughout the capital of Greatly, causing quite a stir. Li Fan brought Su Xiaomei and the other two to the previous square, waiting for the arrival of Greatly's emperor. A short while later, the emperor of Greatly and his officials all arrived before Li Fan. They looked at the 3 people behind Li Fan with varied expressions, but none dared to be negligent. They all knelt down in unison. We respectfully welcome the immortal master. Li Fan got straight to the point. For this transaction, I will personally transport the individuals you have selected. Are your resources prepared? Although the Emperor of Greatly had doubts, it was undeniable that the man before him was a genuine immortal master, so he hurriedly nodded. Li Fan went to the imperial treasury, received the resources, then turned and instructed, tomorrow morning, I will meet them here in the square. I will not wait for those who are late. The Emperor of Greatly assented meekly and hurriedly went to have his subjects make preparations. Early the next morning, the square was crowded with people. Most were young faces, some of whom looked rather familiar to Li Fan. They were the same group of people Li Fan had encountered when he first entered the cultivation world in his previous life. Releasing the Taiyan boat and placing it on the square, Li Fan addressed them. The cultivation world may not be as wonderful as you imagine. It is full of dangers. This journey you are about to undertake might very well lead to almost certain death. I give you one last chance. If you are unwilling to go, you may choose to withdraw. I will personally ensure your elders are informed. You will not be pressured. Having said this, Li Fan coldly watched to see what choice they would make. These young people hadn't expected this turn of events. They looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to do. Just then, a rather sharp voice rang out across the square. Please set your heart at ease, immortal master. Although the path of immortality is fraught with countless perils, I, Yi Feiping, still seek the immortal path. My mind will not change in 100 lifetimes, nor will I regret it for 100 lifetimes. Li Fan's expression grew strange as he turned to the voice. Upon seeing who it was, he felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. It turned out the speaker was actually that very same fatty from his past life, the one who had attempted to extort Li Fan, only to be casually killed by him later. Inspired by these words, many people hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to venture into the cultivation world. Yet there were still some who chose to give up. Well-meaning advice can't save those doomed to die. You've made your own choices, don't blame anyone when you meet a gruesome end someday. Li Fan silently thought to himself as he watched these young faces, filled with excitement and unease, board the Taiyan boat one after another. Aboard the Taiyan boat above the Tsungyun Sea, the group from the Li world gathered on the deck. Entering the cultivation world for the first time, they looked around with faces full of excitement. Meanwhile, Li Fan activated the heaven-swapping art, observing the fates of those around him. Most were like objects covered in dust, dim and lacking luster. But when his eyes fell on the fatty Yifaping, Li Fan couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. His fate thread resembled a wisp of newly formed white mist, constantly swirling and evolving. A fate like this. Li Fan recalled the technique's description of such a phenomenon. It flows and turns with providence. A single change begets 100 changes. It meant this person's fate was extremely susceptible to external influence. Should he encounter a noble patron offering guidance, it was highly possible he would truly live up to his name, like the great ping that rides the wind, soaring 90,000 li skyward. 1. But if he were to meet a truly vicious and malevolent individual while his own fate was still comparatively fragile, he would likely be unable to withstand the calamity and perish. It was just like in the previous life, when he had noticed Li Fan's furtive movements and attempted blackmail, only to be promptly stabbed to death by Li Fan. However, if the person he had tried to blackmail wasn't as decisive as Li Fan, and he actually succeeded in extorting benefits from them, then with the ebb and flow of providence, Yifaping might just catch the wind from that point onward. And his fortune would become unstoppable. Li Fan would describe a person like this as such: riding the wave, you're a god; against the tide, you're a corpse. Among the people from the Li world, few aside from Yifaping, Xiao Hang and Su Xiaomei possessed relatively special fates. Su Xiaomei's fate thread was an intertwining of purple and black, inseparable from one another. Xiao Hang's manifested the image of a hidden dragon lying in the depths. Any one of these three would have been exceedingly rare even in the ancient cultivation world. Often, a single large province might produce only one such individual in a decade. But now, in this tiny Li world, they had sprouted together in a cluster. Perhaps it's related to that volcano in the Li world. Li Fan couldn't help but wonder. Under the pressure of imminent death, Xiao Heng found sleep impossible. In just 8 or 9 days, he had purged his body of all miasma, even faster than in his previous life. Then, after entering the cultivation world, he successfully drew qi into his body within a single day and night, stepping into the qi refinement realm. Su Xiaomei's progress was even more absurd. The very moment the Taiyan boat broke through the immortal slaying grand array and entered the cultivation world, Li Fan felt the spiritual qi of heaven and earth swarming of its own accord, rushing into Su Xiaomei's body. And her body, as if starved for a long time, absorbed all this spiritual qi like a bottomless pit. Even now, this process continued. Watching the rapid progress of the two beside him, Su Changyu couldn't help but feel some envy. However, he didn't let this impact him. Instead, he practiced the Xianwang Heart Clarification Sutra, passed down to him by Li Fan, with even greater diligence. He was so absorbed he forgot to eat and sleep, much like Li Fan himself had been back on Lioli Island. Seeing this, Li Fan gave an imperceptible nod of approval. The Taiyan boat skimmed rapidly over the sea's surface. Surrounded by an endless expanse of sea, the monotonous, repetitive scenery quickly caused the group from the Li world to lose their sense of novelty, and they returned to their cabins to rest. Having studied arrays for nearly 2 years, Li Fan decided to test his skills, deploying a sound and form concealment array around the Taiyan boat. It was the most basic small-scale obscuring array, but its effects were decent. Li Fan led the group safely to Yelon Island without anyone noticing. After explaining the different methods to dispel the miasma, Li Fan assigned Yin Yuding to get them settled in. Then he inquired about the future plans of Su Xiaomei and the other two. Both Su Xiaomei and Xiao Heng said they would wait until Su Changyu successfully guided qi into his body before heading together to Myriad Immortal's island. Li Fan did not press them further. Instead, he made another trip to Myriad Immortal's island to redeem 2 qi refinement techniques. One was naturally the lesser water manipulation art for Xiao Heng. The other was the blazing heart's fury art, prepared for Su Xiaomei. Xiao Heng carefully accepted the jade slip and kowtowed to Li Fan. Su Xiaomei was less formal. She took the jade slip and grinned with delight. Thank you, Master. Li Fan didn't object, letting her call him whatever she wished. You are not to remain idle while you wait for Su Changyu here on Yelon Island. Work with Zhao Bao to collect ancient artifacts. I have an important use for them. Li Fan instructed. Su Xiaomei and Xiaoheng nodded repeatedly. The path of immortality is arduous. I can only guide you through the entrance. What achievements you attain in the future will depend on your own fortune. With that, he left each of them a communication spirit talisman and sent them on their way. Both Xiaoheng and Su Xiaomei possess remarkable luck. With their assistance, the collection of Dao resonance artifacts should progress much faster. I hope to complete the collection before Crimson Flame burns the sea. That night, Li Fan used the Cloud Water Dream illusion art to deepen Zhao Bao's painful memories as a warning. Afterward, Li Fan hurried back to Myriad Immortal's island. He had received a message from Gong Boyu. He Zhanghao's posthumous work, the Mountain River 100 Veins Array Diagram, had been completed. Surprised by the swift progress, Li Fan rushed to the Strategy Array Hall. Gong Boyu had already sent someone to meet him there. After re-entering the metallic cube-like structure, the small square swiftly transported him to a large conference room. Aside from Gong Boyu, 6 other cultivators were seated inside. They all appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, with unfathomable auras, clearly possessing considerably high cultivation levels. Gong Boyu waved Li Fan over to his side, beaming with satisfaction. Thanks to the combined efforts and wisdom of these old friends, we finally completed the restoration of fellow Daoist He Zhanghao's final work after some time. A truly joyous achievement. Li Fan nodded. Fellow Daoist, he would surely be deeply comforted in the afterlife. Gong Boyu pulled an octagonal jade piece from his robe and handed it to Li Fan. Li Fan took the unfamiliar jade piece, examining it closely. Each of the 8 corners of the jade had been replaced with metal of different colors. Intricate and mysterious patterns were carved across its entire surface, and threads of golden light flowed like rivers through the grooves. This is an encrypted jade slip from our Myriad Immortals Alliance. Once created, each encrypted jade slip can only be read by a specific cultivator. If anyone else attempts to gain access forcibly, it will trigger a preset self-destruction array and explode. This one was prepared for you. It contains the restored Mountain River 100 Veins Array Diagram. Gong Boyu explained. Li Fan nodded, his divine sense stirring as he examined the jade slip's contents. The distinct forms of mountains instantly materialized within Li Fan's mind. Looking closer, every clump of soil and every fragment of rock on those mountains was, astonishingly, a miniature array. Countless tiny arrays stacked upon one another, forming an entire mountain, a massive array shaped like a mountain itself. The sheer volume of information contained within made Li Fan suck in a sharp, involuntary breath. This was not something meant for a qi refinement cultivator to behold. 1. Ya, the family surname. Fei, a verb meaning to fly. Ping, a mythical, colossal bird from Chinese mythology. The line, Great Peng that rides the wind, soaring 90,000 li skyward, is from a poem by Li Bai. Li Fan is basically saying that his fate is so malleable that if given the right opportunity, the wind he needs, he could truly fulfill the promise of his name and achieve a level of success as vast as the Peng's flight. Li Fan had a premonition. If an ordinary cultivator at the late-stage qi refinement realm tried to forcibly read the contents of the Mountain River 100 Veins Array Diagram, the torrential flow of information it contained would, without a doubt, cause their mind to rupture. Even though Li Fan's mental fortitude was somewhat stronger than the average cultivator's, his fate likely wouldn't be much better. He immediately withdrew his divine sense and solemnly stored the diagram away in his storage ring. How are your array studies progressing? Gong Boyu asked casually. Li Fan pondered for a moment before replying, after 2 years, I have gained some understanding of the subject. But as for the specific degree of mastery achieved, I am not sure. We can solve that, Gong Boyu said. He then produced a small, pitch-black sphere and tossed it over. Just send a thread of your divine sense into this. Li Fan examined the surface of the black sphere, which seemed to flow with starlight, then did as instructed. In an instant, he found himself in a dark tunnel. His thoughts were like a roller coaster, careening at high speed through the passage. Questions related to array principles slammed into him one after another, and Li Fan found himself responding involuntarily in the fleeting moments. If he knew the answer and it was correct, the speed of his thoughts increased further. If he was unsure or answered incorrectly, the speed would decrease. This sensation of his thinking speed being amplified 100-fold was somewhat similar to the epiphanic state boost within the Tianqian mirror, but it was far more potent and miraculous. After a period of time passed in this manner, Li Fan felt his thoughts slow down more and more until they finally came to a complete halt. He was then expelled from the black sphere. Gong Boya retrieved the sphere, looked at the nearly imperceptible speck of light on its surface, and stared at Li Fan with an expression of disbelief. "You've truly studied arrays for 2 years?" Li Fan's expression remained unchanged. Indeed. After a moment of silence, Gong Boya offered some words of consolation. "The path of arrays heavily relies on talent. It's normal for your progress to be a bit slow. Don't take it to heart." Li Fan deeply agreed and nodded slightly. Unexpectedly, Gong Boya's words angered another cultivator present. "What nonsense is that? The path of arrays is walked through diligence. Gong Boyu, you may be talented in array cultivation, but do you dare claim that your understanding of arrays surpasses mine?" Li Fan looked over and saw the speaker had snow-white hair, but his eyes hid a sharpness that made it difficult to meet his gaze. "Brother Zhiliang, there's no need to get all worked up. I was just offering a casual word of comfort to a junior. Why so serious? Who doesn't know that you, Zhang Zhiliang, are the #1 array master on Myriad Immortals Island?" Gong Boya said, somewhat helplessly. "The path of arrays demands utmost diligence and sincerity. How can one speak of it frivolously?" Zhang Zhiliang snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Gong Boya's flippant attitude. He turned and looked sternly at Li Fan. "Young man, you must not lose heart. At the end of my 2nd year studying arrays, my result on the knowledge appraisal sphere was worse than yours. For 500 years, I have devoted almost all my time to studying arrays. I learned and progressed slowly, bit by bit. Only then did I finally achieve my current understanding of the array path. Diligence can compensate for clumsiness, and this is especially true for the path of arrays. Although arrays are said to have infinite variations, the number of commonly used fixed templates is actually limited, and one can master them thoroughly through effort. If you devote yourself to diligent study, without slacking off or giving up, who is to say that you will not become a great master of arrays in a few hundred years?" Hearing this, Li Fan's expression turned solemn. "Thank you for your guidance, senior. I will certainly remember it well." Having said his piece, Zhang Zhiliang gradually calmed down. He studied Li Fan for a moment, then continued slowly. "Though diligence can compensate for clumsiness, having a master to guide one through the door is equally important. When I first studied arrays on my own, I learned well the difficulty of groping in the dark alone." Zhang Zhiliang paused and thought. "I see you have a steady temperament, neither arrogant nor impatient. It reminds me much of my younger self. I, too, benefited greatly from He Jianghao's Mountain River 100 Veins array diagram. By bringing the incomplete version, you have done me a service." He asked slowly, "I wonder, would you be willing to stay by my side and learn the art of arrays?" Gong Boyu, standing nearby, quickly prompted, "Aren't you going to thank Master Zhang?" Li Fan's heart surged with immense surprise and joy, and he hurriedly bowed. Zhang Zhiliang accepted Li Fan's bow with composure, then added, "Let me be blunt from the start. I have no wish to take on a formal disciple. There will be no master-disciple relationship between us. The unique arrays I have created will naturally not be passed on to you. My role is solely to guide you on the path of arrays. I will not withhold my insights. I have numerous trivial matters to deal with, so I can only instruct you when I find the time. In my daily work, I am meticulous and exacting. My demands on others are equally strict. If I find you lazy or negligent, I will not hesitate to cast you out." The conditions Zhang Zhiliang laid out sounded harsh, but were ultimately reasonable. Finally, he asked again, "Given this, are you still willing to stay by my side and learn the art of arrays?" Li Fan reigned in his inner excitement. He bowed to Zhang Zhiliang once more and said steadily, "I am willing." Observing Li Fan's response, Zhang Zhiliang stroked his beard with satisfaction. "Excellent. No better time than now. Your study of arrays begins today." With that, Zhang Zhiliang grasped Li Fan's shoulder, and with a flash, they vanished from the council chamber. Gong Boyu and the other array masters exchanged glances, each revealing a wry smile. In an instant, Li Fan found himself with Zhang Zhiliang in a stretch of outer space. Darkness surrounded them, and the backdrop was an infinity of twinkling stars. "Do you know what an array is?" Zhang Jiliang asked. Li Fan considered answering, but after a moment's thought, he shook his head. "I do not know." Arrays, Zhang Jiliang said, enunciating each word clearly, are standardized laws. Combustion, freezing, lightning. These are all natural phenomena existing in heaven and earth. What supports their occurrence and operation are the various laws that permeate existence. The laws are eternal and unchanging. Well, barring certain special circumstances, cultivators must also observe and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in their practice. And arrays are the process of applying these laws in a standardized, mechanized, uniform manner. As Zhang Jiliang spoke, the great gate to the path of arrays slowly swung open for Li Fan. Li Fan immersed himself deeply, unaware of the passage of time. In what felt like a blink, anchor year 20 arrived. The Tsongyun Sea. Zhang Haobo stood suspended in midair, his gaze lifted toward the heavens. "So, your final strike is about to arrive, isn't it?" In his memories of his previous life, a terrible storm flood would soon occur. Its fury was so immense it could make heaven and earth pale. Over 200 islands, including Dayu Island, would be flattened, and countless mortal souls would return to the depths of the sea. Compared to that terrifying storm flood, the tempest he currently commanded seemed pitifully weak. But he, Zhang Haobo, regressor, heaven's chosen, favored of Tsongyun Sea, would now attempt the impossible. He would herd the winds and dominate myriad immortals. A furious gale howled, churning the sea into towering waves. Overhead, black clouds thickened and pressed low. Within the mountainous layers of cloud, lightning flashed again and again, briefly illuminating the darkness and revealing the immense destructive power coiled within. Yet, this colossal storm, held in Zhang Haobo's hands, was like a wild horse tethered by reins, forced to move slowly and obediently in the direction he intended. Peer into the laws of heaven and earth to refine a golden core. Zhang Haobo stood in the midst of the storm, pondering slowly. With my current strength, attempting such a fusion is still somewhat forced. But without a golden core technique, I can only remain trapped at the peak of Dao establishment, unable to advance. I won't be able to accumulate enough contribution points to redeem a golden core technique in time. The only way now is an artificial core. A flash of resolve passed through Zhang Haobo's eyes. Upon reaching the final stage foundation establishment realm, one could infuse oneself with the power of heaven and earth, forcibly breaking through and forming an illusory golden core within the dantian that was constructed from the power of laws. This was the artificial core method. After succeeding, one's cultivation level would be temporarily elevated to the golden core realm. A golden core formed by the artificial core method would last 30 days at most. The other side effects of the method were also severe. Even if one later successfully condensed a golden core, it still left irreparable hidden injuries, severing one's path to the Tao. Without some other extraordinary encounter later, one would stagnate at the golden core realm for life. But Zhang Haobo had no other choice. Defying the heavens is no easy task. Zhang Haobo lifted his head imperceptibly, a cold laugh echoing in his heart. Ever since his regression, he occasionally felt that he was being watched. The sensation was like needles on his back and felt rather uncomfortable. He originally thought it was just an illusion, but after stepping into the foundation establishment realm, this feeling became even clearer. Zhang Haobo understood that the various unusual actions he had taken since his regression had likely attracted the attention of the one above. Heaven's killing mechanisms were set in motion. The fates of all living beings within the Tsongyun Sea were already predetermined. His desire to reverse fate would inevitably be met with layer upon layer of resistance. This was something he had long been psychologically prepared for. It was natural that as his strength grew, this obstructive force would also become increasingly powerful. But he was not without assistance. Zhang Haobo instinctively touched his chest, where a small, faint blue pearl flickered in and out of sight. Unlike what the public believed, he did not have a water spirit body. The reason he could wantonly use spiritual qi over the Tsongyun Sea without worrying about depletion was precisely because of the existence of this esoteric treasure. He knew nothing of this esoteric treasure's name or origin. It was only after he broke through to the qi refinement realm that day that he discovered this blue water pearl within his chest. After some experimentation, he gradually learned the pearl's uses. It could help him recover spiritual chi within his body at an astonishing speed. It also allowed him to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth more easily, especially those related to water and wind. From time to time, images would flash into his mind, revealing certain secrets of the Tsongyun Sea. His ability to detect that strange space where azure wind and the sword hilt contended, and to enter it undetected, was all due to the secret assistance of this blue water pearl. Otherwise, forget his late-stage chi refinement cultivation back then. Even as a final-stage foundation establishment cultivator now, it would be an utterly impossible task. This profoundly mysterious esoteric treasure was likely the benefit he received for being a regressor. It was also the foundation upon which he would defy the heavens and change his fate in this life. Zhang Haobuo's thoughts surged, then gradually calmed. He stretched out his left hand and captured a wisp of wind from afar, sensing the super storm flood about to be born. He continuously adjusted the speed and direction of the small storm flood he controlled, calculating and simulating the possible outcomes of the collision between the two storm floods. The day the azure winds meet will be the day I condense my artificial core. A sharp glint flashed in Zhang Haobuo's eyes, and then, shrouded by the wind and rain, his figure slowly vanished into the storm. Though Li Fan could monitor Zhang Haobuo's every move, he could not peer into his innermost thoughts. So naturally, he was unaware of what had transpired within Zhang Haobuo's mind. Besides, he had no time to concern himself with that now. Ever since he began studying arrays under Zhang Zhiliang, he hadn't had a single moment of free time to himself. Although Zhang Zhiliang needed to attend to other matters after each teaching session, he would always assign Li Fan corresponding array problem sets to study before his departure. Often, before Li Fan could even complete these problems, Zhang Zhiliang would return. After grading and explaining the exercises, Zhang Zhiliang would resume his lectures. This cycle repeated without end, leaving no time for rest whatsoever. When Zhang Zhiliang sensed that Li Fan's mental fatigue had accumulated to a certain point, he would ignite a silver incense stick. Once Li Fan inhaled its faint aroma, all his mental weariness would be instantly swept away. Then, under Zhang Zhiliang's meaningful gaze, he would continue immersing himself in his studies. This process seemed to have no end. It even gave Li Fan the illusion that time was passing very slowly. Every minute, every second spent researching arrays was torment. He longed for the day it would finally be over. If not for his inherently strong will, coupled with the 3 trials by Qin Tang's statue that tempered his mind, granting him far greater endurance than an ordinary person, he might truly have been unable to persevere. After an indeterminate length of time, Zhang Zhiliang brought back another person. Their progress differed, so they were not taught together. A completely identical phantom split off in this expanse of outer space, separately lecturing to that new student. Only then did Li Fan realize that the one who had been teaching him all along likely wasn't the real Zhang Zhiliang either. The so-called trips away on business were just pretexts. It was probably all to test his diligence under unsupervised conditions. Li Fan shook his head, paying no further mind to the other student. After setting a reminder for the 2-year deadline, he disregarded everything else. He immersed himself in the study of arrays, free from distraction. Thus, time flowed on, heedless of the passing years. One day, while frowning in thought, Li Fan's expression suddenly changed drastically. It felt as if a massive object had slammed violently into his mind, the world spun, and stars exploded before his eyes. Blood trickled from his nose and the corners of his eyes, making for a terrifying sight. Zhang Zhiliang's figure suddenly appeared. He glanced at Li Fan with some curiosity, but didn't ask any questions. He simply ignited that silver incense once more. This time, the fragrance was even more potent than before, and the divine sense injury began to heal rapidly after absorbing the incense. In just half a day, Li Fan felt the injury was completely gone, and he had recovered fully. Only then did Li Fan have the presence of mind to examine the final image that had flashed into his consciousness. Zhang Haobuo has broken through to the Golden Core realm? He turned his head slightly, gazing into the distance, an inscrutable expression settling on his face. The disparity in cultivation realms is too great. Is this backlash from targeting him with formless killing mechanism? Li Fan pondered silently for a moment before reviewing the vision he had just witnessed. Within a pitch-black world, two colossal storms collided. A flash of azure light illuminated heaven and earth, and Li Fan faintly saw a small black sword shuttling through the tempest at extreme speed. Its baleful aura shook the heavens, trailing twin trails of blue and azure flame. Amidst the vast expanse of sky and water, the raging, runaway energy annihilated everything. Even the normally abundant spiritual chi was blown away. Only pure wind remained. The two storms slowly merged, becoming one. Yet, it was the smaller one that assumed dominance like a serpent swallowing a mammoth. An indeterminate amount of time passed before the fusion was finally complete. The moment this new storm flood took form, the world seemed to fall abruptly silent. A phantom image of black sword intent, magnified countless times, stood towering between heaven and earth. Azure wind blew down from the sword's tip, entering the blade from above. Blue water flowed up from the sword's hilt, entering the blade from below. Azure, blue, and black intermingled as the sword's form slowly solidified. When the sword intent phantom fully manifested, a furious roar from Zhang Haobua resounded across the firmament. Sever. Then the vision went dark, the vision ending there. Li Fan replayed the visions several more times. In the end, it was Zhang Jiliang who asked whether he needed to rest, noticing Li Fan had been staring blankly into space for far too long. Only then did Li Fan come back to reality. Peer into the laws of heaven and earth to refine a golden core. Although he had sustained a minor injury and still didn't know exactly how Zhang Haobua had formed his golden core, witnessing the scene of a golden core's formation for the first time filled Li Fan with irrepressible excitement and exhilaration. The path of cultivation ahead was shrouded in thick mists. But by borrowing the power of a prodigy, another segment of it was illuminated. It took a long while before his excitement slowly faded. Only then did Li Fan calm down once more and return to his study of arrays. Nearby, Zhang Jiliang, who had observed the entire process, Li Fan's diligent study, his injury, his exhilaration, and his return to diligent study, couldn't help but show an expression of heartfelt approval. Although this boy's talent in arrays is truly lacking, his diligence and temperament suit me quite well. I just wonder how long he can persist. I hope he doesn't give up halfway like those before him. While Li Fan was diligently studying arrays on Myriad Immortal's island, he was unaware that a massive tornado was rapidly approaching the island. This anomalous phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of the cultivators on Myriad Immortal's island. Confident in the protection of the Myriad Immortal's array, they believed that, even if this tornado were twice as powerful, it would pose no substantive threat to the island. However, this terrifyingly imposing tornado was something that Song Yinsi had never seen before. Moreover, its target was extremely clear. It was headed straight for Myriad Immortal's island. This inevitably led the cultivators on the island to entertain some baseless conjectures. When it came to the storm floods that ravaged the Songyun Sea, there was an unwritten rule among the cultivators of Myriad Immortal's island. They only erected defenses and generally did not actively disperse the storms. It was said this was the order of the island's spirit transformation immortal eminence. Although the cultivators didn't know the reason for it, they could only comply. After all, while these storm floods were spectacular, their actual lethality seemed extremely limited. Only the mortals living on the islands were truly affected. Not even a chi refinement cultivator had ever been heard of perishing in one. Thus, cultivators generally paid little mind to the storm floods. But now, the situation was different. This storm flood was heading straight for Myriad Immortal's island. Were they still supposed to sit still? One had to understand that ever since the founding of Myriad Immortal's island, there had never been an instance of a storm flood assaulting the island itself. Instantly, discussions broke out among the island's cultivators. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, the Myriad Immortal's alliance's authorities maintained an eerie silence, offering no decision or statement. And so, the cultivators of Myriad Immortal's island could only watch helplessly as that colossal azure tornado, which seemed to connect heaven and earth, drew nearer and nearer. From a distance, it hadn't seemed so imposing. But as the tornado gradually closed in, a sense of dread began to creep into the hearts of the watching cultivators. Countless tons of seawater were being sucked skyward into the vortex. Where the tornado passed, the sea was stripped bare. Even the mud and rocks from the seabed were torn loose and hurled into the air. Under the immense force of the gale, the very ground of Myriad Immortals Island began to tremble faintly. A light bloomed from the statue of the crowned immortal Venerable Tao Teacher. The Myriad Immortals Array had activated its protective measures automatically. It appears our Myriad Immortals Island has a guest, a voice boomed. Please show yourself, fellow Taoist. As the blue azure tornado drew ever closer, the spirit transformation immortal eminence of Myriad Immortals Island finally made his appearance. Range upon range of mountains, peak after overlapping peak, stood like a barrier before the tornado. Though the azure wind was powerful, it seemed inadequate against these lofty, interlocking ridges. Yet the tornado showed no intention of changing course. It offered no reply, instead choosing to collide head-on. The tornado crashed into the mountain range, and the impact sent shockwaves rippling through heaven and earth. A deafening roar rolled across the land, leaving the watching cultivators pale-faced. They could only stare in stunned awe at the place where wind and rock collided. The wind cut like blades, hurling shattered rocks in every direction and shearing off mountaintops in the blink of an eye. A cold snort echoed, and the mountains were instantly restored to their original state. The sky around the azure tornado suddenly darkened, and range upon range of mountains materialized, one after another, encircling the azure tornado at the center. At that moment, a bold, unrestrained laugh erupted from within the tornado. I am Zhang Haobua of the Tsongyun Sea. I pay my respects to the spirit transformation immortal eminence. The voice carried far, spreading across the entire Myriad Immortals Island in moments. Among the cultivators witnessing this scene, some wore looks of blank confusion. Others were wide-eyed and slack-jawed, their faces etched with utter disbelief. Through urgent transmissions and rapid explanations, soon every cultivator on the island learned just who this Zhang Haobua was. A few years ago, he had tested his swordsmanship against puppets while still at the Qi refinement realm. More recently, at the Foundation Establishment realm, he had severed the azure winds with his sword. But how was it possible that he could now command a storm of such terrifying power, enough to threaten Myriad Immortals Island itself? Judging by the sheer force, while it might not yet reach the spirit transformation level, it certainly surpassed the nascent soul level. How had he achieved this? Myriad Immortals Island was in an uproar. The sound of discussion buzzed like a raging flood. But after the initial shock subsided, many of the more astute cultivators began to discern the truth of the matter. This Zhang Haobua, his personal strength isn't necessarily that formidable. He is borrowing power. Correct. In my estimation, this man is at the Golden Core realm at most. It's just that his comprehension of the law of wind is truly astonishing, allowing him to command such a ferocious storm. With his own meager strength, he stirs the might of heaven and earth, like using 4 tails to deflect 1,000 caddies. An ordinary golden core cultivator would find it utterly impossible. How long has he even been cultivating? His natural talent is truly terrifying. On Myriad Immortals Island, the sound of discussion buzzed incessantly. The unseen spirit transformation cultivator was also silent for a moment before he finally spoke again. What is your purpose for coming here? Within the azure wind tornado, Zhang Haobua slowly revealed his form. He gazed at the empty space ahead and smiled faintly. I apologize for the intrusion, senior. I seek an audience with you to discuss an urgent matter. One tail equals 50 grams or is almost equal to 1.76 ounces. 1 caddy equals 500 grams or is almost equal to 1.1 pounds. To discuss an urgent matter. Zhang Haobua's voice echoed between heaven and earth. The cultivators of Myriad Immortals Island reacted with varied expressions. Such audacity. He's just a golden core cultivator. What urgent business could he possibly have? Exactly. Using a storm led to strong-arm Myriad Immortals Island, he's mocking us as if we're all unworthy. Why hasn't the spirit transformation immortal eminence swatted him like a fly yet? The suspense is killing me. Watching him show off like this is worse than losing a prize technique. Yet, to have such a presence despite being only at Golden Core, this young man will achieve great things in the future. He is cultivated for fewer than 10 years, yet he rides the winds to dominate Myriad Immortals at just the Golden Core realm. Such a feat reminds me of the legendary Lord Jingluan. Ignoring the clamor rising from the distant Myriad Immortals Island, Zhang Haobua stood composed, waiting patiently. A moment later, A figure abruptly manifested before him. Clad in white robes and holding a feathered fan, he was the picture of elegant grace. Narrowing his eyes, he assessed Zhang Haobo. Golden core? Urgent matter? It has been a long time since I encountered such an interesting young man. Zhang Haobo met his gaze steadily, his expression unchanging, and said with utter calm, "Golden core, spirit transformation, all are but ants." The white-robed spirit transformation cultivator's hand, which had been gently stroking his fan, stilled. He studied Zhang Haobo once more, but this time, his gaze held a new weight of seriousness. After a moment, he pointed into the distance with his feathered fan. "If that is so, then follow me." Moments later, the white-robed spirit transformation cultivator and Zhang Haobo faded from the sight of everyone watching on Myriad Immortal's island. Only the colossal azure tornado remained, spinning ceaselessly. In the sky, a gap suddenly tore open in the clouds. Brilliant starlight poured down, and the swirling azure winds gradually dissipated into nothingness. Only the lingering discussions of the Myriad Immortal's island's cultivators remained. Zhang Haobo's vision blurred, and he suddenly found himself standing atop a mountain peak. Mist swirled around him, and only the sharp, piercing tips of distant mountain ranges were revealed through the clouds. The white-robed spirit transformation cultivator stood at the cliff's edge, his back to Zhang Haobo. "This place is a domain unto itself, shielded from the perception of the heavenly Tao. Speak freely." Zhang Haobo first took another moment to scrutinize his surroundings. With his current cultivation, he could detect nothing unusual about this place. Only then did he speak. "Senior, are you aware that a sole arbiter of heaven and earth lies within the Tsongyan Sea?" The white-robed spirit transformation cultivator turned to face him, looking at Zhang Haobo with keen interest. "You speak of azure wind locked in stalemate with that sword hilt? Though I don't know how you learned of this, if you believe this represents some kind of opportunity, you are mistaken. Every spirit transformation cultivator in the Tsongyan Sea and the surrounding provinces knows of azure wind's existence. Yet none dare attempt to refine it. Do you know why?" Zhang Haobo's expression remained neutral as he replied, "Is it because of that sword hilt?" The spirit transformation cultivator nodded. "Whenever a sole arbiter of heaven and earth appears, it is always bound by a heavenly duty. From our observations, azure wind's duty is to destroy that sword hilt. A century ago, a spirit transformation cultivator from afar passed through, sensed azure wind's presence, and sought to refine it. In response, azure wind trapped both the outsider and the sword hilt together in its prison. The baleful energy from the sword hilt erupted instantly. Its target wasn't the prison created by azure wind, but that spirit transformation cultivator. Azure wind also chose that moment to attack. It was equivalent to two Tao Unity immortal venerables striking simultaneously. That spirit transformation cultivator died on the spot. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haobo fell into thoughtful silence. Two Tao Unity entities were in conflict, locked in a stalemate. An outsider interfered, one weaker than either, so they perceived it as a provocation. Thus, they united and attacked the intruder together. Is that it? The white-robed spirit transformation cultivator fanned himself. The boy is teachable. Zhang Haobo, however, shifted the topic abruptly. However, the sole arbiter of heaven and earth I speak of is not azure wind. The sword hilt broke free and flew off to an unknown location. Azure wind pursued it. The white-robed spirit transformation cultivator's movements froze stiffly. What I refer to is a sole arbiter of heaven and earth that has not yet appeared, but will soon manifest in the Tsongyan Sea. Zhang Haobo's gaze grew distant, as if recalling something. The white-robed spirit transformation cultivator set down his fan, fixing his eyes intently on Zhang Haobo. His expression was grave. Above the mountain peaks, vast swathes of dark clouds gathered, blotting out the sky. Li Fan remained completely unaware of the events unfolding outside. He was utterly absorbed in the study of arrays. The person who had been studying alongside him finally cracked under the immense pressure of grueling studies after 3 months and voluntarily gave up, choosing to leave. Zhang Zhiliang said nothing about it. Not long after, he brought back another individual to instruct in the art of arrays. Li Fan didn't even notice these happenings around him. His focus was entirely dedicated to researching arrays. When he grew weary, he would simply light the silver incense. He truly did not rest for a single moment. Zhang Zhiliang grew increasingly satisfied whenever he looked at Li Fan. This routine continued for 2 full years. When the reminder he had set earlier finally went off, Li Fan finally roused himself from his studies. Gazing somewhat reluctantly at the intricate array diagram broken down into countless minute components before him, Li Fan shifted his focus to Zhang Zhiliang. "Master Zhang, I have a matter to attend to and need to make a trip outside," Li Fan explained. Zhang Zhiliang nodded. "You've been studying continuously for so long, it's time to go out and relax a little." After a moment's thought, he handed Li Fan a white, glowing cube. "I'll lend this to you for self-defense, just in case something unexpected happens." Li Fan examined the cube in his hand, discerning the traces of several dozen arrays layered within it. Zhang Zhiliang added, "This is an array crown, formed by superimposing over 100 different arrays. The most valuable array among them is a teleportation array. When facing an opponent you cannot hope to defeat, you can activate this teleportation array to be sent to a random location up to 100,000 li away. Having studied under me for so long, you should understand how to use this object, so I won't elaborate further." Li Fan understood the preciousness of this item. The arrays within the array crown were not single-use. After each activation, it could passively absorb the surrounding spiritual qi to recharge. Once recharged, it could be used again. This was far superior to those disposable array diagrams that would often break after a few uses. That Zhang Zhiliang was willing to entrust this object to Li Fan indicated, to some extent, his regard for Li Fan. Li Fan promptly thanked Zhang Zhiliang and then departed from the strategy array hall. The reason for this trip was, naturally, that the time for the deep-sea pearl's emergence was drawing near. The deep-sea pearl was the foundation establishment curio he had decided on for this lifetime, and he could not afford to lose it. Thus, he emerged from seclusion ahead of schedule and headed to Luan Island to lie in wait. Rather than rushing off immediately, Li Fan took his usual approach and inquired about any major events that had occurred during the 2 years he'd been secluded. That was how he learned of the commotion stirred up by Zhang Haobo. Truly a grand move. Impressive, truly impressive. Li Fan exclaimed in admiration. So, by now, the Myriad Immortals Alliance must already know that Crimson Flame will soon scorch the seas. I wonder how they plan to respond. Over the past 2 years, aside from Zhang Haobo riding the winds, several other significant events had occurred. In Anchor Year 21, at the edge of the Tsongun Sea, 2 spirit transformation immortal eminences had engaged in a great battle for reasons unknown. The conflict raged for over a month without a clear victor. It was only when the sky tore asunder, enveloping them in brilliant starlight, that the grueling fight which had drawn countless spectators finally concluded. Also in Anchor Year 21, shortly after the battle of the 2 spirit transformation cultivators, a celestial phenomenon enveloped the entire Yuandao province adjacent to the Tsongyun Sea. There, the Tao Unity Immortal Venerable Lanyu had met his end. It was said that Immortal Venerable Lanyu was a powerful cultivator who had lived through the Great Reformation, ruling Yuandao province for nearly 3,000 years. Yet, he ultimately failed to achieve eternal life. His destined time arrived, his body perished, and his Tao dissipated. Following his death, Yuandao province descended into considerable strife. In Anchor Year 22, in the northwestern region of the Tsongyun Sea, a cave dwelling rose from the depths of the sea and flew directly towards Jioshan province. This piqued the curiosity of many cultivators who followed to investigate. None returned, and their fates remained unknown. Li Fan meticulously committed the events to memory and checked the records on his communication spirit talisman. The collection of Tao resonance relics seemed to be proceeding relatively smoothly. With the help of a group of prodigies, progress was significantly faster than anticipated. However, the intervals between Zhao Bao's reports were growing longer. The last message was from half a year ago. It appeared another, memorable lesson was in order. Xiao Heng had largely refrained from disturbing Li Fan. Su Xiaomei, however, sent him messages every few days. They were usually nothing particularly important, just greetings where she always addressed him as master alongside news of her progress. Her innate immortal physique indeed allowed for rapid cultivation. In just over 2 years, she had already reached the late-stage qi refinement realm. Xiao Heng's progress was slightly slower, still at the mid-stage qi refinement realm, though it seemed he was nearing a breakthrough. The other messages were just casual greetings from cultivators he had met while wandering the islands, nothing of importance. However, when accessing the Tianxian mirror, Li Fan discovered that in Anchor Year 21, a Foundation establishment cultivator named He Xinxin had sent several visitation requests. These continued sporadically until ceasing half a year ago. At that time, Li Fan had been immersed in studying arrays under Zhang Jieliang's tutelage and naturally had not received the messages. He Xinxin. Li Fan pondered, and his expression suddenly turned peculiar. Could this person be related to He Zhenghao? He abruptly recalled that in a past life, during his first encounter with the storm flood on Lioli Island, it was indeed a female cultivator who activated the island protection array. He had simply never crossed paths with her afterwards and gradually forgot the matter. Perhaps this He Xinxin only stayed in the Tsongyin Sea for a short time before leaving? Li Fan could only surmise. After some thought, he decided not to seek her out proactively. If fate willed it, they would meet again someday. With all trivial matters settled, Li Fan delayed no further. He traveled via teleportation array to Luan Island. According to what Agent Wu of the Wanhua Trade Association had said, he acquired the deep-sea pearl from a fisherman on Luan Island. Therefore, the pearl must have initially formed in the sea, was subsequently swallowed by a fish, and then fell into the fisherman's hands. The only question was whether the pearl was still in the sea or had already been retrieved. Out of habit, Li Fan activated a form-concealing talisman, flew above Luan Island, and carefully attuned his senses. In his past life, he had once become the vast sea itself. He was intimately familiar with the aura of the deep-sea pearl. If it were on this island, he would surely detect it. Unfortunately, after circling the entire island, he found no trace of the pearl. Thus, Li Fan had no choice but to search the waters surrounding Luan Island. The sea was vast, and the deep-sea pearl was still in its nascent stage, its aura extremely faint. This endeavor was truly like searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, it was just a matter of time. 3 months later, after some tense searching, Li Fan finally secured the deep-sea pearl. As one sea perishes, another is born. Li Fan murmured, carefully examining the curio that felt so familiar from his past life. He keenly observed that the deep-sea pearl seemed weaker than when he had encountered it in his previous life. The blue contained within seemed diluted, lacking the profound depth of the sea, appearing instead as a faint, sky-like azure. I thought I might not see you in this life. Li Fan mused, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. But it seems you also understand the principle of not putting all your eggs in one basket. He then activated the object-devouring technique and swallowed the deep-sea pearl, sending it into his dantian. True Foundation establishment would have to wait until the pearl was fully formed, but that didn't prevent him from ingesting it now to begin attuning himself to its essence. With the deep-sea pearl in his possession, most of Li Fan's business in the Tsongyin Sea was concluded. Afterwards, he made a trip to Yelon Island to check on the current status of the various young prodigies and exert another round of psychological pressure on Zhao Bao. To make a lasting impression this time, Li Fan employed a multi-layered dream illusion. Within the illusion, Zhao Bao once again found himself trapped in the nightmare where all his Dao resonance relics were being smashed. However, having already been through this twice before, he had developed a slight resistance. After a struggle, he managed to wake himself from the dream. But he pretended to remain ensnared, hoping to deceive Li Fan. He waited until Li Fan appeared before suddenly launching a desperate attack. With a single blow, he successfully struck Li Fan down. Staring at the corpse on the ground, the nightmare that had weighed on his heart for years finally seemed to lift. Zhao Bao couldn't help but throw his head back and roar with triumphant laughter. Yet, to his surprise, he saw no celestial phenomenon in the sky marking the death of a cultivator. When he looked back at the body, Li Fan's head lolled to the side, revealing an eerie smile. The surrounding scene shattered like glass, layer after layer, and he found himself back in his own base. Time seemed to have rewound to the day he first met Li Fan. He was in the middle of explaining the origins of the Dao resonance relics to him. But things took a different turn. After listening, Li Fan showed no interest in recovering the Dao resonance. Instead, he smashed the antiques in the base and then brought his palm down on Zhao Bao's head. The scene went black and Zhao Bao jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. After a few disorienting moments, he frantically scanned his surroundings. He didn't see Li Fan, but he could no longer distinguish illusion from reality. It took him the better part of a day to fully regain his senses. Realizing it was a warning from Li Fan, he hurriedly sent a report to Li Fan. Watching Zhao Bao's expressions and actions from the shadows, Li Fan knew the intimidation had been successful. Still, this is no long-term solution. When the opportunity arises, I will need to find a proper method to control cultivators. Li Fan then went to check on Su Changyu. The cleansing of his miasma was not yet complete, but Su Changyu worked with steady persistence, neither impatient nor discouraged. Moreover, with Su Xiaomei and Xiao Heng occasionally bringing him treasures said to aid in expelling miasma, he was not far from success. While working together to collect artifacts imbued with Dao resonance, Su Xiaomei had gradually grown close to the Yin sisters. Su Xiaomei had lived a relatively sheltered life with little contact beyond Xiao Heng and Su Changyu. Thus, she had naturally formed genuine bonds with the Yin sisters over 2 years of constant companionship. At Su Xiaomei's urging, the Yin sisters had also begun cultivating the Xian Wang Heart Clarification Sutra, attempting to purge the miasma from their bodies and embark on the path of immortality. Their progress was slower than Su Changyu's. However, they maintained a calm mindset toward it, advancing slowly but steadily. Li Fan observed the situation briefly without revealing himself. Confirming that nothing was amiss, he returned to Myriad Immortal's island. After handing the array crown back to Zhang Jiliang, Li Fan immersed himself once more in the study of arrays. It was now anchor year 22. He gave himself a deadline of 6 years. In his previous life, when he emerged from seclusion in anchor year 31, Crimson Flame had already begun scorching the sea. He recalled visiting Myriad Immortal's island in anchor year 30 to submit Tine Fruit. Therefore, Crimson Flame's appearance must have occurred between anchor year 30 and 31. But in this life, with the unpredictable variable of Zhang Haobua in play, Li Fan decided caution was paramount. He resolved to leave by anchor year 28 at the very latest. Until then, he would seize every possible moment to study arrays. After all, this was a unique opportunity. Once he left for Yuandao province, where would he find an array master to teach him personally? Feeling the pressure of time, Li Fan redoubled his efforts, burying himself in the study of arrays without a moment's rest. He even refused Zhang Jiliang's tactful suggestions to take a break, insisting on continuing with firm resolve. Over the years, more students under Zhang Jiliang came and went, but none could match Li Fan's singular focus and unwavering persistence. Whenever Zhang Jiliang looked at Li Fan, his gaze grew increasingly warm. Time flowed onward, and in the blink of an eye, for years passed. It was now anchor year 26. While deeply engrossed in his array studies, Li Fan suddenly paused. His avatar Lin Fan, who had been deriving techniques, had used up his contribution points and was forced to end his seclusion. The equivalent of 270 years of contemplation had yielded results that were neither exceptionally good nor terribly bad. Creating an original technique was profoundly difficult. Even adapting existing techniques presented immense challenges. Of the 2 techniques he had set out to derive, he had only completed one. The other was mostly finished. Li Fan estimated it would require another 30 years or so to complete. Averaged out, it took him roughly 150 years to derive a new technique, and this was just a foundation establishment technique. No wonder the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the 5 Elders Council can maintain their monopoly on techniques. Li Fan mused inwardly. The cost truly outweighed the benefits. It was hardly worth the effort. Li Fan examined the new technique he had comprehended, the intense spirit illusion art. It was a synthesis of his insights from the nether spirit illusion art and his understanding of Zhang Haobua's sword intent used for foundation establishment. With this technique, his blue flame phantom spirit would achieve further growth. As for the new movement technique based on the Shadowstock art, it remained incomplete. For now, Li Fan did not practice the new technique, focusing instead on using his remaining time to deepen his comprehension of arrays. His avatar performed various errands around Myriad Immortal's island, earning contribution points to sustain its existence within the Tianqian realm. Simultaneously, it gathered information about events from the past few years, though it uncovered nothing of significant use. Since Anchor Year 22, the entire Tsongyun Sea had settled into an unnatural calm, as if something immense was quietly brewing beneath the surface. The river of time surged onward, and in what felt like a blink, Anchor Year 28 arrived. The day Li Fan had planned for his departure from the Tsongyun Sea was at hand. Just as he was preparing to find a suitable pretext to take his leave from Zhang Zhiliang, the array master summoned him alone to a sealed space. In the distance, a brilliant river of stars glittered. After nearly a decade of studying arrays, Li Fan could faintly discern the traces of a vast, slowly operating array. "I have a task for you," Zhang Zhiliang said with a grave expression as he looked at Li Fan. His tone brooked no refusal. "You are to make a journey for me to Tianyu Province, the location of the Myriad Immortals Alliance headquarters. Once you arrive, open this object. You will know what to do next." Li Fan was momentarily taken aback, but accepted the item Zhang Zhiliang handed him. It was a small, rectangular black case, its surface smooth and deeply dark. An array was engraved upon it, serving as a seal. "While carrying this item, you are prohibited from using teleportation arrays. You must fly the entire distance," Zhang Zhiliang continued. "Tianyu Province is far. At your speed, the journey will likely take 2 to 3 years. Do not remain idle during your travel. Work on deciphering the seal on this case. Given your current proficiency on the array path, I trust that by the time you reach Tianyu Province, the seal will be broken." At first, Li Fan did not understand the nature of this peculiar mission. But after hearing the series of requirements, comprehension dawned. He silently stored the small black case away, asked no questions about payment, and prepared to take his leave. As he was about to depart, Li Fan turned and asked, "Master Zhang, will you not be leaving?" Zhang Zhiliang paused, then looked Li Fan over carefully once more, his eyes filled with approval. "Leave? Vast as heaven and earth are, where can one truly go?" Li Fan bowed respectfully, offered no further words, and exited the strategy array hall. "I hope I have not misjudged him," Zhang Zhiliang sighed, gazing in the direction where Li Fan had disappeared. Standing in the Dao Transmission Plaza, watching the cultivators of the Tsongyun Sea hurry to and fro before the statue of the immortal venerable Dao teacher, Li Fan knew that the time had come. He used a spirit talisman to contact Su Xiaomei, instructing her and the others to wait for him on Yelon Island. He then immediately proceeded to Liuli Island via teleportation array, intending to gather Su Xiaomei and the rest and depart together. However, the moment he stepped out of the teleportation array, he was stopped by Yuan Xing, the guardian of Liuli Island. "I have a favorable assignment here. I wonder if you would be interested, fellow Taoist?" Yuan Xing asked, looking at him with enthusiasm. "Oh? What assignment might that be?" Li Fan asked politely, though he paid it little mind. Whatever Yuan Xing proposed, he was determined to refuse. "The current guardian of Tian Island is a friend of mine. He's reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and wishes to venture out in search of opportunities. However, his duties bind him to the island, preventing him from leaving without permission. So he asked me if I could recommend someone suitable. And as luck would have it, I happened to meet you." Yuan Xing spoke with a beaming smile. Li Fan had sensed something amiss from the very first sentence. By the time Yuan Xing finished speaking, his face had darkened completely. "Again? I've been entrusted with a matter that requires me to travel. I truly don't have the time to spare. Brother Yuan, you'd best find someone else for this." Li Fan replied bluntly, clasping his hands in a gesture of polite but firm refusal. "That truly is a pity." Yuan Xing looked at Li Fan with genuine regret. Just as Li Fan was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked aloud, "Fellow Taoist Yuan, may I ask what the Tian Island Guardian's cultivation level is?" Yuan Xing was momentarily stunned, unsure why Li Fan would ask this question. But it wasn't any secret, so he replied, "Fellow Taoist Zhou has reached the mid-stage foundation establishment realm. Speaking of which, it hasn't been long since he broke through from early-stage foundation establishment to mid-stage, only about 20 or 30 years. To think he's about to break through again so soon, it's truly enviable." Yuan Xing spoke with complete admiration. "I see." Li Fan nodded thoughtfully. This Zhou Qingong seemed somewhat suspicious. But since he planned to slip away anyway, this matter had nothing to do with him. He'd just keep it in mind. After bidding farewell to Yuan Xing, Li Fan traveled swiftly and arrived at Yelon Island. Su Xiaomei and the others had already fully assembled. 6 years had passed, and everyone had undergone massive transformations. Su Changyu had successfully entered the Qi refinement realm. He was cultivating the jade-gathering art that Xiao Heng had redeemed for him. Xiao Heng and Su Xiaomei had been unable to contact Li Fan for years, so through Zhao Erbao's recommendation, they joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance and took on missions together to accumulate contribution points. Both had now reached the final stage Qi refinement realm and were preparing for foundation establishment. As for the sisters Yin Yuding and Yin Yuzhen, they had both successfully purified their miasma, though they hadn't yet succeeded in drawing Qi into their bodies. Although Xiao Heng and Su Xiaomei were now at the same cultivation level as Li Fan, he wasn't afraid that they would discover his true cultivation level, having activated the form-concealing talisman. He asked Zhao Erbao, "How is the collection of Dao resonance artifacts going?" Zhao Erbao had been exceedingly obedient these past few years, having already suffered more than enough under Li Fan's earlier discipline. Later, when he saw the cultivation of the youngsters Li Fan had brought along soar at an astonishing pace, surpassing him in just a few short years, his shock only deepened, along with his fear of ever daring to cause trouble. He honestly reported, "We're still short some before we can fully manifest the Dao resonance. It will probably take another year or two." Li Fan shook his head. "There's no time. Prepare to leave." "Leave? Where are we going?" Zhao Erbao looked somewhat confused. "Yuandao province." Li Fan answered without explaining why. Li Fan then looked at Su Xiaomei and the others. "Are you willing to come with me?" "Wherever you go, master, I'll follow." Su Xiaomei said with a laugh, not questioning why they had to leave so suddenly. Even though so much time had passed, she still looked like a 7- or 8-year-old child for some reason. Hearing Li Fan's question, she immediately declared her loyalty. "We will naturally go with Xiaomei." Xiao Heng and Su Changyu had no objections either. Yin Yuding, however, showed a troubled expression, clearly reluctant to leave behind the foundation of the Tianbao Pavilion they had built over these years. Just as she hesitated, her younger sister fiercely kicked her right leg. After exchanging a glance with her sister, she finally said, "We'll come too." Li Fan nodded, making the final decision. "Pack your things. We depart in 7 days." The reason they needed so long to prepare was that moving the Dao resonance artifacts was quite troublesome. They couldn't use spatial storage equipment and had to move each piece individually. Fortunately, with everyone working together, they managed to move all the Dao resonance artifacts into the Taiyan boat within the allotted time. As for the assets of Tianbao Pavilion, Yin Yuding only took half with her. The remainder was left to several elders who had consistently supported her and worked by her side. Everyone boarded the Taiyan boat, preparing to depart. Just then, a man rushed out from the crowd of Tianbao Pavilion staff, crying out, "Shopkeeper Yin," as he knelt and kowtowed on the ground. It turned out Yin Yuding had shown him immense kindness, and he couldn't bear to see her leave. Li Fan looked over and recognized him. It was Elder Sun Zheng from Liuli Island in his past life. After a moment's thought, Li Fan brought him aboard the Taiyan boat as well. Aside from him, no one else from Tianbao Pavilion wished to follow them. Li Fan then inquired about the fatty Yifaping. From the overlapping responses of the crowd, Li Fan learned that Yifaping had been noticed years earlier by Agent Wu of the Wanhua Trade Association. Agent Wu had then brought him along as he left the Tsongyun Sea, and no one knew where they had gone. Li Fan nodded and asked no further questions. He then piloted the Taiyan boat, setting course for Yuandao province. Having traveled this route once before, the journey proceeded without incident this time. After more than a month of travel, they arrived at Zhuoling City. However, Li Fan hadn't anticipated that he would be bringing so many Dao resonance artifacts. The courtyard he had previously prepared as a temporary residence was far too small, completely inadequate for storing everything they had brought. So Li Fan landed the Taiyan boat outside Zhuoling City, concealed its presence with an array, and ordered Su Xiaomei and the others to guard it. He then met with the guardian of Zhuoling City to inquire about suitable locations for establishing a cave dwelling nearby. A cave dwelling? The guardian of Zhuoling City, named Fei Nan, was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Hearing Li Fan's question, he was somewhat surprised. Typically, cultivators from the Myriad Immortals Alliance would either settle directly in Yuandao Sky City or simply remain within the Tianjian Mirror. Only rogue cultivators would go to the trouble of establishing cave dwellings in the wilderness. Still, there were always eccentric cultivators who preferred solitude. Fei Nan didn't press further. Besides, Li Fan generously offered a consultation fee of 100 contribution points, so Fei Nan enthusiastically provided several locations for Li Fan to consider. The first location was a canyon over 2,000 li north of Zhuoling City. From above, the flanking peaks resembled natural barriers sheltering the canyon in the center. Moreover, the canyon was rich in spiritual qi and not too far from Yuandao Sky City. The second location lay over 3,000 li south of Zhuoling City, a stretch of rolling mountains called the Daoling Mountain Range. Legend had it that, before the Great Calamity, this had been the site of a certain sect. Throughout the Daoling Mountain Range were many peaks suitable for establishing cave dwellings. The drawback was that cultivators frequently came to the mountains to explore the ruins of the sect. The third location was considerably more remote. Over 5,000 li west of Zhuoling City, near Shilin Province, was a vast, misty lake called Bright Moon Lake, spanning several hundred li in radius. The lake itself had no valuable resources, nor were there any ancient ruins nearby. The concentration of spiritual qi in the area was also quite average. As a result, few cultivators ever ventured there. After listening, Li Fan thanked Fei Nan and took his leave. Among these locations, that Great Lake seemed most suitable for a cave dwelling. But Li Fan wasn't in any hurry to make a decision. The best way to judge was with his own eyes. He immediately regrouped with Su Xiaomei and the others, boarding the Taiyan boat to set course for Bright Moon Lake. Just as Li Fan and his companions were searching for their future residence, a grand drama was quietly unfolding over the Tsongyan Sea. By now, night had long fallen. Neither stars nor moon were visible, leaving the world in utter darkness. Myriad Immortals Island lay in complete silence. Then, without any warning, a great sun suddenly appeared in the heavens. Sunlight burst forth violently, illuminating all things, causing the night-shrouded Songyun Sea to turn as bright as daytime. And beneath this sun, high in the sky, a crimson, translucent figure was revealed. A sun blazing in the night sky, this wondrous phenomenon drew the gaze of every waking creature in the Songyun Sea. All eyes lifted toward the heavens. Simultaneously, an aged voice thundered from the firmament, echoing across the entire Songyun Sea in an instant. Since you have begged for this old man's aid, I shall lend you a hand. Whether you succeed or not depends on your own fortune. Bathed in the sun's radiance, the sole arbiter of heaven and earth, normally invisible to mortal eyes, now manifested with crystalline clarity. What is that? Compared to the sun illuminating the Tsongyan Sea, this crimson figure appeared minuscule. Yet, every cultivator's gaze was drawn irresistibly toward it. Simultaneously, ravenous desire surged in their hearts. Reason vanished as cultivators began flying toward crimson flame like moths to a flame. Before they could even draw near, their bodies were incinerated by raging fires. Streaks of death phenomena blossomed across the heavens like fireworks. Meanwhile, Myriad Immortals Island had already descended into chaos. It's a sole arbiter of heaven and earth. Devour it, and I can achieve Tao unity. Countless cultivators muttered incessantly, their eyes burning with hunger. In moments, those blinded by desire flew skyward as if possessed. But when their altitude surpassed the statue of the immortal venerable Tao teacher, numerous beams of white light shot forth from various sculptures across the Tao Transmission Plaza, blasting these transgressors into dust. Myriad death phenomena instantly manifested above Myriad Immortals Island. Yet even the terror of death couldn't quell the cultivators' greed. White light flashed continuously, each time claiming several cultivators' lives. Watching through his avatar's eyes, Li Fan stood stunned by this cruel yet beautiful spectacle. Though he had seen multiple soul arbiters of heaven and earth and knew their fatal allure to cultivators, witnessing this scene firsthand made him realize he'd still underestimated their attraction. Fearless and relentless, the cultivators rushed in wave after wave. In the blink of an eye, over 100 of them had already perished. Moreover, the soul arbiter's irresistible pull kept intensifying. Even those who managed to maintain their resolve so far were beginning to falter. Just then, a seven-colored dome of light expanded from the core district of Myriad Immortals Island, enveloping the entire island in an instant. Swirling with iridescent light, the barrier slightly obstructed the cultivators' view of Crimson Flame. They could still clearly see everything happening high above, but it was now viewed through a thin veil. The rising greed in their hearts finally began to dissipate. The seven-colored immortal felling array. Li Fan stared at the protective dome, but before he could ponder further, his attention was seized again by the scene in the sky. On Myriad Immortals Island, the terrified cultivators who'd narrowly escaped death had no time to discuss what had happened before being captivated once more. The sole arbiter of heaven and earth, Crimson Flame. It had been illuminated by the sun overhead the moment she had manifested. Now, after all this time, its full form had finally appeared. Ignoring the ants below rushing to their deaths, it lifted its head to gaze at the sun blazing in the night sky. Flames suddenly erupted around it as it prepared to act. But then a river of shimmering starlight silently materialized across the firmament. Beneath the wondrous spectacle of sun and stars shining together, silver starlight intertwined with blazing sunlight. They formed what seemed like a cage, trapping Crimson Flame within. Wild, unrestrained laughter echoed across the skies. The Lansang River descends from heaven. Veiled by the river of stars, a thousand-jong torrent of water fell like a silken ribbon from the heavens. The river roared like a dragon, crashing down toward Crimson Flame. Yet before the surging waters could even approach it, they were utterly vaporized by the scorching heat. The river flowed eternally, never ceasing, but the endless deluge only hindered Crimson Flame's movement slightly. At the same moment, every living being in the Songyun Sea heard the voice of a young boy, no older than 5 or 6. Tianyang is not. A strange, mechanical voice followed. Weaker than others. Black-red flames shot skyward, transforming into fiery chains that instantly bound Crimson Flame's limbs. Heated by the crimson flames, the black-red chains crumbled section by section. Some parts were assimilated into crimson, while others melted into dark, ashen residue that fell from the sky. Not weaker than others. The childlike and mechanical voices resonated simultaneously across the heavens once more, filled with stubborn defiance. Suddenly, the black-red chains regenerated from nothingness, restored to their previous form. They firmly pulled taut against Crimson Flame's arms and legs. High above, within the brilliant river of stars, a single star transformed into violet light and descended from afar. In an instant, it crossed a measurable space to strike Crimson Flame. There was no earth-shattering impact as one might expect. The violet light vanished into nothingness as it approached, consumed by unimaginable heat. It only caused the flames around Crimson Flame to flicker slightly, with no other effect. Crimson Flame tilted its head slightly, as if in mockery. Fellow Taoists Hong Shi and Hao Xian, are you still planning to sit back and watch? A steady woman's voice urged. Boom, boom, boom. A low rumbling reverberated between heaven and earth. Mountain. A seemingly tiny inverted mountain appeared above Crimson Flame's head. Sharp as a needle, the peak pressed down toward it. Mountain, mountain, mountain. A young man's voice called out repeatedly. Inverted mountains materialized simultaneously above, below, left, right, front, and behind Crimson Flame, trapping it within. Behind each peak, the faint shadows of several more mountains could be glimpsed. The inverted peaks pressed down upon Crimson Flame as immense pressure distorted the space around it. Yet every mountain vanished into nothingness the moment it drew near it, scorched by its flames. Now, Crimson Flame faced simultaneous assaults from Tianyang's chains, falling starlight, the river water, and the inverted mountains. The roiling flames around it showed it was no longer as untroubled as before. And so, it prepared to move. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the world. Strike! A silver light abruptly appeared, piercing through its chest. Crimson Flame's body faltered for a moment. Then, flames surged and the silver radiance vanished in an instant. Strike! Another silver streak shot through its body. Yet Crimson Flame ignored it completely and began its counterattack. It raised a hand and lightly flicked a finger. A terrifying crimson light erupted, its brightness instantly surpassing the brilliance of the sun in the sky. Amid the roaring explosion of fire, The inverted mountains surrounding it were instantly blasted apart and thrown into disarray, their formation shattered. Crimson Flame fought barehanded, dragging Tianyang's chains with each move as it seized the white water dragon formed from the Lansong River. White mist churned, and the heavenly waterfall showed signs of drying up in an instant. Crimson light shot from Crimson Flame's eyes, colliding with the violet light descending from the River of Stars. It shot upward against the tide, like a meteor flying in reverse, smashing into the brilliant River of Stars. The starlight dimmed, having suffered a heavy blow. In that single moment, under Crimson Flame's seemingly effortless counterattack, the previously awe-inspiring combined assault of the 5 spirit transformation immortal eminences began to crumble. Within the Tsongun Sea, on the myriad immortals island, every cultivator who witnessed this scene was struck dumb. Not long ago, they had been astounded by the earth-shattering divine abilities and arcane arts of the spirit transformation immortal eminences. But now, as Crimson Flame of the Dao Unity realm made its move, they finally understood the insurmountable chasm between Dao Unity and spirit transformation. For a moment, the minds of some cultivators nearly broke. Even the combined force of 5 immortal eminences is so utterly useless? Sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth. Sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth. A Dao Unity entity is this terrifying. How can we ever hope to sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth? Ants. We are all just ants. Yet there were others who still held confidence in the spirit transformation immortal eminences of myriad immortals island. Get a grip. Do you really think immortal eminence Hongxi and the others would be defeated so easily? They must have other strategies. Correct. The sole arbiter of heaven and earth was besieged the moment it appeared. The immortal eminences are clearly prepared. Just rest assured. As if to validate these words, silvery white cubes silently appeared around the periphery of the battlefield under the shimmering starlight. That is, Li Fan was momentarily stunned. He recognized these objects. They were the very same array crowns that Array Master Zhang Jiliang had given him for protection during his previous journey. A single array crown contained hundreds of overlapping arrays. But now, around the battlefield where Crimson Flame and the 5 immortal eminences clashed, tens of thousands of these white cubes appeared simultaneously, densely packing the space. I am Zhang Jiliang, the #1 array master of the Tsongyun Sea. Though my cultivation is at the nascent soul realm, today, I shall use my unlimited art to aid the immortal eminences in advancing their Dao. Zhang Jiliang's proud voice thundered like a booming echo. Spirit gathering. With a low shout, tens of thousands of white array crowns instantly emitted a soft, white glow simultaneously. The world fell silent. Then a terrifying suction force erupted from these white array crowns, and the spiritual chi of the entire Tsongyun Sea was abruptly pulled toward the battlefield. A violent storm of spiritual chi took shape. Countless streams of spiritual chi converged, nearly condensing into liquid. The damaged Tianyang chains grew solid once more. The dimmed River of Stars regained its dazzling brilliance. The waters of the Lansong River surged with towering waves again. The inverted mountains stood with renewed majesty. And these tens of thousands of array crowns, forged by harnessing the power of the entire Tsongyun Sea, had more than just one function. Impedance. Silvery white threads shot out from the array crowns, wrapping around Crimson Flame's body like spider silk. The threads seemed intangible. No matter how violently its flames raged, they could only twist the fine filaments, but not destroy them. With tens of thousands of threads tethered to Crimson Flame, its movements gained a hint of sluggishness. Life and death. Beams of white light shone upon the 5 immortal eminences. Their offensive suddenly grew even more ferocious. Moreover, their coordination subtly improved, creating an effect where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. In contrast, Crimson Flame's power was weakened with each strike by the combined powers of the 5 immortal eminences. Annihilation. From the hundreds of thousands of white array crowns, streams of black light exuding an aura of destruction shot out intermittently. They struck Crimson Flame with precision, causing the flames around its body to flicker rapidly. Zhang Jiliang successively manipulated and deployed one array after another, each with different effects. The cultivators on Myriad Immortals Island were utterly stunned as they watched this scene, unable to believe their eyes. Who is this Zhang Jiliang? The only array master on the island I've heard of is Gong Boyu. He claims to be only at the nascent soul realm? Yet the power of these arrays seems to surpass even those spirit transformation immortal eminences. Master Zhang is indeed recognized as the top array master within the strategy array hall. I must learn array cultivation too. Li Fan, who had studied arrays under Zhang Jieliang's tutelage for nearly 10 years, felt this even more deeply. Admittedly, Zhang Jieliang's ability to participate in a battle at the spirit transformation and Dao unity level was largely due to the hundreds of thousands of array crowns he wielded. But Li Fan understood clearly just how difficult it was to simultaneously control such a vast number of array crowns. It required immensely powerful mental fortitude and an unparalleled familiarity with arrays. The unlimited art. Li Fan thought of the small black box Zhang Jieliang had given him, his heart stirring. High above, the battle grew increasingly intense. Violet rays fell continuously from the river of stars, striking crimson flame head-on. The frequency of the silver rays grew faster and faster, piercing hole after hole into crimson flame's form. The inverted mountains, the waters of the Lansong River, and the chains of Tianyang tangled endlessly with crimson flame. Though the attacks were exceptionally fierce, each strike only stirred up bursts of flame. The sole arbiters of heaven and earth drew their power from heaven and earth itself, seemingly inexhaustible. Even with the combined efforts of the 5 immortal eminences, it was difficult to inflict any substantial damage on it. They could only slowly wear down its strength. Meanwhile, though Crimson Flame's power was equivalent to a Dao Unity cultivator, it was, after all, the manifestation of a single law. It was not particularly skilled in combat, relying purely on overwhelming force. Each of its strikes posed a significant threat to the spirit transformation immortal eminences, but with Zhang Jieliang and the hundreds of thousands of array crowns providing support, they could quickly recover from their injuries. As one side waned and the other waxed, the battle fell into an odd stalemate. The cultivators of Myriad Immortals Island watched the battlefield intently, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. 5 spirit transformation powerhouses jointly battling a Dao Unity realm entity. Such a spectacle was likely a once-in-a-lifetime event. Many cultivators even activated memory stones to record it. Whether for personal reflection later or for replication and sale, it would be of great use. A small portion of cultivators, sensing something amiss, attempted to flee via the teleportation arrays. However, they discovered that all teleportation arrays had already been deactivated. So they fled Myriad Immortals Island in panic, attempting to fly away from the Songyun Sea on their own. Amidst the myriad reactions, Li Fan also carefully observed this great battle through his avatar. But before long, he suddenly shifted his gaze to the Songyun Sea beneath the blazing sun. There, something seemed to be slowly forming. The information transmitted by the deep-sea pearl within his true self told him this was no illusion. Zhang. How? Li Fan enunciated each syllable in his mind, a strange expression crossing his face. He had thought that by riding the winds to dominate the myriad immortals, gaining the attention of the spirit transformation immortal eminences, and thus setting a trap to kill Crimson Flame, Zhang Haobua had already reached the limits of what he could do. Yet unexpectedly, it seemed Zhang Haobua still had moves to make. How was that possible? No matter how fast his cultivation progressed, he couldn't possibly break through to the Golden Core realm in just a few years. Even if Zhang Haobua somehow reached the final stage Golden Core realm, he would be nothing more than an ant in a battle of this magnitude. What could he possibly do? Li Fan fixed his gaze intently on the space above the sea. There, a translucent human figure was gradually taking shape. Gradually, aside from Li Fan, many other cultivators began to notice the anomaly. Look, what is that? Could it be another spirit transformation immortal eminence joining the battle? That figure looks familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. It's Zhang Haobua, the one who rode the winds to dominate myriad immortals back then. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Zhang Haobua's figure grew with the wind, swelling to the size of a mountain in the blink of an eye. This is Golden Core Dharma Body. He's shattered his Golden Core. Why? He's such a young Golden Core cultivator with such boundless prospects. Information about the Golden Core Dharma Body surfaced in Li Fan's mind. Peer into the laws of heaven and earth to refine a Golden Core. If foundation establishment was about building one's Dao foundation by comprehending the laws within curios of heaven and earth, then the golden core was the true coalescence of laws one had personally grasped. The golden core Dharma body was formed by detonating the laws coalesced within one's golden core, along with one's physical body, to form a temporary vessel of pure laws that existed briefly in heaven and earth. This Dharma body would last less than half a day. Once it dissipated, it meant the cultivator's complete death. Only golden core cultivators in desperate situations, striking with their lives on the line, would use this method. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhang Haobo had employed it without hesitation, for no apparent reason. What did he intend to do? Every cultivator on Myriad Immortals Island focused their attention on this golden core Dharma body. The same thought flashed through their minds simultaneously. But then, they all dismissed this unrealistic notion. Did he, a golden core cultivator, plan to slaughter a Tao Unity entity? No one would even dare to dream of such a thing. And yet, Zhang Haobo did. His body had expanded to its limit, towering like a mountain. Gazing at Crimson Flame and the 5 spirit transformation immortal eminences locked in fierce combat not far away in the sky, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He extended his left hand, and a deep blue water droplet appeared in his palm. With a mix of gratitude and nostalgia in his eyes, Zhang Haobo's gaze hardened with resolve. He clenched his fist abruptly, and the blue water droplet exploded with a thunderous roar. Endless blue light surged forth, absorbed by Zhang Haobo. The Zhongyun Sea below instantly seemed to boil, and waves rose without wind. Amid the churning waves, countless blue points of light sped toward Zhang Haobo. His body instantly swelled several times larger. Like a primordial giant, his head touched the dark heavens, his feet planted firmly on the blue sea. His eyes were level with Crimson Flame. Zhang Haobo gazed at the familiar figure before him and spoke in a clear, resonant voice. "You destroyed my homeland. You burned my kin." He paused, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "You shall taste my sword." A dazzling blue light suddenly erupted between sky and sea. Its radiance outshone even the sun in the sky, forcing every cultivator watching the scene to shut their eyes instinctively. Zhang Haobo transformed his very body into a sword, slashing forward. Fearless of death, he charged ahead with unwavering resolve. I have waited 16 years to unleash this strike. The attacks of the 5 immortal eminences descended like a sudden storm, growing increasingly violent, pinning Crimson Flame in place. In the split second that followed, the blue sword phantom traversed layers of spatial barriers and struck Crimson Flame. It pierced through its body, its momentum undiminished, continuing to fly into the distance. Zhang Haobo had returned to his normal size. But everything below his waist had completely dissipated. Only his upper body remained, floating in the air. His hands clamped tightly onto Crimson Flame, refusing to let go. Under the pure, scorching law of flame, his Dharma body melted like a candle, gradually dissolving. Soon, his face had become blurred and twisted. Yet he never loosened his grip. Zhang Haobo smiled once more and spoke his final words. "Actually, I lied to you earlier. I still have 27 more swords." Before his voice faded, towering waves surged and roared with deafening fury across the Zhongyun Sea. This was not merely Zhang Haobo's power, it was the will of the entire Zhongyun Sea itself. The heavens sought to burn the sea, but the sea refused to yield. And so, I possess 28 Zhongyun swords. The remaining 27 blue rays of light formed in an instant. They blotted out the sky and illuminated all living beings. Targeting Crimson Flame, whom Zhang Haobo had locked in place, they arrived in the blink of an eye. 27 swords pierced through its body, causing blue fissures to appear across Crimson Flame's translucent form. It silently watched Zhang Haobo, who still clung to it, nearly completely melted. Its expression was unreadable. Then, the flames abruptly dimmed. The crimson figure grew increasingly transparent, like ice dissolving in water, slowly fading away. At the same time, Zhang Haobo, who had been reduced to only half a head, suddenly radiated an overwhelmingly powerful aura. A body woven from flames began to form beneath his head. A wave of pressure manifested simultaneously. The 5 immortal eminences were forced to reveal their forms and descend to the sea's surface. Even the brilliance of the sun in the sky dimmed in comparison. Flames danced around him as Zhang Haobo's body finally took complete shape. He gazed down at all living beings in the Tsongyun Sea, his face devoid of joy or sorrow. A new Tao Unity Immortal Venerable had been born. On myriad Immortals Island, silence reigned. Every cultivator stared blankly, unable to believe what they were witnessing. A Tao Unity Immortal Venerable. A Tao Unity Immortal Venerable who cultivated for only 16 years. They murmured to themselves, unable to contain their disbelief. Even Li Fan, the mastermind behind it all, stared at the figure in the sky with astonishment. He actually did it? The Tsongyun Sea churned with towering waves, as if celebrating the birth of the new immortal venerable and its own narrow escape from calamity. The gaze of every living being was now fixed on the Tao Unity Immortal Venerable, Zhang Haobo. Reverence, envy, fear, countless emotions surged forth in that moment. Then it happened. A thin black thread silently pierced through Zhang Haobo's chest. Behind him, a figure composed entirely of dense ink manifested from nothingness. The moment every living being in the Tsongyun Sea laid eyes upon this ink-black figure, their souls trembled beyond control. And thus, they came to know its name, Ink Death. Zhang Haobo strained to turn his head in stunned disbelief, only to discover he could no longer move. His life force vanished in an instant. Zhang Haobo was dead. High in the heavens, crimson clouds of fire instantly appeared. Stretching endlessly, they enveloped the entire Tsongyun Sea. In the minds of all living beings witnessing this strange spectacle, a passage naturally surfaced. Crimson Flame Immortal Venerable Zhang Haobo practiced the Tao for 16 years, establishing his Tao foundation with the curio, heaven-scorning sword intent. He formed his golden core with the wave-wind sword art and sacrificed the soul of Crimson Flame to unite his body with the Tao. Fortunate to receive heaven's punishment, his Tao disperses, returning to heaven. However, the cultivators on Myriad Immortals Island had no time to admire this shocking scene, because the true terror had already descended. The moment the ink-black figure appeared behind Zhang Haobo and executed him, the white-robed spirit transformation cultivator, Immortal Eminence Hongxi, let out a sharp cry, "Flee!" In that instant, the inverted mountains, the waters of the Lansing River, violet starlight, blinding silver radiance, and chains of black fire all slammed toward the ink-black figure, attempting to buy a moment's delay. As this unfamiliar sole arbiter of heaven and earth descended, the 5 immortal eminences all chose to flee the Tsongyun Sea, as if by prior agreement. The aura emanating from this ink-black figure instilled in them a fear that struck at their very cores. But it was already too late. Ink Death lightly lifted its right hand upward. A black line shot skyward, piercing into the great sun above. A muffled grunt echoed from within the sun, and a conspicuous black spot abruptly appeared within the gold. Then, like the heavenly dog devouring the sun, it rapidly expanded outward. 1. Light slowly vanished, and darkness descended upon the Tsongyun Sea. Simultaneously, Ink Death split into 5, instantly appearing in different locations. 5 thin black lines pierced through the bodies of the 5 immortal eminences in a flash. The river waters ran dry. Immortal Eminence Lansang was dead. The black fire abruptly extinguished. Immortal Eminence Tianyang was dead. The mountains crumbled. Immortal Eminence Hongxi was dead. A stalactite hidden within the sky shattered into countless pieces. Immortal Eminence Haoxian was dead. Within the brilliant river of stars, countless stars exploded in succession. The river of stars suddenly turned incomparably dim. The torn celestial curtain gradually repaired itself. Only a single meteor streaked across the horizon. Immortal Eminence Ziyun had fled, severely wounded. In an instant, out of the 5 immortal eminences, 4 were dead and 1 was wounded. Immediately after, Ink Death transformed from 5 into 10,000. In a flash, they passed through the several 100,000 white array crowns. Like thick ink dripping into clear water, all the white squares turned ink-black in an instant. Zhang Jiliang, who had been relying on the array crowns to remain hidden in the sky, could no longer conceal himself. A single drop of ink casually pierced through Zhang Jiliang's chest. At the sight of the wound, black ink marks manifested. Flesh and blood transformed into countless tiny black particles, instantly engulfing Zhang Jiliang. The number 1 array master of the Tsongyun Sea, Zhang Jiliang, was dead. Above the heavens, the several 100,000 ink drops instantly writhed and merged back into one. one Tao unity immortal venerable, for spirit transformation immortal eminences, and one nascent soul eminence had fallen simultaneously. Above the celestial curtain of the Tsongun Sea, many strange scenes interwove and merged. But they were stained black by the dancing black particles filling the sky, forming a bizarre and fantastical, unpredictable and strange, splashed ink painting. The sole arbiter of heaven and earth, Ink Death, stood beneath the ink painting, looking down upon all living beings in the Tsongyun Sea. Lifting their heads to gaze at the sky, several streams of information, like hellish hymns, arose and intertwined in the minds of the living beings, echoing incessantly. Immortal Eminence Lansang. Eminence Tianyang. Immortal Eminence. Practice the Tao for 1,653 years. 1,436 years. Years. Establishing his Tao foundation with the curio, white dragon flower. Establishing his Tao foundation. Tao foundation. Fortunate to receive heaven's punishment, his Tao dissolves and returns to heaven. Fortunate to receive heaven's punishment, his Tao dissolves and returns to heaven. 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 Ink Death remained silent, yet heaven and earth proclaimed its will. This was a voiceless intimidation, a wordless warning. This was heaven and earth, displaying its true power before all cultivators. The cultivators on Myriad Immortals Island watched helplessly as the once lofty, unfathomably powerful spirit transformation immortal eminences were slaughtered as easily as chickens and dogs. This terrifying spectacle chilled every cultivator to their core. Some trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground with vacant eyes. Others went mad, losing all reason as they scurried about wildly. Still others attacked Ink Death despite the vast difference in power, their eyes crimson with rage. Ink Death turned its head slightly, glancing down at Myriad Immortals Island before withdrawing its gaze to survey the Tsongyun Sea. In an instant, its body disintegrated, transforming back into 10,000 tiny black particles. Then 10,000 became 100 million, 100 million became 1 trillion, 1 trillion became 10 quadrillion. Innumerable black particles spread out, finally forming an ink-black curtain that enveloped the entire Tsongyun Sea. The black particles wriggled and multiplied as they descended. Myriad Immortals Island's barrier of 7-colored light swirled, barely holding them back. But countless tiny chewing sounds arose, and the radiance dimmed in moments. As for the area outside Myriad Immortals Island, there was nothing to stop the black particles. The sea waves churned, as if putting up a desperate resistance. Yet the seawater thrown into the air was the first to be devoured and transformed into black particles. The black curtain pressed down from the sky, devouring islands and seas. Soil, rock, life, seawater, everything was chewed up and transformed into black particles. Islands vanished. The sea level dropped continuously. In less than half a day, the blue sea had completely disappeared from view. Myriad Immortals Island stood completely surrounded by black particles. Endless darkness enveloped the island's immortals, leaving no escape. This was a true apocalypse. A catastrophe countless times more terrifying than crimson flame burning the sea. On Myriad Immortals Island, the 7-colored light barrier could hold no longer, shattering like glass. The lofty statue of the immortal venerable Tao teacher became the black particles' first target. White light shot forth from the Myriad Immortals array, but falling into this black sea, it merely became nourishment for the black particles. The immortal venerable stone statue began to dissolve from the headpiece downward. Before long, only its lower half remained intact. Meanwhile, some of the black particles began forming thin threads. Like deadly vipers, they hunted the fleeing cultivators. Countless cultivators often couldn't even scream before being dissolved, assimilated into the endlessly wriggling black particles. Beneath the sky-blotting black curtain, even the phenomena of cultivator deaths could no longer be seen. The island's cultivators fled in panic like homeless dogs. Amid the chaos and despair, only 2 people remained calm amidst the chaos. One was Li Fan's avatar, who watched the ink-black sky with serene composure. The initial horror and shock at witnessing Ink Death's power gradually faded, and in his final moments, the avatar contemplated. Though both are sole arbiters of heaven and earth, the difference in destructive power between Ink Death and Crimson Flame is beyond comparison. After a moment, understanding dawned upon him. Soul arbiters descend to the mortal realm with specific divine duties. Azure Wind's duty was to trap the sword, Crimson Flame's duty was to burn the sea. And Ink Death's purpose is annihilation. Under Ink Death's rampage, true annihilation unfolded. Nothing would remain, not even soil or rock. After this calamity, this region of the Tseongyun Sea would likely become an empty void, an abyss of nothingness. The vision from his past life, where the dried Tseongyun Sea transformed into the vibrant Tseongyun mountain range over a decade, would never come to pass in this lifetime. This method of utter eradication was too terrifying, too extreme. Heaven and earth wouldn't deploy it lightly. But in this life, after the soul arbiter Crimson Flame was refined, it provoked a violent reaction from heaven and earth. Ink Death descended immediately after. This terrifying entity, capable of destroying everything, manifested heaven and earth's resolute will. The Tseongyun Sea must die. Yet, watching the cultivators around him die helplessly and miserably, Li Fan felt deeply dissatisfied. So, he raised a middle finger toward the sky. Besides Li Fan's avatar, one other person showed no fear in this apocalyptic scene, Jiao Xiuyuan of the Thousandly Hall. Not only was he unafraid and unpanicked, he was even brimming with excitement. Holding a 7-colored recording stone, he flew at low altitude over Myriad Immortal's island, documenting the surrounding cataclysmic scenery. Thin black threads brushed past him, any one of which could mean instant death, yet Jiao Xiuyuan didn't care at all. He just kept muttering excitedly to himself. What a windfall, this is truly a massive windfall. Dao Unity Immortal Venerable Jin Ri, along with 5 immortal eminences including Hong Shi, plus Zhang Jiliang who deployed the unlimited art using 100,000 array crowns. All of them cast a net across heaven to hunt the soul arbiter Crimson Flame. That alone is monumental news. But what's even more explosive is that a golden core brat actually stole the Dao Unity opportunity. If I didn't have video evidence, no one would believe it. Golden core slaying Dao Unity. Even if written in a fantasy novel, people would call it bullshit. Absolutely ridiculous. And even more unbelievable, this probably second youngest Dao Unity Immortal Venerable in history didn't even have time to celebrate his advancement before another soul arbiter killed him. This soul arbiter called Ink Death not only killed the newly ascended Dao Unity Immortal Venerable, but it's now enacting world annihilation, intending to completely eradicate the entire Tseongyun Sea. Excellent, kill them all. When you're all dead, this becomes an exclusive story. Let me think, how many contribution points should I sell this recording for? 2,000? No, that's too cheap. At least 5,000. I, Jiao Xiuyuan, never conduct business at a loss. Right, never at a loss. Jiao Xiuyuan continued his excited ramblings, his expression animated as he recorded the final scenes of Myriad Immortal's island. Then, amidst the panicked cultivators desperately fighting for their lives, Jiao Xiuyuan saw one figure that stood apart. His face showed no trace of fear as he raised his middle finger toward Ink Death, the world annihilator in the sky. Magnificent. Jiao Xiuyuan couldn't help but cheer aloud. His heart swelled with delight. Facing the might of heaven and earth, we cultivators remain utterly unafraid. Rising in defiance, even death brings honor. Marvelous. This elevates the theme and enhances the tone. With this stroke of genius, this exclusive footage will fetch at least 2,000 more contribution points. 1. In ancient Chinese folklore, a solar eclipse was believed to be caused by a monstrous heavenly dog biting and devouring the sun. To scare the dog away and save the sun, people would make loud noises, beating drums, banging pots, and shouting until the dog released it and light returned. On the ground, Li Fan followed the voice and spotted Jiao Xiuyuan's figure. He wasn't surprised, simply offering a slight smile and a nod in his direction. Jiao Xiuyuan blinked in momentary confusion upon seeing this. So, he's an old customer. Jiao Xiuyuan muttered under his breath, tilting his head and narrowing his eyes. As the two locked eyes, the black sky descended completely, and Myriad Immortal's island was reduced to ashes. After this day, the Tseongyun Sea would no longer exist in this world. The phenomena of cultivator deaths lit the sky of the Tseongyun Sea like fireworks. Meanwhile, in some unknown space, 5 statues with indistinct features stood arranged in a circle. Their heads were bowed, and they gazed down at the center where a massive, glowing cloud floated in the air. Within the cloud, miniature landscapes, mountains, and flowing water were faintly visible. The cloud was divided into isolated regions, both large and small, each with a tiny point of light suspended within. Suddenly, at the edge of this luminous cloud, within a small blue zone, the light point hovering in that region abruptly flashed red and began pulsing. An invisible fluctuation spread outward through the space. 4 of the 5 statues stirred awake in response. The red light point projected a sequence of images upward. The scene cycled at hundreds of times normal speed, replaying the events that had just transpired in the Tsongyun Sea. For immense consciousnesses exchanged thoughts among themselves. To think it provoked ink death. An ambush against a sole arbiter of heaven and earth in the Tsongyun Sea? What was the myriad Immortals Alliance thinking? The Old Ones pay no heed to worldly affairs. It's no surprise those below remain unaware. Besides, the dead were 2 local spirit transformation cultivators from the Tsongyun Sea. The other 3 were outsiders they recruited from who knows where. None were core members of the myriad Immortals Alliance. Even so, 5 spirit transformation cultivators, along with numerous others across various realms. That's too many deaths at once. No matter. They're all expendable resources. Yet we must control the overall number of cultivators. Not too many, not too few. The Old Ones remain absent all day. This matter still falls to us. Then let's relax the restrictions on technique redemption. I'll see to it. But the Tsongyun Sea has become a dead zone. We'll need to trouble Heavenly Venerable Wu. After a moment, the statue that had remained still until now transmitted a ripple of thought. I understand. Then silence returned. The others seemed accustomed to this. Exchanging a few more thoughts, they gradually fell silent one by one. In the luminous cloud at the center of the 5 statues, the blue region at the edge slowly faded, then gradually turned transparent and vanished. Yuandao Province. The instant ink death utterly destroyed myriad Immortals Island. Li Fan felt a strange premonition and turned to gaze into the distance. Master, what's wrong? Su Xiaomei noticed Li Fan's unusual stillness and asked curiously. Li Fan shook his head without answering. After several days of travel, their group had finally arrived near Bright Moon Lake. This place was exactly as Fei Nan had described, barren in resources, remote in location, and rarely visited by cultivators. Being located far from Yuandao Sky City made it extremely inconvenient to visit. While unsuitable as a cave dwelling for ordinary cultivators, for Li Fan, it was a rather good choice. First, Li Fan intended to use the deep-sea pearl to build his Dao foundation. The vast, misty expanse of Bright Moon Lake, stretching 800 li, held water attribute spiritual qi that was scarcely weaker than that of Tsongyun Sea. This suited Li Fan's needs perfectly. Second, precisely because few cultivators came here, it would be relatively safe to store the ancient Dao artifacts here, as there was little risk of discovery. However, establishing a cave dwelling was a matter of grave importance. He needed to personally check whether the lake held any hidden peculiarities. If it turned out he was building his lair in someone else's territory, that would be utterly foolish. Li Fan soared over the lake's surface, intending to probe its depths. A moment later, he abruptly halted. Between heaven and earth, a massive surge of blue light manifested from the void, returning to the deep-sea pearl. Simultaneously, countless images flooded Li Fan's mind. So it failed in the end and has returned after all. The originally feeble deep-sea pearl slowly absorbed this sudden influx of blue light, gradually transforming into the deep azure form he remembered from his previous life. Moreover, because the Tsongyun Sea had been destroyed ahead of time, the deep-sea pearl's formation had accelerated. Li Fan estimated that this curio of heaven and earth, still in gestation, would reach its full form before long. And with the return of the portion of power that had previously split off from the deep-sea pearl, Li Fan also learned what had transpired with Zhang Haobua. When he first used the Cloudwater Dream illusion art to create the regressor Zhang Haobua, Li Fan hadn't considered using the deep-sea pearl on him. Li Fan intended to use this treasure for his own foundation establishment in this lifetime. But this world was not some static game. Events wouldn't always unfold as he predicted. After Zhang Haobo regressed, his providence shifted dramatically, his fate twisting violently. This drew the attention of the Tsongyunsi's consciousness. After some interaction, the Tsongyunsi's consciousness uncovered a staggering secret. This man of strange fate seemed to possess knowledge of future events. Crimson flame would descend, scorching the Tsongyunsi. This was an intuitive premonition, and past experiences confirmed the reliability of this information. Knowing it truly would be baked dry over a decade later, the Tsongyunsi made a choice different from the past lifetime. In the past life, the crimson flame began drying up the sea without any sign or warning. By the time that Tsongyunsi noticed, it was already powerless to resist. Yet it refused to submit. Thus, though one sea perished, another sea was born. Heaven wished to burn the sea. But this time, the sea decided to rise in rebellion, to fight a desperate battle. Yet, it would always leave itself a path of retreat. Therefore, it divided its power into two parts. One part transformed into the deep sea pearl. The other part gathered within the regressed Zhang Haobo. For although it possessed vast, limitless power, it could not act directly. Heaven might wish to burn the sea, but it still had to manifest a sole arbiter of heaven and earth. If the sea wished to retaliate, it naturally needed to find a representative. And Zhang Haobo was naturally the best candidate. Everything proceeded smoothly. With its help, Zhang Haobo's cultivation progress was unbelievably fast. In just a few years, he broke through to the late-stage qi refinement realm. Guided and protected by it, Zhang Haobo was able to observe the struggle between azure wind and the sword hilt, successfully using this to build his foundation establishment. Later, with the power of an artificial core, he rode the azure winds and soared above myriad immortals, meeting the spirit transformation immortal eminence of myriad immortals island. Although the immortal eminence was skeptical of Zhang Haobo's claims about foreseeing future events, the temptation of Tao unity and learning how long crimson flame would take to dry the sea led him to a decision. They would ambush the descending crimson flame. To this end, the white-robed Hong Shi contacted another spirit transformation cultivator from Myriad Immortals Island, Immortal Eminence Ziyun. He also invited Immortal Eminence Tianyang, with whom he had crossed paths in a previous battle. The three of them questioned Zhang Haobo again about Crimson Flame's predicted behavior. Even as they formed a strategy together, they still felt insecure. So, Hong Shi traveled hundreds of thousands of li to Failing Province and invited the Tao Unity powerhouse, Immortal Venerable Jin Ri, to oversee the battle as insurance. During this time, it so happened that two other spirit transformation cultivators, Immortal Eminence Lan Sang and Immortal Eminence Hao Xian, were engaged in a great battle in the Tsongyun Sea. Thus, Immortal Eminence Ziyun employed her starlight teleportation technique to invite these two to Myriad Immortals Island as guests. She then invited them to join forces to slay Crimson Flame. The temptation of Tao Unity was difficult for any spirit transformation cultivator to resist. So the two gladly agreed. In total, there was one Tao Unity powerhouse overseeing the battle, 5 spirit transformation powerhouses launching a joint assault, plus a nascent soul array master who had prepared hundreds of thousands of array crowns. On top of that, they were using a prepared plan against an unprepared foe to slay a sole arbiter of heaven and earth that took nearly a decade to burn the sea. Their chances of victory were significant. And indeed, that was the case. With the combined Star-Sun prison of Immortal Venerable Jin Ri and Immortal Eminence Ziyun severing Crimson Flame's connection to its power source of heaven and earth, Crimson Flame's defeat seemed inevitable. Yet Zhang Haobo, who was observing from the sidelines, and the Tsongyun Sea itself, felt a vague uneasiness, so they decided to take action personally. It seemed like a fantasy for a Golden Core Realm cultivator to intervene in a conflict between Tao Unity and Spirit Transformation powerhouses. But it wasn't entirely impossible, because the one acting was not Zhang Haobo, but the Tsongyun Sea. The power accumulated by the Tsongyun Sea over countless years was extremely close to the Tao Unity level. A Golden Core cultivator's body simply could not withstand it. So, Zhang Haobo resolutely shattered his Golden Core, using a body of laws to accommodate the power of the Tsongyun Sea. If successful, Zhang Haobo would ascend to the heavens in a single step, transforming from Golden Core to Tao Unity. The frustration of a future burned to ashes, the fury of refusing to accept his destined fate, combined with the heaven-scorning sword intent Zhang Haobua had comprehended, ultimately culminated in the 28 Songyun swords. These were swords of defiance, of vengeance, and of slaughter. They succeeded, and yet they did not. Though Crimson Flame died, Ink Death arrived. The moment Zhang Haobua died, the Songyun Sea knew the endeavor had failed and ultimately withdrew its power, returning to the Deep Sea Pearl. Although the Songyun Sea might not possess the clear intelligence of a human, an instinctive consciousness drove it to spur Zhang Haobua to fight against Crimson Flame. Unexpected fortune, but not heaven's blessing. Just a pawn in the game between two players. Li Fan sighed and shook his head. But the 28 Songyun swords is truly a magnificent sword technique. Instantly, the memory of Zhang Haobua executing this sword strike flooded his mind. Every movement and every insight was crystal clear. Channeling the power within the Deep Sea Pearl, Li Fan swung his sword. A blue sword light shot forth, unyielding and relentless as it swept across the lake's surface. The lake waters parted before the sword's power, revealing the muddy bottom beneath. The 800-li expanse of Bright Moon Lake was cleaved in two by a single sword stroke. The sword's momentum was unstoppable. Arcing like a rainbow, the sword strike cleaved through Bright Moon Lake and continued to fly into the distance without pause. Even as it vanished from sight, it still had half its original power. The residual power of the strike lingered, and the divided waters refused to merge back together for a long while. Nearby, Su Xiaomei and the others stared in stunned silence at the casual sword strike Li Fan had executed. It took them a considerable time to emerge from their frozen state. Su Xiaomei's face was alight with excitement as she flew to Li Fan's side, shouting, "I want to learn this. Master, I must learn this." Xiao Hong remained utterly astonished, his gaze fixed on the bisected Great Lake in the distance, a flicker of yearning in his eyes. Su Changyu's expression grew even more resolute. Zhao Erbao lowered his head, trembling uncontrollably. Inwardly, he was wailing. Golden Core Realm. That sword strike could only be unleashed by someone at the Golden Core Realm. And judging by how effortlessly he executed it, his cultivation level might be even higher. I'm doomed. Doomed. I'll never escape his clutches in this lifetime. Beside Bright Moon Lake, Li Fan was too busy calming the turbulent spiritual qi raging within him to spare any attention to the noisy Su Xiaomei, barely maintaining the aura of a lofty master. Forcibly executing this one Songyun sword strike through the Deep Sea Pearl while at the Qi refinement realm had been tremendously strenuous. This isn't my own power, after all. I just mimicked the technique based on Zhang Haobua's residual memories within the Deep Sea Pearl. This strike has the form but not the true essence. It looks intimidating, but in actual combat, its power would be rather mediocre. However, I can study and contemplate these insights day and night, making them my own. One day, I will be able to execute my own 28 Songyun swords. The immediate priority is to achieve foundation establishment as soon as possible. I've already delayed too long waiting for the Deep Sea Pearl. Having reached this decision, he addressed Su Xiaomei and the others, "Go and thoroughly investigate Bright Moon Lake and the surrounding area. Check for hidden dangers. I intend to establish my cave dwelling here." "Yes, Master." "Yes, Senior." Having just witnessed his divine might, everyone naturally obeyed Li Fan's command without question, promptly scattering to carry out their tasks. Even the three mortals from Tianbao Pavilion were enlisted to help. Both Su Xiaomei and Xiao Hong possess remarkable providence. Coupled with the treasure attunement and fortune discernment of the Yin sisters, they should be able to uncover any hidden secrets around Bright Moon Lake. Li Fan mused. But as a site for foundation establishment, it's still not secure enough. I'll need to make a trip to Yuandao Sky City. Perhaps because the process of building one's Dao foundation required communion with heaven and earth, it was impossible to undergo foundation establishment within the Tianqian mirror's space. Thus, one needed to find an alternative safe and secluded place to undergo the advancement process. Otherwise, if disturbed at a critical moment, all efforts could be wasted, and foundation establishment might no longer be possible. Just as Li Fan decided to head to the Tianqian Mirror in Yuandao City to make some purchases, he suddenly sensed a figure in the distance rapidly approaching his location. Following this person were 6 other cultivators. Judging by their auras, everyone in this group seemed to be at the foundation establishment realm. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, immediately heightening his vigilance. The person in front wore tattered blue robes that were stained with blood. Spotting Li Fan, he accelerated, shouting as he flew, "Senior, save me." His pursuers roared in response, "You there. Mind your own business." Li Fan watched the blue-clad man approach, then abruptly took off in a burst of speed, putting more distance between them. "You're a Foundation establishment cultivator. Why are you seeking help from a chi refinement cultivator like me? Are you kidding?" But in an instant, Li Fan understood. The blue-clad man must have been drawn by the sword light Li Fan had unleashed earlier, mistakenly thinking that a powerful cultivator was training here. Seeing Li Fan immediately retreat upon hearing his plea, clearly wanting no part in this trouble, a look of stunned disbelief surfaced on the blue-clad man's face. He gritted his teeth, glanced back at the closing pursuers, then turned and fled toward Shilin province. His pursuers swept past without even glancing at Li Fan, roaring as they gave chase. Just as the group was about to vanish from sight, Li Fan felt a sudden impulse to see what this was all about. Formless killing mechanism instantly locked onto the blue-clad man at the front. Though severely injured, the blue-clad man's speed didn't falter. Despite their constant threats and shouts, his 6 pursuers couldn't close the gap. Slowly, a massive wall of white mist spanning heaven and earth appeared on the distant horizon. So this is the white mist barrier? Li Fan was seeing it for the first time. From his elevated perspective, the barrier filled the space between sky and land, stretching endlessly without a visible end. Compared to it, cultivators seemed as insignificant as ants. Seeing the blue-clad man about to plunge into the white mist barrier, his pursuers grew frantic, shouting, "Huyan Lin! Surrender Lan Yu's legacy treasure, and we'll spare your life." Huyan Lin answered with a cold laugh, charging headlong into the white mist without hesitation. The scene went black. Formless killing mechanism had lost its target. Lan Yu's legacy treasure. Li Fan mused, thoughtful. Following their previous trail, Li Fan arrived at the white mist barrier and waited 3 full days. No one returned. He could only shake his head in regret, committing the words "Lan Yu's legacy treasure" firmly to memory. This matter was just a minor interlude. After sinking the Taiyan boat into Bright Moon Lake and concealing its traces with an array, Li Fan gave some instructions to Su Xiaomei and the others before hurrying toward Yuandao Sky City. 26 days of flight later, he finally arrived. Entering the city, Li Fan immediately sensed something unusual. Yuandao City stood nearly empty, with scarcely a cultivator in sight. The few he occasionally encountered wore excited expressions, flying hurriedly away toward some destination. Curiosity piqued, Li Fan stopped one and politely inquired, "Fellow Daoist, might I ask where all the cultivators in Yuandao City have gone? Why is it so empty?" The man glanced at Li Fan. "You must be new to Yuandao province. Everyone has gone to watch the duel between the 2 prodigies of the Lan Yu lineage. The battle is fiercely contested. They've been fighting for 3 days and nights without a victor yet. I was just heading to observe. Why not join me?" Li Fan considered for a moment, then readily agreed. As they traveled together, the Qi refinement cultivator named Feng Shu explained the origins of the conflict between the 2 prodigies of the Lan Yu lineage to Li Fan. 7 years ago, when immortal Venerable Lan Yu approached the end of his lifespan, he established the inheritance rules for the technique he cultivated, the Heavenly Capital Feather Transformation Technique. Within the Lan Yu lineage, martial prowess commanded respect above all. The one who remained undefeated would obtain the Heavenly Capital Transformation Feather Technique. The so-called Lan Yu lineage did not refer to the descendants of immortal Venerable Lan Yu. Rather, it specifically denoted the vast, deeply rooted network of power attached to immortal Venerable Lan Yu. For thousands of years, immortal Venerable Lan Yu had controlled Yuandao province, commanding countless cultivators under him. They occupied every key position within the myriad Immortals Alliance's Yuandao province branch. Although immortal Venerable Lan Yu had now fallen, the Lan Yu lineage remained an untoppled behemoth. It still held absolute dominion, impervious to any external challenge. However, while there were no external challengers, the Lan Yu lineage itself had begun to fall apart from within. The root cause? Everyone wanted to be the one in charge. When immortal Venerable Lan Yu was alive, everyone naturally followed his lead. But now, the immortal Venerable had fallen. The various branches of the Lan Yu lineage refused to submit to one another. To seize the position of leader, they turned violently upon each other. Even one spirit transformation cultivator had perished as a result. As for the fallen nascent soul and golden core cultivators, their numbers were beyond counting. The other powers in Yuandao province keenly watched this internal strife of the Lanyu lineage. It was now a ship without a captain, bleeding from self-inflicted wounds. Thus, they began to harbor their own schemes. They formed secret alliances, leveraging the chaos to carve up the Lanyu lineage's territories. Particularly lucrative positions like Supervisor of the Strategy Array Hall and Procurement Officer of the Talisman Hall were forcibly wrested away in significant numbers. Only after having such a large piece of their flesh bitten off did the Lanyu lineage get their much-needed wake-up call. The various branches finally deigned to sit down and talk properly. After much discussion, they decided that whoever obtained the Heavenly Capital Feather transformation technique would be recognized by all branches as their leader. One had to understand that all the main players were at the spirit transformation realm to begin with. Also, it wasn't as simple as the strongest fighter automatically commanding respect from all others. Factors like connections and control of resources had to be considered. But under increasing external pressure, the Lanyu branches urgently needed to end their internal strife and select a leader. Thus, the final wish of immortal venerable Lanyu became the one point everyone could agree on. A true Tao unity technique was inherently priceless and revered. Moreover, it had now become the symbolic leadership token of the Lanyu lineage. One could imagine the ferocity of the ensuing struggle. 7 years passed, and still, no final victor had emerged. The last candidates were two peerless geniuses with seemingly equal strength. One was named Dugashi, the other Dugasher. Both were spirit transformation cultivators, and they were a pair of twin brothers adopted by immortal venerable Lanyu over 500 years ago. Blessed with extraordinary talent, both had reached the spirit transformation realm within those 5 centuries. In this struggle between dragons and tigers, countless cultivators fought for the Heavenly Capital Feather transformation technique, yet these two brothers were the ones who lasted to the very end. But a true Tao unity technique could not simply be yielded, even between blood brothers. Over the years, these two had fought over a dozen times, yet neither could secure a decisive victory. Conflicts between spirit transformation powerhouses were rare enough, let alone clashes between top-tier powerhouses like the Dugu brothers. Thus, every one of their duels attracted countless spectators. After listening to Feng Shu's introduction, Li Fan nodded slowly. When I arrived, I saw 2 groups fighting over Lanyu's legacy treasure. What exactly is this Lanyu's legacy treasure? Feng Shu explained. Before his fall, besides establishing the rules for inheriting his technique, immortal venerable Lanyu also gathered all his personal belongings and placed them into small blue boxes. He scattered these boxes across Yuandao province for those fated to encounter them. These small blue boxes are what people call Lanyu's legacy treasure. Although they were the immortal venerable's belongings, the items inside these boxes vary greatly, containing anything and everything. One might hold an artifact of immense power, another might contain a completely ordinary jade pendant. After all, these are just worldly possessions, hardly comparable in value to a true Tao unity technique. Thus, they attracted far less attention than the Heavenly Capital Feather transformation technique. Yet they still spark considerable bloodshed. Feng Shu sighed. As the two conversed, they arrived at the place where Dugashi and Dugosher were battling. It was a circular structure constructed of white jade and suspended in the sky, called the Heavenly Capital Dueling Arena. Legend said it was personally crafted by immortal venerable Lanyu as a place for his subordinates to spar. When combatants entered, the white jade would turn transparent, projecting the scenes within the arena across the sky. This allowed cultivators outside to clearly observe everything happening within the dueling arena. The arena formed its own independent, incredibly sturdy space. Even spirit transformation cultivators could fight with complete abandon, unleashing their full power without restraint or fear of causing collateral damage. After each duel concluded, the white jade would emit a pure white light that rapidly healed both participants' injuries. Every function was designed specifically for martial contests. Currently, countless cultivators had gathered around the Heavenly Capital dueling arena to watch. They pointed upward, chatting and discussing the fight among themselves. The battle between the two Duga brothers played across most of the sky's expanse. The one in white is Dugashi, the one in black is Dugasher. Feng Shu, Knowing this was Li Fan's first time, helpfully identified them. Li Fan gazed into the distance, but he could only see their figures flashing past. They resembled two blurred, intertwining threads of black and white. Each collision formed a bizarre vortex that would slowly smooth out moments later. But as the Duga brothers continued exchanging blows, new vortices constantly appeared within the heavenly capital dueling arena, and the space now looked especially hazardous. Compared to the simple, brutal combat scenes he'd witnessed between spirit transformation cultivators in the Songyun Sea, the Duga brothers' battle appeared somewhat more abstract. Yet gradually, Li Fan began discerning some patterns. Duga Shi used defense as offense, seamlessly blending both aspects, while Duga Shi was intensely sharp and overwhelmingly aggressive. Their strength was nearly equal, and they likely understood each other extremely well. No wonder they'd fought so many matches yet remained evenly matched. High above, the fierce battle raged on. The cultivators below watched with great interest. But as Li Fan observed the duel, he noticed Feng Shu's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Just as curiosity stirred, a conversation drifted slowly to his ears. Given that they're born of the same mother, they should naturally love and cherish each other. Yet they're battling over a mere technique. Though they're spirit transformation powerhouses, I look down on them. Big brother, you must be joking. That's a Dao Unity technique. How could we Foundation establishment cultivators comprehend its true value? So, what if it's a Dao Unity technique? Is it the only one in the world? Even we sworn brothers can yield to each other. Why can't blood brothers do the same? Haha. Little brother, what's with that expression? Rest assured, if we ever discover a technique together, no matter how precious, I would certainly give it to you first, without fighting you for it. His words rang with such righteous conviction that they drew sidelong glances and stirred admiration from others in the crowd. Li Fan vaguely found the voices familiar and turned to look in their direction. When he saw their appearances, even someone as composed as Li Fan couldn't help but chuckle aloud. As it turned out, these two were old acquaintances of Li Fan's. They were none other than Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi. In this lifetime, he had met them nearly 20 years earlier. Li Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Fate truly works in mysterious ways. Li Fan's soft chuckle unexpectedly drew Ko Hong's displeasure. He flew closer, giving Li Fan an unfriendly look. Fellow Daoist, what's so amusing? Feng Shu's expression changed. This Foundation establishment cultivator appeared ready to fight at the slightest provocation, yet he didn't seem easy to deal with. Yet Li Fan showed no fear, instead sighing deeply. Fellow Daoist, you misunderstand. I thought myself well-traveled, yet never expected to encounter someone in today's cultivation world with such noble character and unwavering principles, completely unswayed by techniques. I'm truly ashamed of my own inadequacy. Might I ask for your esteemed name? Li Fan inquired, already knowing the answer. Hearing this, Ko Hong's expression softened slightly as he declared proudly, I am Ko Hong. Then he pointed to Dao Xuanzi nearby and said, This is my younger brother, Dao Xuanzi. Dao Xuanzi didn't approach, instead observing Li Fan and Feng Shu from a distance with a slight nod. Li Fan's expression turned solemn. To think I'm standing before Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi themselves. I've long heard of your esteemed reputations. Ko Hong looked bewildered by Li Fan's reaction. He then eyed Li Fan suspiciously, somewhat disbelieving. You've heard of us brothers? Dao Xuanzi was also taken aback, studying Li Fan carefully. Unfortunately, the other party had concealed his cultivation level with a form-concealing talisman, making it impossible to discern his true strength. Of course! Fellow Daoist Ko Hong, your Dao techniques are utterly sublime, and you are masterfully skilled in artifact forging, while Dao Xuanzi's sword arts approach divinity, with his rusted sword Dao Xian possessing peerless might. How could I not have heard of you? Li Fan stated solemnly. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi both flushed slightly. Dao Xuanzi quickly approached and said, Please keep your voice down, fellow Daoist. Two spirit transformation immortal eminences are still battling overhead, such praise is hardly appropriate. Ko Hong, however, immediately returned to normal, exclaiming delightedly, I never imagined our reputation would reach even Yuan Dao province. Might I ask how you're addressed, fellow Daoist? I am Li Fan. The two immediately began conversing. The more they talked, the more Ko Hong felt this person was a kindred spirit. His temperament and topics he brought up perfectly suited Ko Hong's tastes. They shared endless common interests, as if naturally destined to be good brothers. Moreover, his claim of being well-traveled wasn't an empty boast. He shared numerous secrets of the cultivation world as though it were no big deal, and most were obscure knowledge that Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi had never heard of. He was also well-versed in arrays, artifact forging, talisman crafting, and alchemy, with especially remarkable attainments in the path of arrays. Ko Hong, being skilled in artifact forging, had some basic understanding of arrays. But compared to this person, he was like an apprentice facing a grandmaster. The gap was immense. Often with just a few concise words, this person would provide enlightening insights that resolved various conundrums Ko Hong had encountered during his study of arrays. This broadened Ko Hong's horizons and left a deep impression on him. And unlike his exchanges with Dao Xuanzi, Li Fan would occasionally sprinkle words of unintentional flattery throughout their conversation. This made Ko Hong feel increasingly buoyant, unable to control his inner delight. Thus, he found Li Fan more and more agreeable, wishing they could have met much earlier. Dao Xuanzi listened to their conversation without interrupting, occasionally nodding in profound agreement. Feng Shu observed the scene with a peculiar expression. But the strangeness vanished as quickly as it appeared, well concealed enough that Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong didn't notice. And so, they chatted while watching the battle. The spirit transformation battle continued for 2 more days, and the two of them talked without pause the entire time. 2 days later, the spirit transformation battle above them finally came to a temporary halt. Yet, there was still no clear victor. Dugashi and Dugashur agreed to fight again in a year. Then, each transformed into a streak of light and flew out of the heavenly capital dueling arena one after another. With the great battle concluded, the many cultivators who had come to watch gradually dispersed. I plan to return to Yuandao City. Why don't you two brothers come along? Li Fan asked warmly. Ko Hong, still feeling the conversation had been cut short, was about to agree. But then he noticed Dao Xuanzi's meaningful glance and reluctantly said, "We have some matters to attend to for now, so we won't be returning just yet. Next time we have the chance, let's continue our conversation to our heart's content." Of course. I'll be happy to oblige. Li Fan readily agreed. After exchanging communication spirit talismans, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi watched Li Fan depart into the distance and couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought we'd meet such a kindred spirit here in Yuandao province? If we had met 100 or 200 years earlier, the three of us would surely have become sworn brothers, Dao Xuanzi added in agreement. It's a pity that there are only 2 boxes of Lan Yu's legacy treasure in that place. Otherwise, bringing him along wouldn't be out of the question. Lan Yu's legacy treasure again? I thought it was the cave dwelling where they found the 1,000 mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture. But then again, it makes sense. It's still far too early for them to discover that technique. Far away, Li Fan watched the images transmitted by Heaven Watches and Earth Listens and felt a tinge of regret. Getting close to Ko Hong was naturally Li Fan's way of preparing for the future. Li Fan hadn't forgotten that the technique he currently cultivated as his primary method would be discovered by these two in about 20 years. It was highly unlikely that Li Fan would reach the late-stage foundation establishment realm in such a short time. Yet, he and Ko Hong had chatted so delightfully that they were nearly ready to swear brotherhood on the spot. Therefore, to prevent the tragedy of the two brothers turning on each other, Li Fan had no choice but to find an opportunity to eliminate the possibility before that could happen. On the return journey, Feng Shu kept glancing at Li Fan, clearly hesitant, as though he wanted to say something. In the end, he held his tongue. When they reached Yuandao City, the two exchanged farewells and went their separate ways. Li Fan headed straight for the Tianjian Mirror. His purpose for coming to Yuandao City was to purchase some defensive arrays. With his current mastery of arrays, he could bluff Ko Hong with words, but actually setting up a large array capable of repelling enemies was still beyond his ability. At present, Li Fan still had some contribution points left. To ensure his absolute safety during the Foundation establishment process, and considering the need to protect his cave dwelling and safeguard Dao resonance artifacts in the future, Li Fan decided to splurge and buy an array capable of withstanding attacks from a Golden Core Reverend. He immediately began browsing through the Tianjian Mirror. Before long, Li Fan's eyes lit up as he read the description of one particular item. Myriad Immortals Array Banner. A complete set of 365 array banners capable of forming a miniature myriad immortals array, covering a radius of 30 li. Once deployed, it is impregnable even to a final stage golden core cultivator. When all banners are activated, the enclosed area is officially recognized as being under the protection of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Any unauthorized attack will result in pursuit by the Alliance's Marshal Hall. Note: not recommended for use outside Myriad Immortals Alliance territory. Recommended purchase: bundle with the Mini Tianqian Mirror for a 10% discount. Mini Tianqian Mirror. An avatar of the Tianqian Mirror, available in several models. Basic model provides access to information and item searches within the Tianqian Mirror, as well as task posting and acceptance. Upgraded model grants entry to the Tianqian Mirror space, allowing cultivation and activation of the Epiphanic State Boost. Supreme model includes combat capabilities, capable of defending against and reflecting attacks from nascent soul cultivators. This mini Tianqian mirror is good stuff. Li Fan's eyes burned with desire. The device he Jinghao used to track the price fluctuations of spirit mist grass must have been this mini Tianqian mirror. The basic model isn't too expensive, just 5,000 contribution points. But the higher tier models are absurdly pricey. The cultivation enhanced version costs 50,000 contribution points. The combat-capable one goes for 200,000. I can only look at them for now. The Myriad Immortals Array banner set costs 10,000 contribution points. If purchased together, the total will be 13,500 contribution points. I have just enough. It's certainly expensive, but worth the price. After hesitating briefly, Li Fan still spent the enormous sum to acquire both treasures. Having seen the mini Tianqian mirror before, Li Fan kept it in his storage ring without paying it much attention. However, he carefully examined the Myriad Immortals Array banner set. The main banner was roughly half the height of a person, featuring an alternating black and yellow design with the words Myriad Immortals inscribed. By touching it, he could sense the presence of the remaining 364 secondary banners. Apart from the complete banner set, there were 3 variations he could also deploy: 36, 72, and 108 banners. Fewer banners meant reduced power, but significantly faster deployment, perfect for personal protection during his travels. Having gained some understanding of arrays, Li Fan naturally recognized the power of this miniature Myriad Immortals array. Satisfied, he stored it and immediately rushed back to Bright Moon Lake. Over the last 20 days, Su Xiaomei and the others had thoroughly surveyed Bright Moon Lake's surroundings. It was indeed just an ordinary large lake, with no spiritual treasures nearby. Li Fan designated the small island in the center of the lake as the core, systematically deploying the 364 Myriad Immortals array banners around it. As the main banner settled into position, the miniature Myriad Immortals array took shape. I will be undergoing secluded cultivation here, hence the array. Do not enter without permission, or you will certainly die. During my cultivation session, you may choose suitable islands nearby to settle in. If none satisfy you, you can construct your own. After I emerge from seclusion, I will expand the array's radius to 30 li. Choose islands within this area. After these instructions, Li Fan fully activated the Myriad Immortals array, completely blocking the view of the array's interior from those outside. Rather than beginning cultivation immediately on the island, he dove underwater, descending to the lakebed. He found a massive boulder and hollowed it out. Then, using the misdirection technique from the heaven-swapping art, he concealed the chamber. Only then did he enter the stone chamber to begin secluded cultivation. The stone chamber was simple, without any furnishings. Li Fan paid this no mind. Sitting cross-legged, he floated midair. His consciousness immersed itself within the deep-sea pearl. 19 years after entering the cultivation world in this lifetime, Li Fan finally began foundation establishment. Borrow the curios of heaven and earth to build a Dao foundation. The foundation establishment process requires curios of heaven and earth, but the concept of borrowing is equally crucial. To borrow, not to rely upon completely. Curios of heaven and earth aggregate the laws of heaven and earth while retaining fragments of their own consciousness. Cultivators establishing their foundation must transform the aggregated laws within curios of heaven and earth into their Tao foundation while maintaining complete awareness of themselves. Under Li Fan's control, the formless heaven-earth root attached itself to the deep-sea pearl within his dantian. Instantly, countless memory scenes flooded his mind. These were the Tsong-Un-Si's past experiences. Accompanying them were emotions of extreme fury, resentment, and bitterness. The memories of the Tsong-Un-Si were too vast, crashing over him in endless waves like an unceasing tide. Had Li Fan recklessly accepted them all, the sheer torrent of information would have overwhelmed his current divine sense, washing away his will and leaving him a mindless fool. So Li Fan did the only thing he could. He anchored his mind and ignored the onslaught. Like a steadfast reef battered by wind and waves, he remained unmoved. As for the negative emotions, the moment they arose, they became fuel for the Xian Wang Heart Refinement Sutra. They failed to affect him in the least. The Tsong-Un-Si raged and roared, but Li Fan stood firm as a mountain. Threads of faint blue light were slowly drawn from the deep-sea pearl by the heaven-earth root. A vast, shimmering projection of a sea began to take shape within Li Fan's dantian. At Bright Moon Lake, Su Xiaomei and the others were in the midst of carving out their cave dwellings. Suddenly, they sensed something and looked around. The sky was clear, yet waves began to rise on Bright Moon Lake for no reason. The waters churned, the swells growing higher and more violent. All 800 li of Bright Moon Lake began to boil. Towering waves crashed and rampaged across the lake. The cave dwellings they had painstakingly begun to shape were swiftly submerged. With no other choice, they took to the air to avoid the surging waters. What technique is Master comprehending now? He's causing such a spectacle just by going into seclusion. Su Xiaomei blinked her large eyes, her gaze brimming with curiosity. The others had no answer, only staring in awe at the tumultuous lake below. At the bottom of the lake, as the phantom of the sea gradually solidified, Li Fan's perception slowly shifted. It rose from his body into the air above, then rapidly expanded, soon enveloping the entirety of Bright Moon Lake. This sensation was familiar to Li Fan, exactly like when he had once become one with the sea. But why was it happening now? Li Fan was puzzled. The deep-sea pearl's power was being siphoned by the heaven-earth root, shifting from real to illusory. His Tao foundation was nearly complete. Everything was proceeding smoothly and perfectly. So why had he suddenly become one with Bright Moon Lake? Li Fan calmed his mind, focusing intently on the sensation. After a long while, understanding dawned. He felt both amusement and exasperation. It turned out this phenomenon was the deep-sea pearl's doing. As it faced its imminent transformation into a cultivator's Tao foundation, the deep-sea pearl became aware of the nearby Bright Moon Lake, a far weaker existence. If the vast Tsong-Un-Si could not escape calamity, how dare this insignificant Bright Moon Lake continue to thrive? And so, with the last of its strength, the deep-sea pearl sought to drag Bright Moon Lake down with it. It was, of course, a futile effort. A cultivator could not use two curios of heaven and earth to build a Tao foundation. Yet this final act of spite brought Li Fan an unexpected benefit. The waters of the Bright Moon Lake raged and surged, waves climbing skyward. This extraordinary phenomenon persisted for 18 days. Su Xiaomei and the others had withdrawn to the lakeshore and temporarily made camp there. Then, on this day, without warning, the ceaselessly turbulent waters fell still. The group exchanged glances, then focused their attention on the small island where Li Fan was undergoing foundation establishment. Protected by arrays and shrouded by walls of light, the interior remained obscured from view. Before long, a figure shot skyward from the island and hovered high in the air. His sleeves fluttered gracefully, and his bearing was otherworldly. It was Li Fan, emerging from his long seclusion. He extended his left hand, gazed down at Bright Moon Lake below, and slowly clenched his fist. Nothing seemed to happen. "What is Master doing?" Su Xiaomei asked, resting her chin in her hands as she stared ahead, puzzled. The others shook their heads in silence, offering no answers. Yet knowing Li Fan would never act without purpose, they fixed their eyes on the lake, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. Moments later, they understood the reason for Li Fan's earlier gesture. An unending suction force seemed to be generated within his palm. All 800 li of Bright Moon Lake's waters began rising from below, forming countless water dragons that flew toward Li Fan's hand. These white water dragons roared as they soared from every corner of Bright Moon Lake, streaking toward Li Fan suspended in the sky, as if paying homage to their sovereign. Above Bright Moon Lake, a single figure stood. 3 million water dragons danced through the air, churning up endless mist. Sunlight poured down, revealing a brilliant rainbow. Su Xiaomei and the others stared dumbfounded at the magnificent and dazzling spectacle before them, their minds momentarily blank. The water dragons flying toward Li Fan's palm converged, forming a single tiny droplet. Though the lake's waters continued to drain, the droplet size remained unchanged, its color slowly shifting from white to deep blue. Less than half a day later, the Bright Moon Lake had completely dried up. Countless fish, shrimp, and crabs lay stranded on the lakebed, struggling in the throes of death. Li Fan examined the droplet that was somewhat reminiscent of the deep-sea pearl. There was a glint of understanding in his eyes. A Tao attainment ground. The deep-sea pearl might not have been able to transform the Bright Moon Lake into a second Tao foundation. But under the coverage of the deep-sea pearl's laws, the entire Bright Moon Lake had gradually been assimilated. And now, having used the deep-sea pearl to establish his Tao foundation, Li Fan could command the entire Bright Moon Lake as easily as moving his own arm. In the ancient cultivation world, there were cultivators who, while comprehending the Tao, would inadvertently release the aura of their laws, which would influence and assimilate the surrounding environment. These affected places often bore the strong personal imprint of the cultivator in comprehension, sometimes even preserving one of their abilities. Such locations became known as Tao attainment grounds. Bright Moon Lake's relationship with Li Fan resembled this phenomenon, though in truth it went even deeper. Essentially, through the deep-sea pearl, Li Fan had refined the Bright Moon Lake itself. Within these waters, the Bright Moon Lake was him, and he was the Bright Moon Lake. At full power, his might rivaled any golden core cultivator. Go! Li Fan crushed the water droplet in his hand. Countless water particles exploded outward, then transformed back into soaring water dragons that roared their return to Bright Moon Lake. The dried lakebed quickly refilled, returning within moments to its original vast, mist-shrouded appearance. With some simple gestures, he controlled the waters in all 800 li. Yet Li Fan felt no particular joy in his heart. This, like the deep-sea pearl before it, was just external power. Ultimately, it was not truly his own. Lost in thought, Li Fan opened Return to Truth's panel, the first time in a long while. Name, Li Fan. Realm, Early Stage Foundation Establishment. Biological age, 49/365. Psychological age, 569/3560. Virtualization charging progress, 200%. Charging progress of next anchor point, 20%. Anchor points in use, 1. Available anchor points, 1. Bound items, 1,000 mechanisms Jade Cosmos Scripture, Tien Boat, Halt Steel Fragment. Techniques, Shenwang Heart Refinement Sutra, Cloud Water Dream Illusion Art, Heaven Swapping Art, 1,000 mechanisms Jade Cosmos Scripture, Intense Spirit Illusion Art, Shadow Stock Art. Divine abilities, Interlocking Chains of Life and Death, Formless Killing Mechanism, Insect Finding. His biological age limit had finally surpassed 300 years. Meanwhile, his psychological age limit had reached over 3,600 years and was still increasing. Li Fan could feel that the strength of his divine sense had multiplied several times over compared to before. The total quantity of spiritual qi within his body was now incomparable to the past. Li Fan began contemplating his next steps for his cultivation path. After the deep-sea pearl transformed into his Tao foundation, it could no longer be freely manipulated as before. It was now like a treasure sealed within his body. He needed to advance his own cultivation to unlock the functions of this treasure. The more functions he unlocked, the greater the power he could wield. Eventually, he would fully restore the deep-sea pearl's original might. The entire foundation establishment cultivation process was about converting the power of a curio of heaven and earth into one's own strength. Instead of immediately leaving seclusion, Li Fan returned to the stone chamber at the bottom of the lake and immediately began his first cultivation session as a foundation establishment cultivator. He chose to practice the Foundation Establishment chapter of the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture. Before long, however, he frowned and stopped. During his cultivation, he faintly sensed a slight stagnation in the flow of his spiritual qi. Though it was an extremely subtle sensation, one that would go unnoticed if he weren't paying close attention, it was undeniably present. After some thought, Li Fan stopped and switched to practicing the Calming Sword art. Ever since Zhang Hao's death, no one else had cultivated this technique. The moment he began, Li Fan clearly noticed the difference compared to the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture. Even with Li Fan's lackluster aptitude, the cultivation proceeded with incredible smoothness. It was as if he had automatically entered an epiphanic state. Within moments, the spiritual qi had circulated through his body along the technique's pathways several times, easily breaking through to the mid-stage qi refinement realm. Right, you're already at the late-stage qi refinement realm. When the time comes to select a foundation establishment technique, if you have the means, be sure to choose one that is highly compatible with your own foundation establishment curio. Doing so will not only make your future cultivation twice as effective with half the effort, but it also offers other significant benefits. He Zhenghao's words suddenly surfaced in Li Fan's mind, and he pondered them deeply. Compatible with my curio, so that's how it is. With a thought, a blue water sword instantly formed within his dantian. With a casual flick of his hand, the water sword shot out, effortlessly piercing a small hole through a massive rock. The power of my arcane arts has also increased by a certain degree. Li Fan retracted the Calming Sword, contemplating silently. If an ordinary cultivator had a choice between a nascent soul technique and a golden core technique, they would undoubtedly choose to cultivate the nascent soul technique, even if the golden core technique allowed for faster progress. But I am different. Return to truth allows me to carry my cultivation realm forward into the next lifetime. Therefore, the technique that suits me best is actually the one that allows me to advance my cultivation the fastest. Before, I had no choice, with only the Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos scripture to cultivate. Now that I have more options, I don't need to cling to it stubbornly. Li Fan examined the techniques listed on Return to Truth's panel. When he had fewer cultivation techniques before, he hadn't paid much attention to their order. But now, with as many as 6 techniques being cultivated simultaneously, he noticed something peculiar about the way they were arranged. Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra, Cloud Water Dream Illusion Art, Heaven Swapping Art, Thousand Mechanisms Jade Cosmos Scripture, Intense Spirit Illusion Art, Shadow Stock Art. They seem to be ranked from first to last based on the technique's value. From this, it appears the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra actually ranks above the Cloud Water Dream Illusion Art. The Cloud Water Dream Illusion Art was personally transmitted by Qin Tang and belonged to a completely different system from current techniques. Regardless of cultivation realm, as long as one completed the previous level and met the advancement conditions, they could proceed to cultivate the next level. The 7 levels of Cloud Water Dream Illusion corresponded to Mortal, Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Spirit Transformation, and Tao Unity. Its rarity was evident. Even so, according to Return to Truth, the value of the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra surpassed that of the Cloud Water Dream Illusion Art. The implications of this realization plunged Li Fan into deep contemplation. Yet, Li Fan himself was still completely baffled by how he had comprehended the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra in the first place. Thus, inevitably, Li Fan could not arrive at any clear conclusion. Currently, the Xianwang Heart Refinement Sutra operated ceaselessly, as instinctive as breathing. However, progress had grown exceedingly slow. 28 years had passed in this life, yet there had been no significant improvement in this technique. Still, Li Fan was in no hurry. After all, he had plenty of time. His thoughts returned to the matter of selecting the next technique to cultivate. Li Fan couldn't help but recall the mountain-sitting art that He Zhenghao had practiced. From He Zhenghao's description, this technique could amplify the advantage of foresight brought by Return to Truth without limit. But as for how effective sitting on a mountain and reaping its rewards truly was, he would have to test it out personally. Li Fan pondered for a moment, then retrieved a pile of unrecognizable residue from his storage ring, the remains of the cultivators from Tianyang's cave dwelling. His avatar had died, it was time to create a new one. A sharp glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes. The first step is to identify the parts belonging to fellow Daoist he. After a moment's thought, Li Fan devised a plan. He set up a rudimentary version of the Mountain River constellation array and poured the pile of residue into it. Immediately, the residue began to float and rotate around the center like stars in the night sky. Li Fan then increased the output frequency of the array. The residue spun faster and faster. Soon, the fragments formed distinct trajectories, separating clearly from one another. Li Fan carefully distinguished He Jianghao's aura. However, it was still mixed with some other residue. So Li Fan patiently repeated the process. After most of the day had passed, he finally isolated He Jianghao's remains. Peak-grade bone, celestial spirit nectar, bone-shattering treasure sinew, sky crystal spirit sand. One by one, Li Fan took out the materials he had prepared earlier. He then began the crafting process. According to the instructions in the heaven-swapping art, when plundering a deceased cultivator, one may randomly gain certain memories from their lifetime. Generally speaking, the more valuable something was to the cultivator in life, the lower the probability of it appearing. So, the memory gained depends largely on luck. He Jianghao had intended to switch techniques during his lifetime, which suggests he didn't place too much importance on the mountain-sitting art. The probability that I can successfully reproduce it is quite high. As Li Fan contemplated this, he began to craft his avatar. Bones, organs, skin, and hair slowly took shape. Finally, he molded the face to resemble his previous avatar. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction and pointed toward the avatar's head. Sever. Unlike before, the moment his consciousness connected to the avatar, many yellowed images suddenly flooded into Li Fan's mind. Like paintings preserved for too long, some were faded, while others were riddled with holes and tattered edges. All of them flashed by in an instant. Li Fan focused all his attention, carefully searching for the parts containing the mountain-sitting art. The number of images dwindled, and they also began to tremble violently. Li Fan remained unmoved. He would accept nothing less than the mountain-sitting art. Finally, he had a lucky break. Just as all the images were about to vanish, Li Fan saw it. A young He Jianghao held a jade slip with a look of sheer delight after exploring a cave dwelling. Li Fan's eyes flashed. That's the one. Like a predator that had waited too long for its prey, his thoughts pounced fiercely on that yellowed, fragmented image. A torrent of information flowed into Li Fan's mind like a rushing stream. Slowly and deliberately, Li Fan absorbed it all. A long time later, Li Fan opened his eyes. There was a look of profound astonishment within them. This mountain-sitting art. It's not a technique meant for humans to cultivate.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.